This man shocked the Tai sect with his heavenly rank aptitude. However, due to his cultivation of the 9 revolutions tyrant body, he needed to shatter his dantian 9 times. At the age of 18, he finally stepped into the first layer. But he was informed by his old man about his past romantic affairs. He actually has several older sisters. Not only is each sister a beauty that could shame the moon and flowers, with looks that could overthrow nations, and each sister stands at the peak of the continent. He tries not to be played by his sisters, and applauded at the same time. He reshaped his tyrant body with a 9 refined primal core. Starting today, I, Asura, will train 6 sisters. The story begins inside the Tai Academy, only to see a few children pointing. Asura, who is cleaning the courtyard, spoke up and asked, "Isn't it said that even the most foolish person can enter the outer before the age of 15? He is already 18 or 19, right?" A senior brother told everyone that this person is a weirdo. He is destined to be a useless waste. Asura turned around to see everyone leaving. He gathered vital chi in his palm and infused it into the broom. The fallen leaves in the courtyard also moved like marionettes. The fallen leaves fell neatly into the trash can. Just then, a female voice came from behind. "Elder senior brother." Just saw a stunning woman with a young intern appearing in the courtyard. The child saw the two of them being alone together. The intern child found a polite excuse to leave discreetly. Asura asked the woman, "As the first genius disciple of the inner sect, you shouldn't always come here." Xianxia frowned at his words. "What first genius disciple? You were selected into the inner cultivate at the age of 8, and your talent shocked the entire sect," Asura said. She then placed her jade hand on Asura's pulse, continuing to speak. "You are just temporarily stuck in the body tempering stage. Given some more time, you will definitely succeed." Her voice suddenly stopped abruptly. "How did you go from the body tempering 3rd layer back to the body tempering 1st layer? Why does your cultivation level keep regressing?" At that moment, Xianxia suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. She instinctively pushed Asura away. A long sword also brushed past and embedded into the wall. "Nonsense! What are you trying to do?" Only a few male disciples' figures were seen. Also appeared in this courtyard. The male disciples are actually here to warn Asura to stay away from Xianxia. Asura's face darkened. He bid farewell to Xianxia directly and went back to his room to cultivate, while a few people watched the woman trying to persuade him to stay. Several male disciples couldn't help but start mocking Asura, not knowing that Asura was only one step away from cultivating the tyrant body. He would eventually regain everything lost in the past 10 years. Upon entering the room, Asura sat cross-legged and began absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, and large beads of sweat dripped down. Common techniques and methods emphasize cultivating and gathering chi around the core of the dantian. But the 9 revolutions tyrant body is too overbearing. It must be broken before it can be established. Today is the last time. With countless spiritual chi pouring into the body, a golden inner dan at the dantian is slowly showing cracks at this moment. As the dantian completely shatters, cracks also begin to appear on Asura's body. Golden flames emanate from his body one after another. After a quarter of an hour of baptism, his body gradually recovered its flesh color. He had not yet had time to feel the changes in his body. A voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Congratulations! Finally succeeded." It turned out to be his father who came to tell him. He also has 6 stunningly beautiful sisters. This man is not only powerful and formidable. He also has 6 sisters, who are at the top of the mainland. He tries not to be manipulated by his sisters. He recast his tyrant body with a 9 refined primal core. Asura turned his head and told his father, whom he hadn't seen in half a year, "I have no money. You can give up now." Father panicked and told him, "Your sister is coming. I have to run away." Asura was somewhat surprised. Is she my maternal or paternal elder cousin? Father, however, somewhat shyly told him that she is his half-sister from the same father. Asura sighed and started to pour tea. He said somewhat disdainfully, "Just a sister, and you got scared like this?" But his father told him they were sisters. Once this statement was made, the teacup in Asura's hand was instantly crushed. He immediately showed a fierce look and questioned, "Explain clearly. How many sisters do I actually have?" The father stuttered and mentioned the matters of 5 or 6 sisters. Just at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the window. The two also stopped arguing, only to see in the courtyard a novice disciple. He earnestly begged the injured disciple inside the courtyard to return the silver to him. That is everyone's food expenses for this month. The inner disciple, however, was very disdainful. He shamelessly played around by stepping on the shoulders of children. "Why should I give you what I picked up?" Then, he suddenly exerted force with his foot. He kicked the child directly in the body. The interns also dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak out. Just as inner disciple was about to crush it, Asura instantly arrived on the battlefield with fist wind condensed, punching it directly on the face and distorting it. The powerful force directly sent the disciple flying through the wall. Asura's voice resounded in this area. "Whom do you intend to kill?" The crowd was shocked to see Asura actually attacking an inner disciple, and thought he had gone mad. Asura, however, walked straight towards the interned child without looking back. Asura helped the child up and reassured him, "Don't worry. I will see that justice is served for you." However, the child was also worried about offending the inner disciple, so he tearfully urged Asura to leave quickly, calling him brother. Before the boy could say anything, another inner disciple immediately gathered fist wind and blasted it towards Asura, believing that Asura was still the same useless person as before. To their surprise, the two speeds were not proportional at all. Before the airborne inner disciple could even gather mountain-splitting fist, Asura's fist appeared in front of his face once again. Asura's clean and neat punch once again sent him flying several meters. Witnessing this scene, the outer disciples were shocked by Asura's strength. Xianxia also hurriedly arrived at this moment. She thought she was here to save Asura. Seeing this scene, her body couldn't help but tremble. Two inner disciples helped each other up. They planned to attack together. The two of them hit it off right away. One up, one down, they unleashed the Ultraman's ultimate combination technique. As soon as this move was executed, Xianxia quickly protected Asura behind her. Asura dodged swiftly. This move, Heaven-Earth Twin Soar, was taught to me by my master. Even I dare not try to defend against it. The voice fell. The combined photon beam also shot towards the two of them. Asura held Xianxia in his arms to reassure her. "What is the Heaven-Earth Twin Soar?" "Fancy." He condensed vital chi in his left hand and easily blocked the attacks of both people with a simple palm strike. The powerful palm wind unexpectedly suppressed their combined attack. The two of them only persisted for a moment. The two of them were once again sent flying several meters. This man's heavenly rank aptitude shocked the entire sect. He endured for 10 years to cultivate the tyrant body. He has finally cultivated the 9 revolutions tyrant body today. However, he faced the cold words of the malicious leader of Peak, when he intended to suppress with his strength. But he was approached by the 6th sister from another mother. The 6th sister frightened the entire sect with her reputation alone. Asura hugged Xianxia into his arms. He unexpectedly slapped the two top-notch inner disciples. He beat them to the brink of death. As childhood friends and talented individuals, Xianxia couldn't help but be curious and once again felt Asura's pulse. "Yesterday, you were only at the body tempering 3rd layer. How did you break through to the chi condensation 1st heaven in less than half a day?" Asura played a joke and said, "Kiss me and I'll tell you." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's face instantly blushed. Before Xianxia could reply, A woman's scolding voice suddenly sounded. The two turned to look. It was actually Xianxia's master. The malicious woman arrived and immediately began to interrogate Xianxia as to why she was still entangled with this waste of space. Xianxia obviously favored Asura more and began to confront Shifu. Master Asura is not a waste. He has already advanced to the chi condensation stage. Two inner disciples teaming up are not his match. Demonis was somewhat surprised and turned her head to see two disciples already beaten half to death. Even Demonis couldn't help but be surprised. At this moment, the two inner disciples' master suddenly arrived and reversed the situation. How could my disciple possibly lose to this rubbish? Xianxia on the side saw the arrival of the leader of Peak. She worriedly hid Asura behind her. Asura was very disdainful when he arrived just in time. It saves me the trouble of looking for him. The male leader of Peak looked at his beloved disciple, who was actually beaten up like this. He directly erupted with his own aura. He intends to take the head of Asura. Before Asura could demonstrate his strength, Xianxia once again protected him and argued on his behalf. Leader Dan is the one who took things from others first. Asura was just standing up for justice when he saw something unfair. Before the voice completely fell, she was pulled away by Master. She didn't want her beloved disciple to be implicated. Lyra tried to break free from Master's grasp. Asura stepped forward to comfort and said, "Don't worry. I can handle it here." Xianxia could only reluctantly follow Master as they left. Before departing, Demonis also reminded Asura, "When you enter, I will no longer stop you from meeting Lyra. Before that, you better think about whether you are worthy or not to walk together with our Lyra." Asura's face darkened. He directly accepted this bet. He will prove with his strength how short-sighted Demonis' gaze is. As Xianxia left, she did not forget to remind Asura to be careful. Asura reassured her. His current strength could crush her as easily as crushing an ant. Just as the two of them were about to assume their fighting stances and start fighting, a disciple rushed in frantically. He gasped for breath and reported that a military force led by the Great Chu Empire's Supreme Marshal of the Legion had arrived outside the door. Upon hearing this, Leader Dan could only stop what he was doing. But he couldn't help but feel scared. Why did the Supreme Marshal of the Legion bring troops to surround their sect? At the entrance at this time, a charming red-haired woman sat elegantly on horseback. When Leader Dan arrived at the mountain gate, he was just about to introduce himself. The military counselor standing aside directly rebuked. "How dare a mere leader of Peak shout in front of the marshal? Answer when the marshal asks you a question. Dare to be disrespectful again, and we will crush your Tai sect." Leader Dan shed the demeanor of leader of Peak and respectfully approached the demon-burning woman to ask a question. The woman unexpectedly revealed that she was actually looking for his younger brother. Leader Dan was delighted to hear this. If he could build a good relationship with her, wouldn't he be able to immediately settle in Inner Peak? The woman brightly mentioned the matter of calling his younger brother Asura. Leader Dan's expression instantly changed upon hearing the words. He had just wanted to fight Asura. Now it's all over. Disciples surrounded by onlookers. Their gaze all turned involuntarily to Asura behind them. Being stared at like this, even Asura couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This man actually has 6 sisters. Not only are each of his sisters standing at the peak of the mainland, even their looks are stunning and breathtaking. Just as Asura was about to teach a leader of Peak a lesson, the Supreme Marshal of the Legions, the 6th sister, suddenly showed up. She scared the entire sect into trembling as soon as she showed up. I intended to protect the sister of Asura. She discovered that Asura was actually pretending to be weak to deceive others. The 6th sister slowly walked towards Asura. Along the way, the disciples stepped aside to make way. She approached Asura. She stared at Asura carefully. Being stared at like this, Asura felt a little shy. She didn't wait for him to react. He was pulled into the 6th sister's arms. "Stinky bro, I finally found you." The army behind also began cheering and waving their flags. Salute to Asura, young master. A quarter of an hour later, the two arrived at Asura's residence. After entering the door, the sixth sister began to observe left and right. Asura felt somewhat helpless. If the great marshal is interested, you can stay here for a night. No charge for your room. The sixth sister directly asked where their father had gone. Asura shrugged in response. Their father had always been elusive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left me with several sisters. The sixth sister turned her head to look at Asura and said, "Although we have different mothers, I can't let you be bullied here. Come back with me to the Great Chu. I'll protect you from now on." Asura is full of doubts. Are you very strong? Still protect me? The voice just fell. The sixth sister instantly rushed to Asura's side. She gathered primal chi in her left hand. She suddenly slammed it towards him. Unexpectedly, Asura's figure mysteriously disappeared. After the sixth sister reacted, she unexpectedly found that Asura had teleported behind her. He pointed at the sixth sister's head. Asura grinned. He asked his older sister, "Do you think I still need protection now?" The sixth sister broke out in a cold sweat. However, she was even more interested in this younger brother. Before she arrived, the intelligence report said that Asura had not made any progress in cultivation for 10 years. It turns out that he has been hiding his true strength. What a terrifying calculation. The sixth sister, however, did not know how he had spent these 10 years. Asura began his performance as an old actor. He once wanted to interact with everyone in the identity of an ordinary person. But what he got in return was alienation. The sixth sister looked at him with a puzzled look, pretending to be cool. Then she burst into laughter. She looked appreciative. This is her brother Churyu. Then she told Asura to pack up and go with her. Asura was a bit curious. Should I still go with her now? The sixth sister began to plan a future blueprint for him. A man should have ambitions in all directions. She wanted to recommend Asura to become a great marshal ruling over an area. Asura revealed the truth that he couldn't leave. There is a despicable woman within this sect. 10 years ago, my talent was exceptional. She was eager to take me as her disciple. After I failed to make progress for a long time, she directly threw me into the Taoist Academy for internship to humiliate me. I must repay her kindness. Sixth sister waved her hand and walked towards the door. She couldn't help but tease. "All right, don't make such an ugly face. It's disgusting to look at." Asura hurriedly apologized, but in his heart, he thought, "If it weren't for the fear of the army outside the door cutting me with their swords, I would really want to beat you up." The sixth sister did not detain Asura anymore. She then mounted her horse and bid farewell to him. Before leaving, she kindly reminded him, "I will go back first and inform your other sisters. They may want to come and see you. I'll tell you another secret. Among the 6 of us, I am the worst." As soon as this was said, even Asura was shocked. Is Supreme Marshal of the Legion, the Empire's top general, still the weakest? This man is not only extremely powerful, he also has 6 sisters who stand at the pinnacle of the continent. The 6th sister originally wanted to come and protect Asura. Unexpectedly, Asura has been pretending to be weak and then striking at his opponents. The 6th sister did not stay for long after seeing the situation. She wants to go back and inform her other 5 sisters. Before leaving, she didn't forget to threaten the entire sect. "Although I am the weakest among your sisters in terms of strength, but if anyone dares to bully you, no matter who it is, I will make them regret coming into this world." When this was said, the leader of Peak, who originally wanted to duel with Asura, quickly put on a smile. The 6th sister told Asura that once things on your end are settled, remember to come find me at the Great Chu imperial capital. The 6th sister immediately led the army back to the Great Chu. Asura stood still, lost in thought. I still intended to use my strength to suppress the 6th sister, the weakest leg, which would allow me to dominate the sect. How powerful are the other 5 legs? The idea had just come to fruition. The leader of Peak approached with a smile, complimenting young Martial Ye's sister, who turns out to be the great Chu Martial. Please forgive my disrespect. Would you be free to gather at Yuan Peak tonight? There may have been some misunderstandings between us before. Ye Azura hugged leader of Peak reassuringly, saying that all the bad things leader Dan did to him in the past 10 years were instigated by Song Rain, that demoness. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. But I hold grudges a lot. The show has just begun. Let's wait and see. I'm not used to eating the delicacies at the gathering. I still prefer chewing on steamed bread. Then he ignored Leader Dan and walked away. 15 minutes later, Leader Dan called over his elder disciple. He is about to discuss something important with Ye Azura that cannot be trivialized. We must resolve him. Elder disciple, however, hesitated. Ye Azura's sister has a powerful background. Can't we use our own people? Leader Dan directly rebuked upon hearing this. Nonsense. Do you want Taisek to be leveled by the army? Find people from outside to do it. Elder disciple chuckled. He happens to know a few friends resting in spiritual retreat cave. I can have them come over to help. They are all beasts. However, the 2 of them were unaware. This will be the first step to their own demise. Ye Azura is cultivating in the room at the moment. As his eyes suddenly opened wide. 9 Revolutions Tyrant body has successfully entered the 2nd layer. Opening 9 Revolutions Tyrant eyes is not in vain for him to endure for 10 years. At this moment, the door was also opened by 2 disciples. They instructed Ye Azura to go to Yomong Mountain Range to pick Ghost Shadow Mushroom. Ye Azura tilted his head, revealing a fierce light. It seems they are eager to put me in a desperate situation. Several intern disciples were discussing behind him. Isn't that too shameless? There are many ferocious beasts on Yomong Mountain. Inner disciples should not enter the mountain alone. Ye Azura is not afraid of these little tricks. He then strides out of the door. The 2 inner disciples also tactfully make way. 1 hour later at Yomong Mountain. Ye Azura looked ahead at the mist and smiled. These guys still think they can trap me with the mist here. Little do they know, I have the 9 Revolutions Tyrant eyes. I can see everything within 100 miles. His spiritual power begins to explore this mountain range. He quickly discovered a spiritual herb surrounded by purple aura. After locking onto the target, Ye Azura strode forward confidently. Just then, a woman's scream suddenly rang out. Ye Azura paused. Why is this woman's scream so familiar? He followed the sound and found several wriggling vines heading towards a woman. At a closer look, he realized that the woman was indeed Xianxia. Only a few wriggling vines were seen, already extending to his thighs. Lyra showed a nauseated expression. She hurriedly cut the vines, but the situation seemed hopeless. Her palm was entangled by the vines. The long sword in her hand fell with a loud clang. Her body was lifted up directly by the vines. Critical moment. Ye Azura shines in and appears on the scene. The hero saves the beauty. This man has 6 alluring beauties. The sister who fights at the peak of the mainland. Today, Ye Azura was manipulated by the sect to go to Yomong Mountain. Unexpectedly, Xianxia is worried about his safety. She went alone and was tied up by vines. It's a critical moment. Ye Azura arrived in time. He directly cut through all the vines with his palm-turn knife. Without the vines binding her, Xianxia lost her balance. She slowly fell from the air. Ye Azura hurried forward and lifted her up. Seeing senior brother Lyra, who had arrived, she couldn't help but exclaim. Ye Azura asked Lyra with a hint of anger. Lyra, why did you come to Yomong Mountain? Don't you know it's dangerous? Lyra furrowed her brow and replied. Abeo said you were forced by Dan Skycloud to come look for the ghost shadow mushroom. I was worried about you, so I came to help. Ye Azura began to criticize Lyra for her abilities. Xianxia, You shouldn't lose your composure just because you encountered these vines, right? At that moment, Asura sensed a hint of danger. He quickly embraced Lyra and retreated backward. A red figure suddenly flashed past by his side. The two looked up. They found out that it was actually a huge bat. Asura put down Lyra. Let her stay here. It's fortunate that Lyra came. Otherwise, they would have almost been led to the location of the ghost shadow mushroom. Just then, a ghostly voice sounded. The bat also flew towards the two behind them. Kid, not bad. You actually managed to dodge my bat's assassination. Only to see several men in black robes leading a group of fiendish beasts enter the eyes of the two people. Lyra broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. You beast conjurers should not appear in the territory of Yomong Mountain. Lyra's voice trailed off. The leading beast conjurer directly manipulated the fiendish beast to charge towards the two of them. Before Lyra could react, Asura had already stood in front of them. He intended to overwhelm them with his strength. A female voice suddenly came. Evildoers, don't even think about it. A giant ape's arm also suddenly sent the charging fiendish beast flying. Asura couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at the sight. I saw a charming woman sitting on the giant ape's shoulder. The appearance of the giant ape directly frightened all the beast conjurers, making them shiver all over. The timid voice of a woman came through. Where do you think you can run to this time? The man leading the group hastily spoke up. As the palace lord of Feral Beast Palace, why do you insist on chasing us for 3 months? The woman heard the words. She slightly parted her red lips, smiled enchantingly, and said, Just because I was bored. As for such arrogant words, everyone could do nothing about it. Asura was not surprised. The palace lord of the most mysterious feral beast palace in the world. She is actually so young. The woman seems to have already discovered Asura's presence. She directly threw a flirtatious look at Asura. The woman expressed her love in this way. Lyra on the side was filled with jealousy. She directly questioned Asura. Why did she throw a flirtatious look at you? When did you guys meet? Asura looked puzzled. He didn't know. This is actually the third sister among his 6 sisters. At this moment, all the beast conjurers directly combined to summon the strongest fiendish beast, intending to confront the palace lord head-on. Upon the successful completion of their secret technique, a giant spider also appears in front of them. But it was as insignificant as an ant in front of the giant ape of the palace lord. The woman showed a disdainful expression towards this spider. Is joining forces to summon such a little thing worth it? Lyra besides seemed to be puzzled as well. This spider is rumored to have weak toxicity. However, Asura's 9 revolutions tyrant eyes directly saw the reason. This spider is extraordinary. It contains potent poison within its body. Just as Asura was pondering, the spider directly spun a large web and threw it towards the woman. The woman still looked disdainful. But Asura casually picked up a branch. He flashed in front of it and smashed the giant net down. The venom contained in the net scattered across the area. After Asura's figure fell, the tree branch in his hand started to corrode. The woman's clothes also got accidentally contaminated. The toxin unexpectedly started to slowly dissolve. But the woman's skin remained unharmed. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Then she scolded, You little brat! Who told you to meddle in other people's business? Asura was hunted down by the beast conjurer hired by his enemies. Unexpectedly, the palace lord of Feral Beast Palace suddenly arrived. The mysterious palace lord turned out to be Asura's half-sister from the same father, but different mother. I saw the spiders conjured by the United Beast Conjurers. At the moment, they spewed venomous webs towards the palace lord. Asura picked up a branch and smashed the giant web down, causing the scattered poison to spray across the area. He didn't know that his companion, the third sister, was immune to all poisons. Only to see palace lord's clothes starting to corrode. But her skin remained unscathed. Several beast conjurers were angered and embarrassed by Asura ruining their good deeds. They directly manipulated the spiders to charge at the palace lord, only to see the wealthy at the palace lord's feet swinging his giant fists. It directly smashed the spider with one punch. It used force on its palm to directly tear its body in half at the waist. The remaining two spiders quickly turned around and sprayed venom. But alas, they were beneath the wealthy of this palace lord. They were torn to pieces without any resistance. Asura stood in front of xianxia, knocked down all the fragmented wreckage with venom. Seeing this scene, a group of beast conjurers no longer had the heart to resist. They quickly turned around and lined up to flee. Unexpectedly, they were punched by wealthy and lined up like candied haws on a stick. When all the assassins of the beast conjurer fell, the palace lord's figure also fell. He walked straight to Asura and asked about his injuries. Asura accidentally got exposed to some toxins while trying to save xianxia. He was just about to force the poison out himself. Palace lord suddenly stepped forward and raised Asura's arm with concern, inspecting the injury. It's really unsettling. After her reprimand fell, this mysterious palace lord actually licked Asura's wound like a cat. Asura and the two of them had never seen such a scene before. They were suddenly startled and froze in place. xianxia's jealous face blushed as she spoke. What are you doing? Palace lord stopped the movement in his mouth. She explained, I am detoxifying him. Do you really think I would have any thoughts about my own brother? After cleaning up, the third sister finally nodded in satisfaction and retracted her tongue. Just rest for 2 days after going back. Once the wound scabs and falls off, it will be fine. Later, she lightly tapped Asura's forehead with her finger and revealed her identity, saying, I am the third sister, the esteemed palace lord of the feral beast palace, with long immunity to all poisons. Do you really need to shield me? Upon hearing the palace lord claim to be the third sister, Asura immediately understood. It turns out it was yesterday's the sixth sister who went back. She told her about her own affairs. She heard that Asura might be in trouble, so she came to take a look. Palace lord also unexpectedly took the opportunity to deal with several traitors along the way. Just thought of this. Palace lord went straight toward the leader playing dead up ahead. She stepped on him and asked, Speak! Who exactly sent you to kill my brother? Then she showed a creepy smile and continued, Tell me the name, and maybe I can make it quick for you. Unexpectedly, the man would rather die than betray his employer. When this was said, the third sister was instantly filled with excitement. Immediately, she took out a centipede from the bamboo tube. She really likes people with backbone the most. Seeing this scene, not only did xianxia show a nauseous expression, even Asura couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This bone-devouring beast is a highly toxic creature. After invading the human body, it will slowly gnaw along the meridians. The third sister forcibly opened the person's mouth. She shoved a centipede into their body. After the centipede entered the body, the man's eyes were instantly filled with blood-red color. The third sister kindly reminded, Say it out loud, and I will set you free. The man directly exposed Leader Dan's elder disciple. Now he is still waiting for us at the heavenly Tao cliff to take Asura's body back. Asura crouched down. He began to ask for detailed time and location. After he finished all his questions, the man directly begged the palace lord to kill him. The third sister fulfilled his wish after nodding to Asura. After killing the man, the third sister happened to discover that Asura was actually stripping the man's clothes off. A plan quietly emerged. Asura used the disguise technique to fight fire with fire. xianxia's face was filled with admiration. The third sister of the mysterious sect leader was also quite surprised by Asura's tyrant eyes. After Asura took off the beast conjurer's clothes, he used tyrant eyes to take away the ghost shadow mushroom. He then used the disguise technique to arrive at the cliff for the trade. 15 minutes later, Leader Dan's elder disciple suddenly appeared. Asura directly performed in his true form. He began to take out his own head. He kindly reminded that there are all kinds of bug eggs in his head now. Elder disciple raised his hand in disdain at the words. Who would have expected that Asura would directly throw the head down the cliff? Seeing this scene, elder disciple felt a trace of anger in his heart. Not looking doesn't mean not wanting to see. Don't throw it away just like that. Immediately, he took out a silver note and was about to make the payment. Asura cleanly and neatly took the silver note and left smoothly. He muttered, "That kid still has quite a few treasures on him. This thing will definitely fetch a good price." He then took out the ghost shadow mushroom. Seeing this spiritual mushroom elder disciple, he was shocked. He never expected that Asura had actually found it. He watched as the assassin turned to leave. The elder disciple quickly asked the hero to stay. Immediately, he rubbed his hands together in preparation to buy that pearl mushroom. Asura saw the fish taking the bait. Asura directly offered 30,000 silver tickets. Elder disciple's face was filled with a pained expression. But he still agreed. He would bring the assassin back to the mountain gate to collect the silver tickets. But what he was thinking in his heart was to deceive him back to the mountain gate first, and then seize the opportunity to grab the ghost shadow mushroom. In another patch of grass, Xianxia had an enamored look on her face. She admired Asura's disguise technique. The third sister, however, had a hint of confusion. How could it be so troublesome? It would be much better to just attack directly. However, Xianxia trusted Asura's plan. Rumor has it that Dan Skycloud has a secret chamber with many sacred weapons and spiritual artifacts. He could take this opportunity to obtain a suitable weapon. The third sister, however, fell into contemplation. This brat clearly has a body-tempering stage cultivation level but possesses tyrant eyes. I must remember to ask him later. What technique and methods is he cultivating? In the Tai sect in the middle of the quarter. After settling Asura disguised as a killer, elder disciple went to master's residence to begin discussing the plan. They planned to play dirty in order to obtain the ghost shadow mushroom. Asura quietly waits in the main hall for the show to begin. At that moment, elder disciple summoned his master, Dan Skycloud, over. Asura stepped forward and shook hands with the leader of Peak. But he secretly exerted force. Dan Skycloud felt a stabbing pain. He quickly released his hand, ignoring the pain emanating from it as he began to get to the point. "I heard that you have the mushroom I need, sir. Can you please show it to me?" Asura pretended to search in his arms upon hearing this. Leader Dan and elder disciple exchanged glances. They planned to make a move once he took it out. Unexpectedly, Asura actually pulled out the infernal bone ant bamboo tube. It was a bit embarrassing. "It seems like my ant has burrowed into your hand." As soon as this was said, the leader of Peak quickly spread out his palm to inspect. He actually found a real scar. Asura's face darkened as he spoke up to reassure. "No need to be nervous. I just added an insurance policy to our deal." Upon hearing this, Leader Dan no longer played around and immediately intended to hand over the 30,000 taels. Unexpectedly, Asura suddenly changed his mind. He slowly extended a finger and said, "In addition to the 30,000 taels, I also want a treasure from the treasure pavilion of Yuan Peak." Just as Leader Dan was about to get angry, elder disciple hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Then he told Master that he would hold him back. "You hurry to find Leader Song to see if he can help detoxify." They discussed upon meeting. Asura seemed unusually relaxed. It seems that pretending to be a beast conjurer did work. They couldn't even imagine being killed. "I just pricked them with a needle." Asura used his disguise technique to deceive the leader of Peak. He sneaked into the treasure trove and obtained a divine artifact. Asura was taken to the treasure trove by the elder disciple. Leader Dan believes that he was bitten by an inferno ant. He hurried to Leader Song Manor to seek an antidote. Leader Song instantly realized something was amiss. The beast conjurer only keeps creatures of the damp. How could there be an inferno ant? Leader Dan extended his injured palm and asked worriedly, "Could it be a new species?" Leader Song quickly discovered the clues. "How did he know about your treasure trove?" "The man was actually disguised as Asura. He tricked you all. Treasure trove in the same place at the same time. Elder Disciple is picking treasures with Asura. Asura is looking at a dazzling array of ordinary weapons. He really can't muster any interest." He immediately used the 9 Revolutions Tyrant eyes to investigate the clues. This look actually found another secret room inside the hidden room. Later, he called for Elder Disciple to come over. He then peeled off his disguise and asked him to take a good look at who he was. Before Elder Disciple could even exclaim in surprise, Asura knocked him flying with a wolf's teeth club. Elder Disciple's body heavily embedded into the wall, falling into unconsciousness. He then stepped forward to inspect the switch in the dark room. At the same time, the figures of 2 peak leaders are flying towards the secret room at the speed of light. If Asura discovers what's inside the secret room, both of them will be done for. After Asura entered the secret room, he found a dazzling array of treasures and weapons on the ground. Such treasures are strictly prohibited from being privately kept by the sect, but they have been left and used by them here. Then, he used the 9 Revolutions Tyrant eyes to search for the most powerful weapon of spiritual chi. Soon he found a sword emitting golden light. Asura peeled off the weapon attached to the sword. He found, however, that this sword looked ordinary, but it is the most magnificent sacred weapon infused with spiritual chi. Asura reached out to pick it up. Unexpectedly, this sword turned out to be so heavy. He took out the storage pouch and stored it away. He then used the disguise technique to disguise himself as the appearance of the Elder Disciple. He welcomed the 2 leaders of Peak. When the 2 of them arrived, Asura pointed directly at the treasure trove and exclaimed in surprise. Leader Song became busier and rushed towards the dark room. Asura, however, grabbed Leader Dan and spoke up. "Let's go to Dan Pill's room first. I just heard him say he's going to steal all the Dan pills you've treasured." Leader Dan was panicked the moment he heard the words. He quickly rushed to Dan Pill's room with Asura grumbling along. After he opened the secret door to Dan Pill's room, he found that his cherished Dan Pill was still there. When he breathed a sigh of relief, Asura pulled out an arrow feather and stabbed it directly into his buttocks. Asura's gloomy voice then sounded, "Thank you for showing the way." As the arrow feathers were pulled out, blood sprayed onto the ground. Leader Dan danced in pain and fell to the ground. Asura is in front of him. He collected all the Dan pills into his storage pouch. Before leaving, he even patted Leader Dan on the shoulder, thanked him before leaving. He then returned to his own residence and met up with xianxia and the 3rd sister. Asura tricked 2 malicious leaders of Peak. He was then approached by the leaders. The 3rd sister supports him. Seeing the sword wiped by Asura, xianxia couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Have you tricked Dan Skycloud twice, and he still managed to come back unharmed?" Asura did not stop his actions. Dan Skycloud must be furious by now. xianxia is worried about Asura's safety. The 3rd sister is on the side to reassure both of them. With her presence, not even the Heavenly King can harm her brother. Asura felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. "Older sister, please don't act later." The 3rd sister was puzzled. "Why not? If those guys want to hurt you, why can't I help?" Asura, however, expressed his concern. "My dear sister, if you step in, they will simply disappear without a trace." "What's the point then? I'm afraid they won't even show up." Suddenly, a scolding voice could be heard by the 3 of them. Asura smiled, finally arrived. Only Leader Dan and his elder disciple were dirty and shouting outside the door. Asura led the 3rd sister and xianxia out of the door in large strides. After seeing Leader Dan, Asura raised an eyebrow and asked, "Have you committed hemorrhoids?" After this remark, Leader Dan instantly remembered the previous episode. He was stabbed in the back door by Asura. But he is even more certain that the murderer is Asura. But everything must be based on evidence. After several rounds of debate, Leader Dan was about to take action directly. Unexpectedly, his aura suddenly exploded. A phoenix suddenly flew out from above the heads of everyone. Asura quietly asked the elder sister next to him what she was doing. The third sister, however, calmly replied that she was just walking the birds. "This doesn't violate your request, does it?" Seeing this 9-tier fiendish beast Leader Dan, he quickly lowered his posture and respectfully asked, "May I know how to address this young lady? What brings you to my Tai sect?" "Feral Beast Palace Serafina Asura is my younger brother. Do you have any objections to me visiting?" The title of Feral Beast Empress was revealed. Leader Dan was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. On a large tree in the courtyard, a man quietly watches the scene. This person is Asura's master, Empyrean Luo. He didn't expect that Asura had such strong backing. But it seems like Song Rain might step in. Song Rain is facing the third sister's provocation. Leader Dan quickly spoke up. "It's all a misunderstanding. We came here specifically to visit. How is Asura's brother doing?" Just then, the voice of Song Rain suddenly sounded. "This is an internal matter of Tai's sect. Outsiders naturally cannot interfere. Palace Lord Serafina has arrived, and I naturally welcome her. But it seems that the matter of disciplining our sect's disciples is not related to you, right? Two women are facing each other in a hostile manner, like enemies meeting. But the third sister is not someone easy to deal with. I want to see who dares to lay a finger on my brother today." Feral Beast Empress is indeed the third sister of Asura. She witnessed Leader Song reprimanding Asura. "I'll let the third sister step in again. I want to see who dares to mess with my brother today." At this moment, Asura suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of the third sister to assure her, "She can't harm me." Faced with the repeated obstruction of this younger brother, the third sister frowned. "Who cares about you? Good intentions are disregarded as horse liver and lungs." The third sister pouted and stood aside. Just at that moment, Leader Song gathered the palm wind and instantly rushed in front of Asura. Seeing such momentum, Xianxia exclaimed behind, "Master, you will kill him!" Asura, however, remained calm and closed his eyes, ignoring Xianxia's concern. Just at that moment, a figure instantly rushed to Leader Song's front. Before she could react, a kick landed on her arm. Two attacks collided. The field was instantly polarized. Seeing this man looking for trouble, a group of disciples exclaimed in succession, "Is this the expert at the inner leader of peak level? He used to be the most hopeful candidate to become the next sect leader." The white-haired man's aura dispersed, and his voice resounded across the field. A dignified inner leader of peak actually used all his strength to teach an intern disciple. If this got out, Tai sect's reputation will be ruined by you. As his words fell, he even didn't forget to throw a flirtatious glance at Asura. Back then, Asura lost all his power. Many people insisted on driving him out of the Tai sect. Only Empyrean Luo made every effort to protect him. He even offended the sect leader, and was stripped of the title of Leader of Peak. He was punished to reflect in confinement at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Leader Song shouted angrily. She also believes that Luo Madman left the Myriad Treasures Pavilion confinement without authorization. Empyrean Luo made a face and explained that the sect leader released me from confinement early. You think it's annoying, isn't it? In the end, Asura is still my disciple, old Luo. If you want to teach him a lesson, you have to pass my test first. Seeing the affectionate appearance of the two, Leader Song gritted his teeth in anger. However, he was helpless as he couldn't defeat Luo Madman in a one-on-one fight. Later, she turned around to go and reason with sect leader. Seeing the troublemakers leave, Emperor angrily shouted. "You brat! Aren't you afraid for your life? He's about to kill you. Why don't you hide?" Asura, however, had already smelled his scent and knew that your master would definitely intervene. Xianxia also bid farewell to Asura, saying he was going back to find the master, or he would be upset later. Asura nodded, and then told Lyra that if she asked any questions, he could say he didn't know. The two watched as Xianxia left. Emperor teased from the side. "It's been 10 years. You still haven't won over your little junior sister, huh?" Asura also didn't back down and retorted. "It's been 10 years. Your mouth is still so sharp." Asura brought Emperor and the third sister back to their residence. He began to talk about the matter of stealing Dan Skycloth's treasures. Emperor was also puzzled. Why did Song Rain stand up for Dan Skycloud? Soon they discussed and figured out that there must be some secret among the three of them. Emperor looked somewhat disdainfully at the weapons on the table. Other than selling them for some money, there wasn't much else they could be used for. But among these, only one is a treasure. He then glanced at the sword that Asura had handed over. The third sister and Master Luo both praised at the same time. "This sword is definitely extraordinary. If you can refine this sword, it will definitely be of great help to you." Asura obtained the treasure sword. He was informed by Luo Shifu that this sword contains love poison. This sword needs Asura and Beloved One to refine together. Xianxia was almost killed while trying to deliver intelligence to Asura. Just as the third sister and Emperor praised this sword, Emperor began to explain the reason why sect leader released it early this time. For the past 10 years, sect leader has never forgotten about Asura, who has been waiting to soar. Now, Tai sect is facing internal and external troubles, with major sects eyeing them with jealousy. Song Rain and others colluded with other sects. A quarter of an hour later in the martial arts arena, only Leader Song and Leader Dan were seen enjoying a cup of tea. Just at that moment, an attack instantly split the tea table in half. Just then, two other inner leaders of Peak also arrived at the scene. After the few of them met, they then began discussing how to subvert the Tai sect in response to the woman's inquiry. Leader Song directly spoke up. "It's better to strike first to be strong. Let's take out Emperor Luo and his damned disciple first." Xianxia just arrived here and heard that Shifu is going to take action against Asura's senior brother. She quickly turned around and left. She must tell senior brother Yi about this matter. Asura's residence. He only listens to the third sister and Emperor attempting to help Asura refine the sword. But he feels there has always been a barrier blocking his way. Upon hearing this, Emperor confirmed his thoughts. He then revealed the origin of this sword. After the establishment of the Tai sect by the founding Grandmaster, the Grand Matriarch was soon ambushed by enemies and poisoned. The Grandmaster hid in a secret room for 7 days and nights, trying to detoxify the Grand Matriarch. Unexpectedly, the poison turned out to be the most potent love poison in the world. Even the mighty Grandmaster struggled to handle it. In the end, the Grand Matriarch had to seal a part of the love poison into a sacred weapon, locking it away forever. After the story was finished, Asura broke out in a cold sweat. He suspected that the master was telling some spicy anecdotes about the Grandmaster. The third sister, however, showed a hint of interest. "If this love poison were to be used on someone you like, wouldn't that be wonderful?" Seeing the third sister's face, Luo Shifu smirked and teased from the side. "When the moment comes for you to be poisoned, this old master won't sacrifice himself to save you." Asura's face showed a look of disgust at the words. He then fell into contemplation. If the rumors are true, then he is still a fledgling. Wouldn't this sword be impossible to cultivate? Shifu lightly patted Asura's shoulder and let him take care of himself. "This is a chance given to you by heaven to strategize with little Lyra." Asura dismissed him with a wave of his hand, telling him to leave quickly. Emperor also tactfully found a reason to depart. As he left, He couldn't help but look forward to hugging his grandchild soon. After Asura waited for Shifu to leave, Asura looked heavily at the sword beside him. The third sister reassured him on the side. Just give it a try and you will know. If you get poisoned, your sister will cover for you. I am immune to all poisons. Jean Lyra was panting heavily at the moment, and she ran towards Asura's residence. Just at this moment, a flying sword suddenly sliced across Jean Lyra's shoulder. Lyra lost her balance and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. My dear little junior sister, where are you going? The person quickly stepped forward and grabbed Jean Lyra's hair. He asked eagerly, Let me guess. Are you going to inform the useless person? Lyra learned that Shifu is going to betray the sect and kill Asura. She was intercepted by Elder Senior Brother on her way back. Her life hung in the balance. Elder Senior Brother is holding onto Lyra's jade hairpin. Then he pushed Lyra to the ground. He demanded to know why she had betrayed them. Lyra ignored his accusations. He suddenly bit his hand to break free from the restraints. It was obvious that you betrayed the sect and tried to kill Senior Brother Yi. Elder Senior Brother licked the wound with a twisted expression. He immediately raised his sword and slashed towards Jean Lyra. Lyra slowed down, holding her left hand that was bleeding profusely. The feelings in her heart remained unresolved for a long time, as she secretly thought, Senior Brother Yi, I can't accompany you on the road ahead. Farewell forever, she thought as tears brimmed in Lyra's eyes. She closed her eyes, waiting for the arrival of destiny. At that moment, the long sword in Elder Senior Brother's hand was suddenly knocked down by a piece of broken stone. He felt the force and couldn't help but be surprised. When did this kid appear? Why is the aura completely different from before? Lyra also closed her eyes weakly due to excessive bleeding. Vaguely she heard Asura's voice. Those who touch me shall die. 1,000 slashes. Asura picked up Lyra and pointed his sword at Elder Senior Brother. A surprising scene unfolded. Asura picked up Jean Lyra and turned around to leave directly, just as Elder Senior Brother was about to mock him. Asura's voice suddenly sounded. Try moving if you dare. Elder Senior Brother was seen sweating profusely at this moment. The blood in his body unexpectedly began to stir. Just in an instant, the blood in Elder Senior Brother's body burst out directly. The third sister stopped her movements when she saw the man dying. She had thought Stinky Bro was going to let this guy go. It seems I was overthinking. Her thoughts had just settled when the third sister suddenly turned her gaze to the side, only to see the 4 rebellious inner leader of Peak had also arrived at this scene. Leader Dan saw that his own disciple had died. He immediately angrily shouted, Asura, you have a lot of guts. How dare you kill my disciple? Immediately, he gathered his primal chi and was about to take action. Asura then gently placed Lyra's delicate body down. Lyra quickly gestured for Asura to leave upon seeing the situation. At the same time, Leader Dan suddenly reached out with his long arms towards the two. Asura stepped forward and raised his arm to block. However, the gap in their stages was too big. He was directly sent flying from the impact, just as Lyra exclaimed in surprise. Her slender neck was suddenly grabbed by Shifu. Leader Song's voice came coldly. Lyra, originally you were supposed to be my successor, but you actually chose to follow Asura to your doom. Today, I will send you both to your deaths. You will be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Just then, the third sister's voice suddenly rang out. You guys dared to touch my little brother. As the voice fell, a 9-tier phoenix suddenly plummeted from the sky. The powerful aura of the phoenix directly sent Leader Dan flying. The 4 people turned their gaze at the same time. They had actually forgotten that she was still here. Only the third sister exuded an aura. She directly told the 4 people to get lost. Leader Song left Lyra behind to confront Seraphina. Don't think just because you are the palace lord of the Feral Beast Palace, we will be afraid of you. This is the Tai sect. Immediately, The four of them charged towards the third sister at the same time. But they were like moths to a flame in front of the third sister's spiritual pet. Just as the four of them were knocked off their feet, the third sister instantly appeared behind a leader of peak. She kicked someone to the ground with one foot. She then turned her gaze to the other three people. The phoenix's fire of rebirth. Suddenly, she swept towards the three people. The terrifying explosion spread across the area. Just as Lyra thought, they had turned to ashes. Suddenly, Asura's voice rang out. "They are not dead yet." The male leader of Peak looked very strange. He actually emitted an evil, purple aura, blocking this fatal blow. For a leader of Peak from the Tai sect joined the evil cult. The fate of the third sister and Shifu is all in the hands of Asura. In order to break the deadlock, Asura must refine the sacred weapon and form a Taoist couple with Lyra Jr. sister. The four leaders of Peak are facing attacks from the third sister. A male leader of Peak emanates an evil aura. He blocked the fatal attack. The third sister looks a bit surprised. At that moment, Master Asura's voice suddenly rang out. "Eating here and there." As the Peak leader of the Tai sect, you actually secretly learned the forbidden blood art of the Six Paths sect. Today I will clean the house for the sect leader. Seeing Emperor and Luo coming, the four of them were not flustered at all. It's just right to solve it together. After Emperor and Luo landed, he said, "Asura, Seraphina Palace Lord, be careful. Their evil art uses human essence blood as a sacrifice, allowing them to erupt with power several times beyond their own. Not easy to deal with." The third sister responded with an acknowledgement. Just as Asura signaled for Lyra to step back and prepared to help the two in facing the enemy. Shifu actually directly used the gourd to bring the two into the space inside the gourd. He also reminded Asura that the current you still cannot fill the gap between them. Hurry up and go do the right thing. After Emperor and Luo picked up the gourd, he heard the mocking voice of Leader of Peak. "When death is at hand, do you still think a broken gourd can protect your disciple?" Emperor and Luo smiled and said, "Try it and you'll find out." Then he began to communicate with Asura's third sister. "Seraphina Palace Lord, the two of us joining forces can only resist for a few rounds at most. Today's victory or defeat depends on whether that brat Asura can quickly refine the sacred weapon." The third sister understands perfectly. This sacred weapon is specifically designed to counteract the evil art. Now, the fate of all four individuals is completely in Asura's hands. The two of them released their own breath and joined forces to fight the enemy. After Asura and Lyra entered the gourd, they were surprised to find that there was actually a space here. Just then, Lyra suddenly asked. Emperor and Shifu said, "Let's focus on the task at hand." "What does that mean?" Asura shuddered at the words. He instantly understood the meaning of Shifu. Seeing Asura like this, Lyra was still worried and asked from behind. Asura turned around, his face blushing as he refined the sacred weapon. Simply put, they need to establish a marital relationship. Lyra's face also flushed at the words. Seeing Lyra's shy appearance, Asura quickly spoke up to ease the atmosphere. "This may just be Master Shifu talking nonsense. If you're not willing, then forget it. There must be other ways to refine it." Unexpectedly, Lyra suddenly spoke up. "No. In fact, I have liked Senior Brother for a long time. If I can help, I am definitely willing." Asura repeated, confirming like a straight guy. Lyra, on the other hand, went straight to the point. "Right now, Shifu and the others are still in danger outside. Let's quickly get things done." Asura kept saying, "Good," 3 times. He immediately took out the sacred weapon. He began to use all his strength to force out the severe poison inside the sacred weapon. With the infusion of his primal chi, the sacred weapon started emitting a strange purple gas. Asura forcibly suppresses the desires in his heart as primal chi is continuously implanted. At this moment, he suddenly hears a strange sound behind him. Asura turns around to look. He saw that the purple gas had already entered Lyra's body. At this moment, Lyra's whole body turned red and swollen. She suddenly fell to the ground. Asura quickly went forward to support her. He didn't expect the poison to take effect so quickly. Lyra held Asura's neck with both hands. She tilted her face slowly towards Asura's face. She confided about her secret crush of 10 years. The two of them shared a passionate kiss, and then moved on to the main topic. Lyra took off her coat directly. She took the initiative to give herself to Asura, only to see Asura turn over and pressed her down. The two then continued with the joyful activity, releasing the love poison inside their bodies. Asura is refining the magic sword. He established a husband-wife relationship with little junior sister inside the gourd space. I won't reveal more details here, feel free to interpret it yourselves. Outside the gourd space, Asura's third sister and Empyrean Luo are buying time for Asura, joining forces to resist the attacks from the 4 leaders of Peak. However, when faced with the forbidden blood art, Empyrean Luo was instantly knocked back by the powerful attack. Seeing this, the third sister directly summoned a giant ape to confront the 4 leaders of Peak, smashing them with a fierce fist wind from the giant ape, causing the 4 leaders of Peak to scatter in the air. Leader Dan seized the opportunity using the evil art. He directly struck the giant ape on the back. The giant ape fell to the ground hard. The third sister's figure also fell to the ground. The third sister's delicate body also showed obvious injuries. As the palace lord of Feral Beast Palace, he couldn't help but sigh. Truly a terrifying evil art. If it continues like this, they really won't be able to hold on. The idea fell through. The third sister's gaze instantly turned to the side and exclaimed, I saw Leader Dan gathering evil art and about to blast it towards old Luo. In a critical moment, the third sister used her body to forcefully block a powerful palm strike. The explosion spread with eerie flames, engulfing the area. Old Luo anxiously inquired about Asura's third sister's condition. She's fine, won't die. At this moment, a male leader of Peak stepped forward. He pointed at the gourd on the ground, revealing a sinister smile. The little rabbit cub is hiding in there, right? The third sister and old Luo both exclaimed in surprise. They quickly got up to stop it. Just as the foot was about to come down, the gourd unexpectedly ruptured from the inside. Countless sword shadows instantly cut the body of the male leader of Peak into countless pieces of flesh. He died on the spot. Seeing this scene, the other 3 leaders of Peak were scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Just as the third sister and old Luo were surprised, a familiar voice suddenly sounded, Master. Big sister, I'm back. 2 figures also entered everyone's sight. Asura was seen supporting the disheveled Lyra on the scene. Asura put down Lyra's delicate body from his arms, letting Lyra take care of his big sister. Unexpectedly, after taking just 2 steps, Lyra slipped and fell backward. Asura stepped forward and caught her, softly asking Lyra, Are you okay? Lyra blushed slightly and replied, My legs feel a bit weak. Seeing this scene, the third sister and old Luo understood each other without saying a word. At the same time, they both gave Asura a thumbs-up gesture. Asura also recalled all the things that had happened inside the gourd space. Then he spoke with a tone of taking advantage while acting innocent. He explained, Elders, please don't misunderstand. Junior sister just helped me out a bit. Just at this moment, 3 other leaders of Peak simultaneously unleashed their evil art and attacked Asura. Asura angrily shouted, Bring it on! Then, he wielded his sacred weapon. A fierce sword shadow suddenly charged towards the 3 Peak leaders, one female Peak leader showing a contemptuous look. She consolidated her blood shield to resist. Unexpectedly, as soon as the 2 came into contact, the female Peak leader was directly cut in half at the waist. She unwillingly spat out a mouthful of blood upon seeing this Peak leader being killed instantly with one move. The other 2 leaders of Peak also stopped their movements. Old Luo behind Asura started showing off to Asura's third sister. This sword is paired with Grandmaster, an extraordinary sacred weapon called No Edge. Asura refines the sacred weapon to annihilate the evil cult. Just as the third sister and Old Luo are about to be no match for the four-peak evil art leaders. Asura breaks through space while holding Lyra in tattered clothes. He kills 2 leaders of Peak with 2 swords in seconds. Just as the remaining 2 leaders of Peak were shocked and stunned by his agility. Asura Sherfu began praising the sacred weapon behind him, but leader Dan remained skeptical. Asura immediately stood with his sword in front of him. He suddenly thrust out a powerful sword intent, instantly breaking through the energy ball and piercing through Leader Dan's chest. Leader Dan uttered his final words before dying. Hanging on. He fell to the ground with a loud crash. Only one person, Song Rain, stood there dumbfounded. Asura raised his sword and walked slowly towards him. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Hurry and use them. But the crowd was unaware. Just now, after using 2 moves, Asura had already expended all his inner strength. Song Rain was so furious that she gritted her teeth. She then slapped the ground with her palm. Then she dashed frantically towards the sky. Asura looked at Song Rain fleeing into the sky with a hint of confusion. Just then, Lyra's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Senior brother, after all, she is my apprentice. Spare her life, please. Asura smiled. I never intended to kill her in the first place. Then, Asura wielded countless sword shadows towards Song Rain in the sky. Though he couldn't kill her, he could still play a trick on her. Before Song Rain could react in surprise, her close-fitting clothes were directly cut into pieces. Old Luo couldn't help but praise when he saw it. Gotta say, this little Song's figure is really well maintained. Song Rain gritted his teeth and clenched his red lips. He angrily shouted, You actually humiliated me in public, Asura, remember this. We're not finished. Asura's voice also rang out. Such big son! Lyra suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Asura's earlobe, angrily reprimanding him. The third sister also stepped forward at this moment, and inquired why not cut the grass and remove the roots. Letting her go will lead to endless trouble. Asura inserted the sacred weapon into the ground and explained. Sis, don't just stand there and criticize. Those moves just now almost destroyed my dantian. I'm already exerting all my strength just to remain standing. Old Luo was also somewhat worried that Asura might face retaliation. The third sister, upon hearing this, placed her hand on her chest and began to search. It looks like it's time for me to give this to you. Asura looked flustered. It was puzzling to older sister what she wanted to pull out from that place. I saw older sister take out a silver egg and said, Don't forget, your sister is the palace lord of Pharaoh Beast Palace. You should learn more about top-tier balanced spirit beasts. At the same time, inside the Taisek's main hall, Song Rain is preemptively accusing the villain. Sect leader heard something that was hard to believe. Asura forcefully killed 3 evil cult leaders of Peak. But he let Song Rain escape. The third sister is worried that Asura will be retaliated against by the evil cult. She gave Asura a top-tier bound spirit beast egg as a gift. Nighttime has arrived. Asura is discussing with Silver Egg and Lyra. This egg can not only absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it can also absorb Asura's vital chi. Lyra is also very curious. Why won't your sister tell you? What kind of spirit beast is this? Just at this moment, the third sister's voice suddenly sounded. The surprise is to be saved for last. The two turn around to find the third sister had just finished bathing. Even the water droplets on her delicate body had not been wiped off yet. Asura and the third sister immediately got into an argument, even though they have the same father but different mothers. But you should also pay attention. Just then, several shadow guards had arrived outside the residence. Asura is keenly aware. Just as Lyra was still worrying, the third sister complained about Lyra's clothes being too small, and muttered behind her back. Outside the door, a shadow guard leader stepped forward to inform old Luo leader Luo to have Asura come out and go with us for a trip. Seeing this kind of lineup, old Luo couldn't help but quietly say, "I didn't expect that Song Rain's backing within the sect would be strong enough to mobilize Tai Shadow Guard." Asura began to analyze. There are only two possibilities now. Either Song Rain has earned the sect leader's trust through years of hard work, or there are Song Rain's own people inserted into the Shadow Guard. Old Luo responded domineeringly. "Speak up. Who gave you the orders? Otherwise, if you want to take Asura away, you don't have the ability yet." Just then, a voice suddenly sounded. "Old Luo, you have misunderstood." Two elderly figures descended from the sky. The chubby old man spoke up to explain. "This is indeed an order from the sect leader. She wants to invite Asura to come over and clarify things in person." Another old man directly roared angrily. "You really plan to rebel by killing 3 leaders of the peak?" Old Luo was just about to speak. Asura interrupted his dirty words. "I am willing to go face to face." Immediately, his figure slowly walked out of the room. He arrived outside the sect leader's hall. Asura bowed and said, "Practicing disciple Asura pays respects to the sect leader." Seeing that the sect leader was currently taking a shower, upon hearing Asura refer to himself as a practicing disciple, he couldn't help but jest. "I remember you were the #1 newcomer 10 years ago. How come you are still a practicing disciple now?" Asura dared not look directly at the sect leader in such a state. He also did not expect that the sect leader would request a meeting while taking a shower. The sect leader seemed to understand Asura's implications. She then tilted her head to explain. "If it were under normal circumstances, I definitely wouldn't meet you like this. I take an herbal bath at this hour every day." Outside the hall at the same time, the fat old man came to Song Rain. The ghostly Asura went in. At this time, the sect leader was at his weakest. The plan of everyone quietly emerged. Today's starry sky will also be a bloody one. Asura killed 3 leader of peak in the last episode. The matter of Song Rain escaping was simply reported to the sect leader, but the sect leader is not very convinced. All 4 leader of peak have secretly practiced evil art. Song Rain didn't say so. She accused you of colluding with the feral beast palace lord to seek revenge and killed 3 leader of peak. What evidence do you have for saying she colluded with the evil cult? Asura started speaking in riddles. Does she have any evidence to say that I killed the 3 leaders of peak? If not, I will not admit it. Sect leader made a sarcastic comment upon hearing this. I didn't expect that not only have your skills improved, but your cheek has also thickened so much. 2 maids covering their mouths laughed softly. Just at that moment, the window behind Asura was suddenly pierced by several arrow feathers. Sect leader invited Asura for a discussion on the matter of killing the 3 leaders of peak. Unexpectedly, she was plotted against by Song Rain. At the critical moment, her life hung by a thread. Asura made a move to save the sect leader. Just as Asura was still debating with the sect leader, the window behind suddenly pierced by several arrow feathers. An arrow even grazed past sect leader's delicate body. Sect leader reacted swiftly, instantly using vital chi to make the arrow feathers tremble. After a woman serving in the bedchamber accidentally gets shot in the arm, her skin unexpectedly begins to ulcerate. Asura saw the situation. He plunged directly into the sect leader's bathtub, dodged the flying arrows. After diving underwater, he unexpectedly discovered that beside him was the sect leader's fair skin. Asura inspected the sect leader's body thoroughly. He immediately spurted out a trace of nosebleed. Sect leader also leaped up at this moment. Confronted with several arrows, she gathered vital chi in her palm. Then, the vital chi directly shook off all the flying arrows. Then she used water drops as hidden weapons. The water drops flew out swiftly, killing all the assassins outside the hall. Asura is floating in the bathtub at the moment. He couldn't help but sigh as he stared at the sect leader in the air. Is she over 100 years old? It's really not easy. One must work hard to cultivate at the same time. She also needs to keep her figure at the same time. The sect leader seems to have noticed Asura's burning gaze. She turned her head directly and angrily scolded. You are really a bold and daring guy. I will gouge out your eyeballs and crush them. Just at that moment, two stronger hidden weapons suddenly shot towards the sect leader. After dodging low to avoid them, the sect leader's figure also landed. Seeing the arrival of two familiar faces, the sect leader's face turned dark. No wonder the assassins were able to sneak into the main hall without a sound. So it was you two causing all this mischief. Why did you betray me? Asura watched quietly as this scene unfolded. I didn't expect that even the two chief protectors in front of the sect leader would turn traitor. The two elderly men had equally grim expressions. They directly threatened to kill the sect leader. The sect leader showed a hint of disdain. Just based on, she staggered back with a wilted figure. The fat old man smiled as he looked at the evil flame in his hand. Do you really think we are clueless? Haven't you noticed something different about tonight's herbal bath? The sect leader scolded the two. Aren't you worried about the retaliation from the Tai sect disciples? The two reassured the sect leader. After we kill you, will you still be worried about not having a scapegoat? Tomorrow, the news of Asura conspiring with the feral beast palace lord to assassinate the sect leader will spread throughout the world. The originally watching drama Asura inexplicably became a scapegoat. Asura uses the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes. He also discovered that there is a secret passage under the sect leader's feet. Now it seems that he absolutely cannot let the sect leader die. The old man no longer spoke much. He directly gathered palm wind and struck at the sect leader, who managed to block the killing move. However, he was still poisoned badly. The fat old man's figure leaped to the front of the sect leader. He kicked her flying with one kick. The sect leader's delicate body violently crashed into the ground. Before the sect leader could even get up, the fat old man raised the long sword above his head, revealing a sinister smile. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he would really like to savor your body. Before the sound could even fade, Asura's body leaped into the air. He carried the sacred weapon and fiercely slashed towards the fat old man's head. The old man stepped back, evading this fierce sword strike. The two of them didn't expect that Asura would dare to come and rescue someone. Asura smiled as he revealed his sacred weapon. I don't want to be a scapegoat. I have to resist, right? But the two old men showed a trace of disdain. Even if you have managed to kill 3 leaders of peak, you are only at the chi condensation 3rd layer cultivation level. Facing us at the celestial origin stage, do you think you stand a chance? Asura suddenly hugged the sect leader and smiled. I never aimed to defeat you all. As long as I can escape, that will be enough. He then swung the sacred weapon and smashed it fiercely on the ground beneath his feet. Powerful sword intent, directly shattering the entire Tai hall. The fat and thin old men looked at the ruins under their feet, not knowing what to do. Song Rain and the man in black robes also arrived at the scene at this moment. After everyone gathered, they planned to seal off the scene and then search slowly. Song Rain is worried about Empyrean Luo. Can only plead with this black-robed senior brother to deal with them as soon as possible. The leader of Peak has arrived. They were then dealt with by the skinny and fat old men. He was sent away with just a few words by Song Rain. Asura and sect leader are also present at this moment. Appeared in the secret passage of Tai sect. Asura slashed open Tai hall and rescued the sect leader. Sect leader originally intended to use the spiritual chi left by the previous generations of sect leaders to recover from his injuries. Unexpectedly, all of this spiritual chi was absorbed by the egg given by Asura's 3rd sister. The spirit beast inside the egg has also hatched. Asura couldn't help but sigh after putting down the sect leader. Fortunately, there is a secret passage hidden under Tai Peak, otherwise, there would have been no escape today. The sect leader then asked, This is the secret of the Tai sect. How did you come to know about it? Asura couldn't say. The 9 revolutions tyrant body he cultivated naturally comes with the tyrant eyes. He could only come up with an excuse to get through it. My eyes can not only see beautiful women clearly, but also see the flow of spiritual chi. When this was said, sect leader immediately felt that this kid was extraordinary. He then began to explain about the secret chamber. In the room further down, there is stored the lifelong effort of every sect leader, so the spiritual chi is abundant there. Immediately, the sect leader asked Asura to help and support him to the secret chamber for detoxification and healing. The two of them had just taken 2 steps when the ground above them started to shake. The two of them also understood that their pursuers behind had already discovered the secret passage. Before sect leader could react, Asura swiftly picked her delicate body up. He dashed towards the front suddenly. After a quarter of an hour, the duo arrived at the secret chamber. They pushed open the door, and saw several crystal balls emitting spiritual chi in the room. Asura couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The richness of the spiritual chi was visibly apparent. Even if 100 experts at the celestial origin stage were here to cultivate, the spiritual chi of this place would be more than enough to help them break through to the Eternal King stage. The sect leader stepped forward slowly, reminding Asura to absorb as much spiritual chi as possible. Consider it a reward for you. However, Asura refused the sect leader's kind offer. His 9 revolutions tyrant body absorbed spiritual chi too aggressively. I'm worried it might scare her. The sect leader no longer beat around the bush. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb spiritual chi to heal his injuries. Just as Asura was marveling at the secret room's architecture, spiritual chi began to flow continuously into Asura's body. The sect leader angrily rebuked, "What have you done? Why did you absorb all the spiritual chi?" Asura was surprised at the words. He didn't do anything. Just when sect leader was about to teach him a lesson, Asura hurriedly took out the egg given by the 3rd egg. The two stared as the primal chi kept gathering into the egg, astonished. After absorbing for a quarter of an hour, the eggshell began to crack. It seemed like it would break open soon. At the foot of Tai Peak at the same time, Asura's group of relatives and friends are rushing to Tai Peak. Lyra is behind, asking worriedly, how could Tai Peak suddenly collapse? Will senior brother be okay? When Asura's 3rd sister heard this, her face darkened. She immediately wanted to summon the soul-devouring demon bee to destroy the entire Tai sect. Emperor Luo was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat on the side. He quickly spoke up, asking Asura's 3rd sister to calm down. Just then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to shake. Just as the 3 of them were surprised, an energy beam broke through the clouds from Asura's location. Song Rain and the others were equally shocked by this energy. The 3rd sister seems to have figured it out. Is that beam of golden light a joke from the sacred beast egg she gave? How did this brat hatch in just one day? Emperor Luo seems to still not understand Asura's 3rd sister's meaning. The golden light at Asura's location slowly dissipated. The sect leader tried hard to suppress his laughter on the side. Asura looked somewhat surprised at the scenery in front of him. Is this my spirit beast? It looks really strange, doesn't it? Don't be fooled by its cute appearance now. It's very powerful. And its bloodline is that of the 3 ancient sacred beasts, the celestial devouring beast. This cute creature is actually a chaos sacred beast. Asura looked at the sacred beast that had just hatched from the egg with a look of disgust on his face. It looks too weird, doesn't it? The celestial devouring beast seemed to understand what he meant. It looked at Asura with a cute but fierce expression. The sect leader explained on the side. With a lion head and dragon body, dual wings on its back, and standing on a cloud, this is actually the celestial devouring beast, one of the chaos sacred beasts. Asura pursed his lips and quietly asked a question. Is this stupid look really from an ancient sacred beast? As soon as this statement was made, the celestial devouring beast was immediately agitated. It directly opened its cute but fierce big mouth and pounced towards Asura. Unexpectedly, when its body had just flown halfway, it was grabbed by Asura. Asura looked at the celestial devouring beast in his hand and began to scold it. "You have a small head but a big temper. Do you still want to bite people after I scold you a bit?" Celestial devouring beast is now holding back its power with pursed lips. Then, it suddenly spewed a blaze of fire onto Asura's head, watching as the flames completely engulfed Asura. It then belched in satisfaction. The sect leader reacted quickly, directly releasing a layer of water shield outside the body. Asura, however, was not so lucky, as being so close resulted in his body being burned to charcoal directly. Asura's face darkened. He then took out the sacred weapon and held it against the neck of the celestial devouring beast. "I raised you with great effort. How dare you breathe fire at me?" The celestial devouring beast was instantly frightened, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just then, the voice of the sect leader sounded from behind them. "Taming a spirit beast cannot be achieved by brute force. The more advanced the spirit beast, the more skill is needed. You should try to appease it first. Seek help from your sister when we get out." Asura lifted the celestial devouring beast and began to ponder the sect leader's advice to appease it. Just then, the celestial devouring beast's stomach rumbled like thunder. Asura smiled upon seeing this. After a few breaths, the sect leader, who was healing, suddenly woke up from a disturbance caused by a scent. As she looked around, she actually discovered that this little brat was barbecuing in the sacred grounds of the Tai sect. Asura picked up the barbecue chicken that was cooked. The celestial devouring beast was excitedly scraping its claws at the side. Asura brought the roast chicken in front of the celestial devouring beast. He shook it twice and asked, "Do you want to eat? As long as you behave and become my bound spirit beast, I guarantee you will eat and drink well." The celestial devouring beast nodded enthusiastically and was immediately won over by the food. The celestial devouring beast, who was wolfing down the food, smiled upon seeing Asura. The sect leader spoke up on the side to train it. "Do you think using food to buy its loyalty is reliable?" However, Asura was indifferent. "Your two trusted aides are both traitors. So don't try to lecture me." As soon as these words were spoken, the sect leader instantly stood up. Just as she was about to speak in anger, the poison inside her body flared up once again. Asura quickly stepped forward to help support her. "Don't move around randomly when the internal injury is so severe." The sect leader unexpectedly said that the golden dam was damaged. Even with spiritual chi, the poison cannot be forced out. Before Asura could react in surprise, the sect leader's voice continued to ring out. "They have arrived. You must flee quickly." As the words fell, the hidden passage in the secret chamber was also discovered by 3 traitors. The 3 individuals also sensed the surge of spiritual chi. They hurriedly rushed forward. Asura uses the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes to check sect leader's injuries. He found that the sect leader's meridians were completely severed. It is impossible for her to use internal energy to heal herself. Just then, 3 sets of footsteps suddenly came from outside the secret room. Asura revealed his 9 revolutions tyrant body. He absorbed all spiritual chi to help the sect leader repair his golden dam. Then he tempted his spiritual pet, the celestial devouring beast, with food to resist the evil cult. Asura's 9 revolutions tyrant eyes discovered the sect leader's injuries. The sound of footsteps from 3 members of the evil cult slowly approached the secret room. The sect leader gathered the last bit of vital chi. She lowered the door to the dark room. Song Rain led the 2 people to forcefully ram the stone door from the outside. Asura listened to the vibrations caused by the attack. Asura couldn't help but sigh. "What a hot-tempered woman." The sect leader pointed to a secret passage and urged Asura to leave quickly. Asura unexpectedly appeared behind the sect leader. His voice followed, "What's the joke?" As a disciple of the Tai sect, abandoning the sect leader and fleeing for his own life at a critical moment goes against my life principles? He faced the sect leader's puzzled inquiry. Asura unleashed the 9 revolutions tyrant body as the only way to explain. My tyrant eyes can see the damage to your meridians. I can guide vital chi to bypass the break and repair your golden dan. Without waiting for the sect leader to hesitate, Asura gathered vital chi in his palm and fiercely slapped the sect leader's delicate body. As vital chi continued to be infused, Asura quickly realized that his own vital chi was insufficient to repair the sect leader's golden dan. He needs to absorb all the spiritual chi here into his body and refine it. He then released the 9 revolutions tyrant body. The massive spiritual chi around all poured into Asura's body. At the foot of Tai Peak at the same time, Asura's family and friends are running towards sect leader Peak. At this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind them. Old Luo reacted quickly. He quickly turned around and confronted it head-on. After the two made contact, a terrifying explosion swept through the area. Old Luo's figure also leaped out from the smoke. Lyra exclaimed anxiously on the side, only to see Old Luo now holding onto his abdominal wound, with a hint of confusion. The evil cult's assassination group. How did you end up here? Are you planning to go to war with the Tai sect? Asura's third sister interrupted his angry rebuke. Since she's already standing here, why ask more questions? Just fight. Seeing the imposing presence of Asura's third sister, the people from the evil cult made up their minds. They originally had no intention of having conflicts with the feral beast palace. But since you have a connection with Asura, it's better to cut off future troubles. Upon hearing the name Asura, Lyra was surprised and quickly asked where Asura was and what had happened to him. Just then, numerous members of the black-robed assassination group suddenly appeared. At the same time in the sealed room, Song Rain finally shattered the stone door of the sealed room. Just entered the sealed room, she found Asura helping the sect leader recover from his injuries. The three of them were puzzled. They even thought that Asura had gone crazy. Song Rain directly condensed a purple energy ball and threw it at the two of them. As the energy ball continued to approach sect leader, 2 old men directly saluted. Praise Song Rain as sect leader Song. At a critical moment, Asura's spiritual pet celestial devouring beast stepped forward and stood in front of the energy ball. Why is this little guy so obedient? It's because Asura just asked this little guy if he wanted to eat charcoal grilled fat lamb. Fresh, tender, and juicy young lamb. Placed on charcoal fire to roast until fragrant. Then brushed with Yi family's secret barbecue sauce. And so, the celestial devouring beast became Asura's little fanboy. Even without establishing a contract relationship, it was still conquered by Asura's barbecue skills. As the energy ball approached relentlessly, the celestial devouring beast actually opened its mouth directly. It swallowed the terrifying energy ball in one gulp. Seeing this scene, 2 elderly traders were also surprised. What is this thing? Asura praised from behind. Well done! After going out, I will definitely treat you to grilled lamb. The little celestial devouring beast heard the excitement and let out a cry. Who would have expected that the celestial devouring beast was actually very satisfied with this powerful energy ball? It even started licking its lips in satisfaction. This cute creature is actually the chaos sacred beast celestial devouring beast. Even though it has not established the divine beast binding with Asura. But it is still tempted by Asura's 10 roasted baby lamb. It rushed forward and swallowed the energy balls from Asura and the other person in one gulp. Afterwards, it surprisingly started belching full. Song Rain sees the situation and immediately grabs the long sword, intending to chop it down together. Unexpectedly, the celestial devouring beast suddenly spews out a burst of flames. Before Song Rain could react in surprise, the fierce flames directly sent the 3 flying. At this moment, Song Rain's clothes were once again burned to ashes. The celestial devouring beast, however, enjoyed the fullness of its meal. At this moment, Asura began to emit a rich golden light from his body. He helped the sect leader repair the golden Dan, and the process is coming to an end. The old man lying on the ground quickly realized that something was wrong. He opened his mouth and exclaimed in surprise. Song Rain didn't care about the clothes on her body. She raised her sword and stabbed directly towards the celestial devouring beast. At this moment, Asura leaped backwards. He directly blocked Song Rain's powerful sword energy with his physical body. Asura's clothes on the outside. Surprisingly, it shattered together with Song Rain's precious sword. Song Rain couldn't hide his surprise. Asura has now activated the third layer of the 9 Revolutions golden bone in 9 Revolutions tyrant body. Asura looked to the side at the 3 people charging towards him. He was just about to demonstrate his own strength. The sect leader suddenly opened his eyes wide at this moment. She instantly leaped over Asura and headed straight for the 2 traitorous old men. The sect leader gripped the necks of the 2 traitors with both hands, pressing them against the wall. Seeing this scene, Song Rain could not believe it. This is impossible. How was the poison in you cured? After sect leader killed 2 elderly men. Sect leader turned his head and revealed a fierce look. Song Rain, you really disappoint me. Sect leader's voice rang out. Song Rain quickly turned and fled. She thought that her speed was unmatched by anyone in Tai's sect. Little did she know that her plan had just failed. Above her head came the voice of the sect leader asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Only to see the sect leader holding Asura with celestial devouring beast in his arms appeared in front of her. This wind falls down. Song Rain falls from the sky to the ground. The sect leader gathers vital chi in front of him. Relentless taunts, relying on your meager abilities. You still want to replace me? You are the true waste. Unexpectedly, Song Rain actually pulled out a dagger and suddenly stabbed it into his own chest. As the dagger pierced through his body, Song Rain spat out a mouthful of blood. After she pulled out the dagger, fresh blood continuously gushed out from her waist. Song Rain activated her blood to perform the evil art and attempted to flee. The sect leader's face turned dark upon seeing the situation. She immediately shot out the vital chi in her hand with a powerful force, directly causing the surrounding ground to be lifted up with flying debris. Before the energy could approach Song Rain, it was immediately devoured by his blood energy. Her figure then disappeared in this area. The sect leader stared at the large hole above his head. Her voice was grim as she said, "Do you think you can escape?" Outside the mountain peaks at the same time, only 3 friends of Asura could be seen, engaged in a fierce battle with the evil cult assassination group. Although Asura's third sister self-proclaims her cultivation level, she is not someone that this group of trash can shake. Lyra effortlessly slays this group of assassins. At this moment, the current leader of the evil cult suddenly swings his sword at Lyra. Lyra quickly dodges backward. The leader showed a sinister smile. As expected, the disciple trained by junior sister. "Come back with me to the evil cult." Lyra angrily accused Song Rain of colluding with outsiders to kill her fellow sect members. "I am no longer her disciple." Asura's third sister stood in front of Lyra. She taunted, "Stop boasting. Today, you will also die here for me." At this moment, all the blood on the ground unexpectedly began to fly towards the sky. Before the 3 could even be surprised, the leader's voice rang out. "In order to create this technique, the 6 Paths sect sacrificed countless disciples. You should feel the supreme glory." The fierce blood chi is now pressing towards the sky at this moment. Evil cult uses human blood to forcefully trigger the heavenly tribulation. Tai sect is in crisis. Asura uses the 9 Revolutions tyrant eyes to find the formation core. Asura's third sister sensed something was wrong. Her palm suddenly grabbed towards the spellcaster. Upon her palm making contact, the figure instantly disappeared. The third sister scolded, "I knew you were suspicious from the beginning." Indeed, it was puppet art. only to see Song Rain already merging with the mountain peak. Asura and sect leader had just flown out, only to be stunned by the scene before their eyes. Lyra's voice suddenly sounded under the feet of the two. Old Luo recounted the matter of the heavenly tribulation in detail. Then he gestured for sect leader to lead the disciples of each peak to evacuate. Sect leader angrily retorted with a sentence. "Nonsense! How could my Tai sect be scared away by a forbidden arts?" Sect leader looked up at the heavenly tribulation continuously radiating pressure above his head. She angrily shouted, displaying. Old Luo asked on the side, "Can Asura's third sister sect leader withstand the heavenly tribulation?" The third sister thinks not. The sect leader of Tai sect can overcome the heavens. Only to see the sect leader condensing his own vital chi to resist the pressure released by the heavenly tribulation. The two have just made contact. Countless blue veins appeared on the sect leader's face. Asura's body language revealed the message to the three people. The sect leader can't hold on for much longer. Lyra rushed towards the heavenly tribulation upon hearing this. She wanted to help the sect leader resist the crisis together. Old Luo also followed closely behind. Just as Asura was about to step forward, the third sister stopped him. "Fool, your approach is useless. Hurry up and use the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes to locate where the formation core is. Destroying the formation core will help to unravel the heavenly tribulation." Asura responded with a nod then. He then used the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes technique to look towards the sky. The third sister reminded him beside. Typically, a formation has 1 to 3 formation cores. Asura stared at the sky. He unexpectedly found a total of 6 formation cores. The third sister is also unheard of. But as long as one of them is destroyed, it's enough. Asura leads the third sister to break the situation. Later, he called on the 3 people in the air to hold on. The sect leader also believes in this boy who continues to create miracles. At this moment, disciples from various peaks of the Tai sect came to support. Seeing this scene, the leader of the evil cult directly led Song Rain to leave. But Song Rain was worried. They were looking for a way to break the formation. The leader assured him, "The person in charge of controlling this formation is the most powerful help that I spent a lot of effort persuading to come out of the sect." At the same time, in the formation core, a venerable is controlling the formation core. Just at this moment, Asura condensed fist wind and suddenly struck the back of the venerable. The old man's body emitted vital chi to block Asura's punch. But he was also surprised. He didn't expect that it was the Tai sect that first discovered him. It turned out to be a young kid. The younger generation indeed deserves respect. "It's just a pity. You were a big green if you wanted to ambush me." Asura smiled. "Of course, I didn't intend to succeed. I just wanted to distract your attention." The old man's eyes narrowed at the words. Just then, a wriggling giant worm suddenly surged out from underfoot and swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing the giant worm swallow the old man, Asura couldn't help but feel excited. The third sister kindly reminded from behind, "It just swallowed him. Doesn't necessarily mean it can kill him." But Asura didn't care as long as the heavenly tribulation was disrupted. The third sister looked up at the sky. The array was losing the support of a formation core, and the pressure stopped. Witnessing this scene, Lyra couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior brother is amazing." Asura broke the heavenly tribulation. But he is in danger. The third sister directly wants to lift her own seal upon seeing the situation. Kill the old man. At the last moment, Asura's sixth sister arrived in time. Asura watched as the old man was devoured by the giant bug, still without any reaction. Unable to help it, he asked, "You're not dead, are you?" The third sister, however, let him give up hope. Those who can summon such a heavenly tribulation will not be easily killed. Just as the voice fell, the giant bug was instantly chopped into pieces from the inside. The old man's voice also rang out, "Netherworld giant worm." Unexpectedly, Tai Sek was able to get help from Feral Beast's palace. It seems that this surprise attack on Tai's sect is the right move. Otherwise, given time, my six-path sect would be in danger. The third sister looked at the old man in golden armor, and couldn't help but sigh at the extravagance of the six-path sect. All to completely destroy the financial resources of the Tai sect. However, the old man kindly reminded, "We have no intention of making enemies with the Feral Beast Palace. It's better for this fellow Taoist not to meddle in this matter." Unexpectedly, the third sister directly agreed, saying, "Fine, I won't meddle. You guys go ahead and fight." Upon hearing this, Asura couldn't help but be surprised. "My sister, are you really willing to betray your teammate like this?" Unexpectedly, the third sister struck a charming pose and flirted with Asura. "Let me see if your cultivation level has improved, big sister." Just at that moment, the old man interrupted the conversation between the two with a kick from afar. Asura ducked low to avoid it. He looked at the old man's strength of chopping down a mountain peak with 1 foot. Couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of monster is this?" Just at that moment, the third sister's voice suddenly sounded, "Don't get distracted." Asura didn't have time to react. He was immediately pinned to the ground with a kick. But at this moment, the old man was also sweating profusely. This kick was powerful enough to sever Asura's body. Why is he completely unscathed? The third sister smiled when she saw it, and indeed guessed right. It seems that this kid has made progress in cultivating another layer of his divine skills. The elder condensed vital chi to pressure Asura, who only has the chi condensation stage cultivation level, and managed to cultivate golden bone. "How did you do it?" Seeing Asura not speaking, the elder directly condensed a dagger, intending to slowly study and extract his bones. The third sister saw this, and lightly nibbled her red lips. She didn't want her precious little brother to really confess here. She wanted to take out this old guy. She was afraid she had to lift the seal she had set. At that moment, a long spear suddenly shot down from the sky. The third sister was startled. How did this girl suddenly appear? Only to see Asura's sixth sister's voice suddenly resounding from the sky. The tiny six-path sect dares to defy the ban. They trespassed into the territory of the Tai sect and engaged in a big fight. Do they want to be wiped out? Just at that moment, the sect leader of the Tai sect and a group of disciples. They are also rushing to the location where Asura is. The sect leader looked at the 6 figures in the distance. She revealed a sinister smile. Sure enough, it was these 6 old fellows. Very good, very good. Since you've come to my Tai sect to cause trouble, you might as well leave your lives here as well. At this moment, the 5 old men also descended from the sky. The leading old man gave a salute and spoke to Asura's 6th sister. "Since Long Emperor has appeared, let's temporarily cease fire. Farewell." The 6th sister responded with an acknowledgement. Just then, the voice of the sect leader rang out. "You have turned my Tai sect upside down. Do you still want to leave?" The sect leader condensed vital chi to perform the devil's suppression spell. She directly surrounded the 6 old men. The 6th sister spoke up to remind sect leader Lo not to forget the vow he made in front of the Long Emperor back then. Within the Great Chu territory, all sects are not allowed to engage in private disputes. You should weigh the importance of matters yourself. Asura stood quietly on the side listening to the 6th sister's dissuasion. Old Luo also reminded sect leader Long Emperor from behind that private fights among sects are highly discouraged. It's time to stop it now. The sect leader forcefully expelled his own vital energy and coldly spat out one word. "Leave!" The 6 elders immediately leaped into the air. As one elder was leaving, he couldn't help but inquire to Asura. "Boy, the cultivation technique you practice is not from the Tai sect. Where did you learn these techniques and methods?" Asura extended his middle finger and spat out 4 words. "Mind your own business." Long Emperor issued an imperial decree. The battle of the prodigies among the major sects will commence in 7 days. Asura's 2 elder sisters are preparing to take Asura out to undergo the devil's trial. as Asura raised his middle finger, scaring away the 6 elders. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a tough message. "Kid, you've got guts. You'd better never encounter me again." Asura's master, however, fell into contemplation. The sect leader knows now. The techniques and methods that Asura cultivates are not from the Tai sect. They will definitely blame him for this. But he doesn't know. Various things happen between Asura and the sect leader in the secret chamber. The sect leader also suddenly called out Emperor Luo's name at that moment. Who would have expected that the sect leader unexpectedly reinstated him to his position as the inner leader of Peak? He is now in charge of rebuilding the sect. Asura started praising the 6th sister behind her back, saying that as the supreme marshal of the Legion, she truly lives up to her reputation. Even the immortal cultivation world has to give her some respect. The 6th sister then spoke up and said that they are just afraid of the Long Emperor behind me. The 3rd sister also asked on the side, "How did you come back so quickly? Did you receive any intelligence?" The 6th sister had set up spies at the foot of the mountain, intending to keep an eye on everyone's father, but unexpectedly ended up inadvertently helping Tai's sect. Asura also scratched his head and said, "Older sister, you still don't trust me? I promise you, as soon as father returns, I will report to you." The 3rd sister and the 6th sister interrupted him. They both criticized in unison. "Men are unreliable. Even pigs can climb trees. Do you think we don't know that you two are of the same mind?" At this moment, sect leader respectfully spoke up. "Anyway, thank you, Marshal Churyu, for helping out." The 6th sister responded with a polite acknowledgement. However, sect leader is also very scheming. She questioned, "If the 6 Paths sect didn't have the support of Long Emperor, would they dare to attack our sect? I don't believe it." Upon hearing this, 6th sister also realized that there may be some secret motives behind it. Just at that moment, a long steed carried the two of them. Appearing above the gate of Tai's sect, the Long Emperor unexpectedly decreed to open the contest of the celestial prodigies 7 days later. Watching the departing figure of the long steed, the 6th sister fell into contemplation. The Great Chu's martial trial has not been held for 10 years, fearing that it may escalate conflicts among the sections. Why did this happen so suddenly? The sect leader timidly spoke on the side. "It's simple. Because the Tai sect and 6 Paths sect are at odds. Rather than the 2 sects fighting, it's better to let the disciples of each sect duel." Upon hearing this, the 6th sister leaped up directly, intending to catch up and ask for clarification. After the 6th sister left, the sect leader's gaze suddenly turned to Asura. She doesn't care at all about what kind of medicine the Long Emperor is selling. She's more concerned about whether Asura can go to Long City and kick the butts of those bastards from the 6 Paths sect. Once this statement is made, Asura is under tremendous pressure. The time has come to midnight. Only saw Asura leisurely drinking wine. Very chic. A group of interns' disciples saw Asura and greeted him with bows and salutes one after another. Asura, drinking wine, fell into contemplation. These little scoundrels. In the past, they wouldn't even say hello when they saw him. Now when they see him, they dare not even let out a fart randomly. Truly outstanding fence-sitters. His thinking hasn't settled yet. The 6th sister suddenly punched Asura, smashing his head into the wine gourd. Asura stared at the lump on his head, then turned to ask the 6th sister, "Hey sis, what are you doing?" The 6th sister looked at the bump on his head, her tone softening a bit as she spoke. "What time is it now? You don't practice diligently, but still have the time to drink. For the upcoming martial arts competition among the major sects in 7 days. Asura's 2 elder sisters planned to take him out to the mountains and rivers for sightseeing. Just when Asura was leisurely drinking wine, the 6th sister directly gave him a blow to the head. She directly gave him a big bump on the head. Why didn't he seize the time to heed the 6th sister's criticism and cultivate himself? Asura sneered. "Isn't the sect leader still considering it? It's not too late to cultivate after the final allocation of spots is decided. The sixth sister grabbed Asura's handsome face and scolded. Stop being so careless with your words. You don't have to wait for members of other sects to act. I'll tear you apart first to save face for your sisters. Asura apologized with a whimper. At that moment, Lyra ran to Asura's residence, panting and out of breath. She came to inform Asura that the sect leader had issued an order for Asura to participate in the Great Chu competition. She found only Emperor Luo's figure in the room as soon as she entered. In response to Lyra's inquiry, Emperor Luo told her not to worry. Marshal Churyu in Seraphina Palace Lord took him to cultivate. Since becoming husband and wife with Asura, Lyra has been a bit silly. Immediately after that, she asked Emperor Luo, Aren't you Asura's master? Why didn't he let you go? Emperor Luo looked helpless. This little girl really hits the nail on the head. In front of these two, how can he be qualified to teach Asura? On the other side, the sixth sister is explaining the rules of the martial trial competition once again. Normally, the Long Emperor holds the martial trial competition every 3 years to showcase outstanding participants. They have the opportunity to become the Long Emperor's direct disciple. Originally, only disciples who have been with the sect for 3 years are allowed to participate. But the last martial trial took place 10 years ago, so the participants this time must all be experts. Asura waved his hand. He showed a hint of disdain. Can a disciple who has only been practicing for 10 years be as talented as Song Rain? The third sister directly rebuked. You fought against Song Rain twice. Wasn't it merely by chance that you defeated her each time? The first time was because you happened to wield the sacred weapon that countered her evil art. The second time was because the sect leader made an appearance. Song Rain was eager to escape for his life, so he did not linger in battle. Asura assured the third sister to rest assured. He possesses the 9 revolutions tyrant body. No enemy is too much for him to handle. Just as the third sister was becoming more angry, the sixth sister stopped her. Immediately, she spoke to inform Asura that cultivating the 9 revolutions tyrant body has wasted nearly 10 years. As of now, he is only at the chi condensation stage pinnacle. As far as I know, there are quite a few disciples from other sects who meet the competition requirements and have already broken through to the human essence stage. Then her gaze turned cold. She continued to ask, Do you know what this means? Asura suddenly felt a bit speechless. The sixth sister continued speaking. You just thwarted the conspiracy of the Six Paths sect. Now you are even more of a thorn in their side. However, Asura believed there was only 7 days left. Is it useful to seek last-minute help? The sixth sister spoke directly. You have used all your strength to attack me. Just as Asura was surprised. The sixth sister told him not to waste words. I don't need vital chi. If you can defeat me, I will let you go. Asura was instantly excited upon hearing this. He directly condensed the 9 revolutions tyrant body outside his body. Big sister, this is what you said. Don't play dumb. As the voice fell, Fist Wind had already appeared in front of the sixth sister's face. A dramatic scene unfolded. The sixth sister kicked Asura's lower body directly, sending him flying. Immediately, Asura's handsome face uncontrollably smashed into the third sister's chest. Asura's 2 elder sisters took him out for training. The 2 elder sisters walked in front, while touring the mountains and playing by the water. The younger brother carried bags big and small behind them. The sixth sister looks at Asura. Asura let the third sister rest assured. He has the 9 revolutions tyrant body, so any enemy is no match for him. Just as the third sister was getting more and more angry, the sixth sister stopped her. She then immediately told Asura that cultivating the 9 revolutions tyrant body had wasted nearly 10 years of time. As far as I know, you are only at the chi condensation stage pinnacle now. There are many other disciples from various sects who have already broken through the human essence stage and meet the conditions for participating in the competition. Then her eyes turned cold, and she continued to ask, "Do you know what this means?" Asura suddenly became a little tongue-tied. The sixth sister spoke again. "You just foiled the conspiracy of the Six-Paths sect. Now you are even more of a thorn in their side." However, Asura thinks that there is only 7 days left. Will his last-minute efforts be effective? The sixth sister directly attacked me with all her might. Just when Asura was surprised, the sixth sister told him not to waste words. "I don't need vital chi. If you can defeat me, I will let you go back." Asura became excited when he heard this. He directly condensed the 9 revolutions tyrant body outside his body. "Big sister, you said this yourself. Don't go back on your word." As the voice fell, his fist wind had appeared in front of the sixth sister's face. A dramatic scene unfolded. The six sisters' kick directly sent Asura's lower body flying. Immediately, Asura's handsome face uncontrollably smashed towards the third sister's chest. Asura's 2 older sisters took him out for training. The 2 older sisters walked ahead, enjoying themselves in the mountains and rivers. The younger brother carried big and small bags behind. The sixth sister watched as Asura expressed such confidence in her own 9 revolutions tyrant body. She directly asked him to attack her with all his strength. Moreover, the sixth sister did not even use vital chi. As soon as these words were spoken, Asura directly condensed fist wind and blasted it towards the sixth sister. Unexpectedly, the sixth sister attacked Asura's lower body with a kick to the leg. Asura's handsome face was also in this moment, uncontrollably smashing towards the third sister's chest. The third sister slapped him away with one palm. She opened her mouth and reprimanded angrily. "Pull yourself together." Asura rubbed his right cheek and warned the sixth sister to be careful. "I'm going to start taking this seriously." Immediately, his fist wind rushed towards the sixth sister's face. The sixth sister's figure unexpectedly vanished into thin air on the spot. Despite Asura unleashing countless fist winds, he still couldn't touch even the hem of the sixth sister's clothes. Before Asura could react, the sixth sister's fist has already reached Asura's face. Asura is very interested in this move. He asks what technique this is. The sixth sister, however, asks if he wants to learn it. When this was said, Asura directly called out to his sister to teach him. The sixth sister began negotiating terms with Asura before agreeing to teach him. "You will join the mercenary group and undertake missions starting tomorrow." On the second morning, 2 sisters were seen walking ahead. Asura asked with a resentful look, "The sixth sister, as a high-ranking marshal, aren't you afraid of something happening by not returning for so long?" The sixth sister looks relaxed and replied, "There are no battles to fight right now. I might as well go out for some sightseeing and fun." Asura, carrying bags big and small, kept asking with confusion, "Why do I have to carry your luggage as well?" Who would have expected the third sister and the sixth sister to say in unison, "This is a trial for him. Cultivate the first step. Increase endurance first." Just then, Lyra's voice suddenly rang out. "Senior brother, are you going on a long journey?" Asura's face showed a reluctant expression as he spoke. "These 2 crazy women! Who would have expected it?" His words were suddenly interrupted by the questioning voices of the 2 older sisters. Then he raised his thumbs up. His face changed instantly, joyfully reorganized his language. "My 2 dear sisters need to give me special training before the martial trial. Wait for me at the sect." When Lyra heard the special training, she was about to speak. The sixth sister's voice interrupted her, and she left. Save the touching words for after the martial trial. Lyra could only watch as Asura left. Lyra also remembered what Master Luo said. In Long Flame City's martial trial, each sect can only select 4 disciples. Although you are the most talented in our sect's history, this martial trial will involve great danger. It's best for you to stay in the sect and focus on cultivation. Lyra also suddenly turned around at this moment. She recalled every time she was saved by Asura. Then she made up her mind no matter what. I must become stronger. I have to compete for a spot in this martial trial. Lyra arrived at the sect leader's palace and requested an audience with the sect leader a quarter of an hour later. Only the figure of the sect leader sitting above the hall was seen. Lyra half knelt with her delicate body, begging to follow the sect leader to cultivate and bring glory to the sect. Emperor Lu is on the side helping to stage the play. Nonsense! The sect leader would never take you as a disciple. You're too young and ignorant. His voice was suddenly interrupted by the sect leader. That's enough. Empyrean, you don't have to perform either. She then turned to look at Lyra and asked, I remember that you bravely faced the heavenly tribulation that night. However, the danger level of cultivating with me this time is higher than before. Do you know the consequences? Lyra replied, Disciple is willing to bear all consequences. The sect leader praised her and said, If you can pass the test, I can officially accept you as my disciple. Two good sisters of Asura. They increased the difficulty of Asura's special training. They spared no effort to disguise themselves as Asura's wives of different sizes. The three of them arrived at a mercenary group together to accept a mission. As soon as they entered, Asura began asking if they could join the mercenary group. An old man waved his hand without even looking. Who would have expected the third sister to step forward and hug Asura directly, asking again, Don't be like this, big brother. The sixth sister also suddenly stepped forward and hugged Asura, charmingly saying, The three of us have ended up in such dire straits. We have no money left. Seeing the two of you with unparalleled beauty and flawless figures. Not only were the mercenaries of the crowd stunned, even the tea being carried by the shop assistant suddenly lost its fragrance. The leader at the head swallowed and spoke. Of course you can. What are your relationships? Just as Asura was about to explain the sibling relationship among the three of them, he was suddenly silenced by the sixth sister. Subsequently, the sixth sister claimed to be Asura's wife, and the third sister was said to be Asura's concubine. Asura had a nosebleed and a face full of enjoyment. These two good sisters really spared no effort to tease him. The people of the mercenary group couldn't help but admire Asura's good fortune. Then the leader of the group. He assigned some low-level B-grade tasks to 3 people. And a single task can reward 300 silver coins. Just as Asura was about to randomly pick one, the sixth sister suddenly interrupted his hand. Afterward, she asked the leader if there was a most difficult task. No matter how dangerous it was, as long as the reward was high. The leader, with a dark expression, took out a Super A-level mission. However, this task has been issued for 2 years. Many troops have suffered heavy casualties and have not succeeded. The sixth sister had a look of joy on her face. This task is most suitable for Asura now. Then she took the token. She walked out of the mercenary group gathering place with Asura, watching the backs of the 3 people as they left. Several mercenaries in the mercenary group showed greedy expressions. They planned to try to snatch Asura's 2 wives tonight. The leader licked his lips and began to plan the path to their doom. Night fell quietly. 3 people sat around the bonfire. Asura had a puzzled look on his face as he asked his older sister, Why do I have to take on mercenary missions to gain experience? Wouldn't it be better for you to train me directly? The sixth sister gently explained that only by experiencing the dangers of the outside world could one truly grow. The third sister also chimed in agreement. Later, the sixth sister actually took off her coat directly. Asura was shocked and opened his mouth to exclaim in alarm at the sight. Unexpectedly, the third sister turned and smiled, saying she was going to take a bath. She couldn't resist teasing Asura if he wanted to join her. Asura turned his head with a cold sweat, facing the imposing marshal, actually whispering, Is it appropriate to be so cheeky? The sixth sister smiled at the words, then strode towards the river. Asura looked carefully at the task in his hand. Seeing that it was to find the earth-long flame bones, he couldn't help but ask, Is this earth-long flame sternum really so valuable? The voice of the third sister suddenly sounded. Earth-long flame is the best material for forging armor. However, the cave where it is located is a notorious death trap. Even a skilled expert would meet their demise if they approached. Adding on to Asura's words, the third sister questions perplexedly, "Do I really need to go and court death?" Unexpectedly, the third sister directly pulled Asura up, urging him to do something productive. She faced Asura's confusion. The third sister's strange inquiry about the spirit beast you hatched. "Have you signed a contract?" When this was said, Asura's face showed a bewildered look. "It's over. 10 charcoal-grilled little fat lambs." Asura and Celestial Devouring Beast established Divine Beast binding. But Asura initially promised Celestial Devouring Beast 10 roasted chubby lambs. He forgot to do it. Unexpectedly, they encountered a mercenary group, robbing Asura's 2 sisters-in-law. The fate of the crowd can be imagined. Facing the inquiry on helping Asura establish the Divine Beast binding in front of the third sister, Asura's face instantly twisted. The third sister had a hint of confusion in her inquiry. "What expression is this on your face?" Asura took out the necklace that held the Celestial Devouring Beast. He awkwardly exclaimed, "Oh no! Forgot to give it roasted lamb." The third sister waved her hand disapprovingly, prompting it to be summoned quickly. With her around, nothing will go wrong. Asura responded upon hearing this. He also reminded the third sister to remember to protect him. Then he dropped the necklace from his hand. As the smoke cleared, it was discovered that there was nothing left in the scene, just as Asura was searching around. The third sister pointed to the top of her head. It was only then that the Celestial Devouring Beast bit down on Asura's head. Asura hurriedly apologized. "In a while, he will prepare a charcoal-grilled little fat lamb for you." At this moment, the third sister appeared like a celestial descending. She waved her hand towards the Celestial Devouring Beast. She directly used the master-servant contract on the Celestial Devouring Beast. The contract is signed, bound by master's will, facing challenges together, even sharing the same fate in this life. Asura looked at the now calm Celestial Devouring Beast and asked if the signing was completed. He then reached out his hand, wanting to touch the little head of the Celestial Devouring Beast. Unexpectedly, the Celestial Devouring Beast directly bit Asura's finger. The third sister shrugged helplessly on the side. "The contract only requires it not to betray you. As for the relationship between you, it needs to be cultivated slowly." Just as Asura was waving his arms around, the third sister suddenly felt something was wrong. He saw the forest in front of him starting to make noise. Then countless masked mercenary groups suddenly pounced on the third sister from the air. At the same time, several figures appeared at the river where the sixth sister was bathing. The sixth sister also sent several auras. Then she decided to continue acting. She submerged her delicate body into the river and waited for Asura's rescue. When Asura was about to turn and leave, he heard a cry from the third sister. Just saw the third sister actually reaching out to Asura and calling him husband, begging Asura to save her. Seeing this scene, Asura broke out in a cold sweat. This acting is really eye-catching. Shortly after, he kindly reminded several members of the mercenary group, "You quickly let her go. Otherwise, you won't even know how you will die." Who would have thought that everyone would actually not listen to the good advice? They directly threatened to take away Asura's 2 wives. Asura thought about the sixth sister being in the river and fell into contemplation. The sixth sister probably wouldn't make such a big sacrifice just for acting. The sixth sister, who couldn't wait for Asura, decided to take the initiative and ran towards Asura, then punched the man in front of her. She pretended to be a weak woman and swam toward where Asura was. Several people were surprised to see a woman moving at such a speed. They suddenly felt, could this woman be a master? The water behind the sixth sister was like a heavy punch, directly sending 3 people flying. Asura kindly advises thousands of beauties in the world on the shore. Why do you all have to provoke these two without thinking clearly? At this moment, the sixth sister appeared like a lotus emerging from water, shyly running towards Asura while calling out to him to rescue her. Afterwards, she ran behind Asura to hide. After seeing the third sister being caught, she didn't forget to instigate Asura. My younger sister has also been caught. Hurry and go chase them away. These two women dominate the area with their strength. But why are they so weak and still got kidnapped by the mercenary group? Just because these two are Asura's half-sisters from the same father but different mother. Find a sparring partner for Asura, the incarnation of the fishing enforcement team. The sixth sister is hiding behind Asura. Ask the husband directly to drive them away. At that moment, a huge axe suddenly flew in. Asura quickly pushed sixth sister away. Who would have expected the flying axe to kill with a trick shot? Asura saw that there was no time to evade. He directly activated the 9 Revolutions Golden Bone to directly face this attack. Seeing that he couldn't harm even a bit, the giant axe flew back to the wielder. Asura turned his head and unexpectedly discovered this group of masked bandits. They turned out to be the mercenary group from yesterday. The leader, at the forefront, approached slowly. He smiled and said, "As long as you are willing to give up your 2 wives, we will still consider you as a brother. How about that?" Asura shrugged and mocked. "Indeed, as the leader of the mercenary group, you can remotely control the axe to attack twice. I used to think you were just a drunkard. Sorry." Upon hearing this, Asura couldn't help but feel regretful as he looked at his giant axe. Asura drew out his sacred weapon, ready for battle. He looked at the mercenary group whose minds were clouded by lust. Asura understood a lesson: never underestimate any opponent, especially those who appear insignificant. The sixth sister nodded approvingly behind him. "Young men can be taught, you little rascal. Don't disappoint the sister's efforts." Asura responded with a loud sound and stepped forward. His figure instantly rushed into the crowd and began to massacre. Only Asura's long sword was seen raging within the mercenary group. Anyone who approached was sent flying. Seeing the strength of this mercenary group, the sixth sister frowned. Although these guys on the surface only have third-rate skills, they must have hidden their true strength by definitely achieving major tasks multiple times. It looks like they are indeed not easy to deal with. The others are easy to deal with. It's just that this leader is good at schemes and conspiracies. At this moment, only 2 younger brothers were seen holding ropes. They tied up Asura's sacred weapon. Asura's eyes turned cold. He suddenly plunged the sword into the ground. He flung the bodies of the 2 people away. Asura removed the rope from the sacred weapon. "Are there any more sinister moves?" he asked. "Just bring it on." Just at that moment, the leader began to throw purple energy balls towards Asura's feet. As the balls exploded, Asura activates the 9 Revolutions tyrant body to withstand the explosion. But he soon realized that the smoke was poisonous. He quickly leaped out of the explosion range. After Asura landed on the ground, he couldn't help but angrily curse that the smoke could actually block vital chi. This is too despicable. The voice of sixth sister suddenly sounded. "As long as we can win, what does it matter if it's despicable? Don't force yourself. Let's deploy celestial devouring to help out." Asura stood up somewhat helplessly. "I still owe it a meal of charcoal grilled lamb. I can't ask for its help again without repaying the debt." He then gritted his teeth and decided to hold on until the end of the tyrant body. Deal with the leader. He faced the little minions charging at him again. Asura roared in anger. He waved his sacred weapon and directly sent everyone flying. He then swiftly flashed behind a few people with a ghostly figure. With the continuous waving of the sword body, one by one, the small minions died under the sacred weapon. After he dealt with the last small minion, the leader also put on a gas mask at this moment. I can't help but praise this kid for inhaling so much poison gas and still being able to unleash this speed. Really surprising. He then put on a gas mask, ready to harvest. Asura is now close to exhaustion. He looked at the huge axe flying towards him slowly. Just as he was about to dodge, two figures suddenly sprang up from beneath his feet and tightly clutched his lower legs. A critical moment. An attack suddenly sent the two lackeys flying, only to see the sixth sister leaping into the air, exuding her powerful aura, directly eliminating the poison. Let's end the lesson here. Game over. Asura's first practical combat class. With a kick from Asura's sixth sister, the giant axe came crashing down. The leader looked at this glamorous woman. She had been hiding her strength all along. He couldn't help but be surprised. At this moment, the third sister also buried the poisoned Asura in her arms. The leader slowly took out a giant axe from his waist again. He swung the axe towards the third sister. He wanted to pull in a shield before dying. Unexpectedly, the giant axe had not yet approached the third sister's delicate body. The attack was suddenly cut off by a mysterious energy. The leader looked at this sealing formation. He instantly lost his will to fight. This is actually the three-long flame soul seal. The third sister smiled at the words. I didn't expect you to have good taste. You even recognize the three-long flame soul seal. She then waved her hand and summoned a flame snake to tightly bind the man's arms. I usually can't summon it due to the seal. Luckily, the seal loosened just in time for my darling to replenish its nutrition. The leader made up his mind. He directly used a huge axe to chop off the entangled left arm. Then, he hurriedly fled. The sixth sister couldn't help but ask why they let him escape. The third sister, however, revealed a sinister smile. This guy will definitely call for reinforcements. Let's have the younger brother continue to practice then. Then she stretched lazily and handed Asura over to the sixth sister before going to take a bath herself. Asura asked the sixth sister confusedly why the guy, referring to the third sister, was so nervous when seeing the soul imprint on the third sister's body. The sixth sister set it down and began to explain. This seal is a powerful spell that can seal one's own power. Several years ago, the third sister cast this spell on herself. As for the reason, it will be revealed later in the story. Asura also understood. The third sister serves as the palace lord of the feral beast palace. She can easily control various ancient sacred beasts, making her the most mysterious among all previous palace lords. The third sister has been hiding her true strength. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by. The sixth sister still didn't know Asura's shy gaze. She was about to help him detoxify when he quickly opened his mouth and angrily scolded her. Asura looked panicked. I am poisoned and can't move. I didn't mean to see it on purpose either. A palace somewhere an hour later. I only saw a eunuch with a fierce look questioning the leader. Are you sure it's that woman? The leader respectfully told him about encountering the three-long flame soul seal this time. Once this was said, the man clenched his bronze teeth tightly, revealing a sinister smile. 5 years have passed. I will make you pay with blood for what you did. Just a side note, this guy's little buddy was smashed to pieces by Asura's third sister, just because he was slaughtering villagers. He happened to encounter Asura's third sister. On the second day at noon, Asura was forcibly breaking through the body tempering stage. At that moment, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The sixth sister, munching on an apple, asked, "The poison was just forced out last night. You already want to break through the body tempering stage today? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" Asura's face darkened. After yesterday's lesson, he was determined to become stronger. The body tempering stage is still too weak. The sixth sister threw an apple at Asura's head and started to advise him. Above body tempering, there are human essence, earth essence, celestial essence, spiritual lord, spiritual king, and spiritual emperor. If successful, everyone in the world would become unparalleled masters. Unexpectedly, Asura's chest was filled with powerful primal chi. It seems like the four-sister Dan Emperor is about to come out. Asura's body is filled with vital chi, but he has been unable to break through. The sixth sister was shocked to see the thick vital chi in Asura's chest. Could it be that because of the 9 revolutions tyrant body, she should call the fourth sister to come over? Just at that moment, the comforting voice of the third sister suddenly came to mind, saying not to be too pessimistic. Hello, there are defenses called 9 revolutions tyrant body. And also powerful swords, no edge and sacred beast celestial devouring. Later, she charmingly stepped forward and inquired, "Do you have more important things to do?" Promises to barbecue the little fat lamb with celestial devouring. Shouldn't that be arranged first? Later, she pointed behind her. I saw many little lambs scattered on the hillside. They were staring blankly at Asura, waiting for Asura's secret barbecue. They will be made into charcoal-grilled fat lamb. Asura asked incredulously, "Did you go steal the sheep early in the morning? What do you mean by stealing? I paid for them." The third sister then asked celestial devouring, "How big is your appetite? Aren't you afraid of making the sixth sister and me starve?" They don't care at all whether Asura will be exhausted to death. The sixth sister is also sending a pigeon message at this moment, transmitting Asura's situation to Asura's Dan Emperor, the fourth sister, only to see a group of nobles with gifts at the gate, and the appearance of the monarch pleading with Dan Emperor to make an appearance. Just see a woman brewing tea contentedly. The sixth sister's homing pigeon suddenly landed on the tea table. This person is Asura's Dan Emperor. After the fourth sister learned about Asura's situation, she started heading towards Nether Cave to meet up with the three of them. Asura is shouting loudly at the moment, only because he is holding 2 huge rocks in his hands. In the face of Asura's request to put it down, the 2 sisters showed no concern. The 2 discussed meeting up with the fourth sister and planned to head to the cave to join her as soon as possible. Asura is now roaring, asking if it's time to set off. "Can I finally stop now?" The response to him unexpectedly is still the sixth sister scolding, "If you want to survive, keep training. Starting now. You can't afford to stop for a moment and exhaust your vital chi." Asura still doesn't know the condition of his body. Subsequently, Sister summoned a gold-clad dragon. She beckoned the 2 to come up. The sixth sister showed excitement upon seeing this. She ran all the way. She couldn't help but say to Asura, "I've been wanting to sit on this for a long time. It's all thanks to you, little brother." Asura asked the sixth sister on the back of the gold-clad dragon why she couldn't stop consuming vital chi. The sixth sister told him that for the past 10 years, in order to cultivate the 9 revolutions tyrant body, she had been shattering her dantian, but the absorbed vital chi did not dissipate. The third sister continued, saying that normally, when cultivating vital chi, it would be refined through the essence core. But you haven't refined it for 10 consecutive years. You have already blocked your meridians. If you didn't have the 9 revolutions tyrant body, you would have died from a body explosion a long time ago. Asura hurriedly asked if he could still be saved. The third sister is selling riddles. It's difficult. Under the heavens, only the current number 1 Dan Emperor can save you. But she lives in the mountains, and has been out of touch with the mortal world for many years. Asura shed 2 lines of green tears. He also knew that many monarchs had tried to invite her for treatment without success. "Does that mean I'm doomed?" The sixth sister echoed from behind. "Yes. Unless he is your sister." The current Dan Emperor turned out to be Asura, the fourth sister. When this was said, Asura's legs went weak, almost falling off the dragon's back. Luckily, the sixth sister has quick eyes and quick hands. He now feels a bit sentimental about his old man. Each sister is not only as beautiful as a celestial being but also so fierce. Just at this moment, the third sister's voice interrupted his thoughts. A rock fell down. "Stop ahead. Cut down 2 ancient pine trees for him to play with." Asura carried the tree and arrived at a gloomy canyon with 2 sisters. Suddenly, countless vampire bats appeared in front of them. The third sister spoke up, warning that if they were touched, they would rot to death. Asura was stunned and quickly flattered his older sister, asking how they could still be harmed with her around. With this statement, the third sister returned to her usual mischief. Subsequently, she manipulated the gold-clad dragon to surround the three individuals. Then, they suddenly broke through the encirclement of the vampire bats. Seeing Asura dizzy, the sixth sister kindly reminds you to stay focused. This time it's a super A-level mission, the remains of the earth-long flame. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the fourth sister at Nether Cave. The three of them arrived above the cave. Asura covered his nose and retched for a while. The sixth sister plans to intercept here. The fourth sister, meanwhile, took out a seashell and threw it to Asura. Before Asura could be puzzled, the third sister went directly into the shell and fell asleep peacefully. She also reminded Asura that if he got scared enough to wet his pants, he should call me out to save you. The sixth sister echoed from the side, saying that wetting pants is not embarrassing. We won't tell anyone. Asura, upon hearing this, angrily shouted, "Can you have a little faith in me?" He then carefully put away the shells and planned to enter the cave. At that moment, the sixth sister suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. Asura was so frightened that he jumped and fell directly into the cave. He assured the sixth sister before parting, "I will definitely obtain the earth-long flame bone." After Asura landed on the ground, the stone under his feet suddenly loosened. Countless daggers suddenly stabbed towards Asura. Fortunately, Asura reacted quickly. Then he began to survey the surroundings. It seems that someone set a trap in advance. Now it seems that not only do we need to guard against various demon beasts, but also against those desperate mercenary groups. Later, his figure began to rush towards the interior. The ground along the way was scattered with bodies of mercenaries from different groups. At this moment, two groups of mercenaries ahead caught Asura's attention. In the blink of an eye, one side was quickly slaughtered to the last. Asura looked at the familiar one-armed man. The young master in front of him, who he respected so much, should be the reinforcements he invited to come here and block him. The other side of the cave. A charming woman is seen, lost in this cave. This person is Asura, the fourth sister, still puzzled. Clearly, what the sixth sister said was about this cave. Why can't she see them? She then stepped on a corpse and continued on. At the same time, outside the cave, the sixth sister was still waiting for the fourth sister to arrive. Next to the huge rock behind her, two scouts also spotted the figure of the sixth sister. Just as they were about to report the situation to the young master, they suddenly discovered the figure of Asura's sixth sister unexpectedly vanished into thin air on the spot. Before he could react, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Are those helpers he brought here, you useless bunch?" The man reacted quickly, throwing a hidden weapon directly. The sixth sister took the hidden weapon and examined it closely. The force behind them is actually the Eternal Peace Association. Facing the man rushing towards her, the sixth sister casually tossed the hidden weapon in her hand. She immediately pierced through his head. After dealing with the two of them, she fell into thought. If the president of the Eternal Peace Association were to arrive personally, having the third sister with her would not pose much danger. However, the fourth sister should have already arrived. Why hasn't she shown up yet? Later, the sixth sister suddenly remembered that the fourth sister is directionally challenged. She must have gotten lost again. The woman was kidnapped by a mercenary group. She was almost at their mercy. In a critical moment, Asura took action to rescue. Just as the one-armed man pressed it in front of young master. When asked about the whereabouts of the earth-long flame skeleton, the woman remained firm. The one-armed man directly urged her to be more honest. "We are really eager for your body." Although the woman looked panicked, she still refused to give in. The leading young master, as he was a eunuch, directly had his subordinates humiliate her a little. The one-armed man thanked the young master after being taken away by him, when he was ready to do whatever he wanted to her. Critical moment. A broken stone suddenly interrupted his actions, just when the one-armed man thought it was the girl's savior, seeing that it was due to the fallen stone. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief and continue, Asura kicked him away. Asura stood in front of the woman. He hesitantly spoke up. "Sorry, I am her savior." Seeing Asura's handsome figure from behind, the woman instantly felt infatuated. At this moment, Asura raised his sacred weapon and fiercely stabbed towards the one-armed man. After blocking the attack with a huge axe, the man couldn't help but speak mockingly. "No wonder I smell a familiar scent. It turns out to be you." Asura smiled at the words. "So you are a dog, huh?" The one-armed man grabbed an axe and swung it fiercely towards the heads of the two. He even asked Asura about the whereabouts of your two beautiful wives. Asura picked up the woman and dodged backwards. Asura told the woman to hide behind him and not to show her head. Immediately, his eyes turned cold. He planned to help the girl escape first. It would be troublesome if he led those mercenaries over later. The man also noticed. Dealing with Asura this time was obviously more difficult. With a sudden swing of the giant axe, Asura embraced the woman and met this attack head-on with his body. After the explosion spread, Asura put the woman down and asked if she was injured. After receiving the woman's reply, suddenly, the voices of the mercenary group sounded behind Asura. Facing the encirclement from the front and back, a gust of wind caught Asura's attention from the side. The one-armed man also slowly walked up to Asura, confronting the man's sarcasm. Asura showed a trace of disdain. "I'm in a hurry today. Next time we meet, I will personally deal with you." The man also understood. Right now, he might not be Asura's opponent. Immediately, he rushed forward, ready to restrain Asura. Just then, Celestial Devouring suddenly emerged from his palm. Along with Celestial Devouring, its tiny mouth opened. The powerful hurricane directly pushed the man's body back. At this moment, Asura also grabbed the woman's arm. His sacred weapon suddenly stabbed towards the vent on the wall. The wall was instantly smashed through. Asura leaped down with the woman. He was completely unaware that the woman's buttocks were against the wall, continuing to slide. The mercenary group behind them also clashed with the one-armed man at this moment. The crowd leaped down to chase after the two. Asura ran with the woman, and she kept saying, "My butt!" behind him. Later, the two figures disappeared into a cave. The one-armed man also arrived outside the cave. He saw Asura carrying a burden. He was about to summon his men to give chase. A beautiful voice suddenly sounded. "Great! Finally seeing a living person." It turned out that the person was none other than Asura, the fourth sister. The mercenary group members saw the stunningly beautiful woman, instantly gave up on the chase. They had no idea that this seemingly delicate woman is the Dan Emperor of a lifetime. Her combat power is certainly not weak either. Asura was almost rescued by the unrestrained woman. A large group of mercenaries is chasing and intercepting them from behind. Just at this moment, Asura, the lost Dan Emperor, was suddenly approached by the fourth sister. When he saw this stunning woman, a group of mercenaries all paused in their tracks. The fourth sister spoke up and asked, "I have lost my way in this cave. Could you please point me in the right direction? I will surely reward you for your help." Everyone looked at the charming and graceful woman. Several people crowded around her, listening to their creepy voices. The fourth sister's face suddenly stiffened. She immediately slapped the man nearby with a simple palm strike. The man's body was directly embedded into the wall. Blood and flesh were blurred. Seeing this scene, the mercenary group also stopped their approach. The fourth sister summoned the Dan refining furnace with her palm, emitting a domineering flame all over her body. Seeing this scene, The one-armed man directly signaled his younger brother to step forward and disable her. Unexpectedly, as soon as his foot moved forward, several Dan pills flew directly into the mouths of the crowd. The one-armed man grabbed his neck and angrily scolded. "What did you give us to eat? I see your mouths are not clean. I will give you some fragmented Dan to prevent you from harming good people." Only saw the four sisters' head, with the Dan refining furnace emitting bursts of flames. She directly chopped all the mercenaries around her in half. The remaining one-armed man couldn't help but curse angrily. It turns out to be the fragmented Dan that can scatter the cultivation level of Earth Essence stage experts. It seems that I will die here today. The idea fell short. The giant axe in his hand was directly shattered by the shock. His body was instantly shaken away by a powerful aura. Watching the body lying on the ground, the four sisters snorted lightly. She then put away the Dan refining furnace and turned to leave. The one-armed man pretended to be dead and escaped unharmed, but little did he know that a more humiliating death awaited him. Xianxia also stopped in their tracks at that moment. Seeing that no one was chasing them, Xianxia wanted to pat the woman's shoulder to reassure her. Unexpectedly, his palm touched a sensitive area. Although the woman knew that Xianxia did not do it on purpose, her pretty face still blushed. A loud slap resounded in the cave for a moment. The woman hurriedly apologized behind her. "I couldn't help it for a moment. I am really sorry." Xianxia spoke up to assure her. "Your skill level is not enough to hurt me." Later, the woman began to thank Xianxia for saving her. If it were not for Xianxia's intervention, she might have been taken advantage of by now. Xianxia generously flashed a smile. Although he had some personal grievances with that guy, in his heart he thought, "If you tell me the information about Long Flame Bone, I won't refuse your kind gesture." The woman looked at the exploring Xianxia, and her pretty face suddenly blushed. She immediately felt that this man was truly noble. He had clearly saved her, but he did not act like he was her savior. "By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Aurora. My father, guide leader Lin Roaring, is a member of one of the 5 largest mercenary groups in the world. He surely will reward you generously for saving me." Xianxia casually responded with a "Yes." The top priority now should be to find the exit. But the woman showed signs of infatuation. All the men who knew his identity before would go out of their way to flatter him. This man is indeed a true gentleman. But he didn't know that the background of the 6 demon sisters of Xianxia is even more illustrious. The woman who Xianxia accidentally saved. She turned out to be the daughter of the guide leader of the top 5 mercenaries in the world. And she also knows the location of the Long Flame Bone, the objective of this mission. Xianxia asked the woman, "I have seen many bodies of your mercenary group on the way. It seems like you are the only one left here, right?" "Yes, they were all killed while trying to protect me. We were close to finding the Earth Long Flame Bone." When this was said, Xianxia was shocked. He quickly asked about the whereabouts of the Long Flame Bone. However, the woman hesitated a bit. Seeing this, Xianxia turned directly. After all, they were the ones who discovered it first. "I can't take advantage of it either." The woman noticed the distance between the two of them and quickly spoke up. "That's not what I meant. You are my lifesaver. A mere Earth Long Flame Bone is nothing compared to you. Of course, I won't hide anything from you." Xianxia waved his hand, showing an expression as if he had received a New Year's gift. He said, "No need, no need." The woman's expression became serious. She said, "I'm afraid no one in this world can make it to the Earth Long Flame's location alive." Xianxia looked puzzled at the words. The two arrived at a river of lava. The woman's eyes were red-rimmed. She told Xianxia that they could only reach the location of Long Flame Bone by crossing this river of lava. Dozens of masters have died trying, but none has succeeded. The last master at the Earth Essence stage, dragging his badly injured body, managed to send out the message before dying on the spot. Xianxia was shocked. Even with his 9 revolutions golden bone, he probably can't endure it. It seems that we have to let the third sister take action. Shortly after, he took out a seashell, causing Lin Aurora to look puzzled. He then tapped on the shell and asked his older sister, "Will this be convenient?" A puff of smoke instantly emerged from the shell. As the smoke dispersed, only saw the third sister in pajamas. With a hazy look in her eyes, she asked Asura what's wrong. The two of them blushed instantly at the sight. The third sister also noticed her sister beside her. Asura began to introduce herself as Lin Aurora and mentioned that she knew the location of the earth-long flame bone. The unexpected actions of the elder sister left Lin Aurora speechless. The third sister directly called Asura a dead ghost, changing her tone to address her as sister upon meeting an attractive girl. Was she trying to deceive her into thinking she was still single? Asura quickly urged the third sister to focus on the task at hand. The third sister arrived above the lava river and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder no one has succeeded for so long. It turns out it's a place that is beyond human reach. She then took out a talisman paper and threw it down suddenly. The talisman paper transformed into a red toad in the air. The toad moved effortlessly in the lava river. The third sister spoke up, explaining that this toad was found by her at Celestial Mountain Rock River. It should be able to withstand this lava river. Upon hearing the name Celestial Mountain Rock River, Lin Aurora was shocked. It is known as one of the 7 peerless landscapes. Who exactly are you? The third sister waved to Asura, gesturing to talk slowly along the way. Before Asura could react, the giant toad opened its mouth wide and swallowed the 3 people directly into its belly. After the speckled toad closed its mouth, it plunged into the river and disappeared. The one-armed man hiding nearby saw this and showed a joyful expression. He went back directly to report to that young master. Asura finally found the earth-long flame skeleton for this special training. But the third sister's self-imposed seal storyline quietly emerged. As the third sister summoned the red toad, the toad opened its huge mouth and swallowed Asura and 2 others. The toad's body sneaked into the lava river. The 2 people were equally surprised when they saw the scene inside the toad's belly. Here all the furniture is complete. Asura looked at the things on the table with an embarrassed expression. He asked, "How come there is this thing? Can the audience understand it? I really don't get it." The third sister's voice suddenly interrupted Asura's actions. "Don't talk nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll throw you out." Then Asura talked about business. The one-armed man from before also came, and he brought help. The third sister looked disdainful, saying that when the fourth sister arrives, you alone will be able to deal with them. Just at that moment, the surroundings suddenly started shaking. The third sister suddenly stood up and said, "It looks like she has found it." The 3 of them walked out of the toad's belly, only to see a huge skeleton catching their eyes. The 3 of them simultaneously opened their mouths wide. "I didn't expect the earth-long flame skeleton to be so big." Lin Aurora cried tears of joy. The mercenary group they brought in all died tragically. She finally saw it with her own eyes. The third sister approached and touched the bones, feeling regretful. Unfortunately, they are already extinct. Otherwise, they would definitely have captured such a powerful contract demon beast. At this moment, suddenly stones began to fall from above. The third sister's face turned serious. Someone outside is destroying the cave. Outside the cave, the young master and the one-armed man have blocked off all the exits except for one, reminding the young master that the woman is very cunning and asking if he is confident in fighting her. The young master showed a sinister smile, reassuring him. He has his secret weapon in this barrel. The 6th sister also heard the explosion and quickly headed to the location to meet with Asura. Unexpectedly, she happened to encounter the lost 4th sister. The 2 of them went together to find the whereabouts of Asura. Just at this moment, 3rd sister controlled the toad and began to return along the original path. As the toad's figure leaped out of the lava river, just as the mercenaries were about to throw their weapons, The toad spewed purple flames from its mouth. In an instant, it turned countless mercenaries into human-shaped skeletons by burning them. Asura and the other two were shocked by the power of the third sister's magic. The third sister's voice came timidly. "With just this skill, you still want to ambush us?" I saw the face of the third sister. The young master's face turned dark as he angrily shouted, "You smelling woman! It's been 5 years. Do you know how I've lived these past 5 years? Today, I can finally have my wish fulfilled." The third sister looked puzzled, thinking it was referring to the sister beside her. Then she teased, "Looks like you've hurt someone pretty badly," Lynn Aurora quickly explained. "I don't know him either." The third sister was suddenly shocked. Pointing to herself, she asked, "Are you referring to me?" When she said this, the man became even angrier. Asura also made a joke from the side. Unexpectedly, the third sister still insisted that she had never seen him before. Just then, a man's voice suddenly sounded. "Do you still remember what happened 5 years ago at the Divine Might Escort Agency?" As soon as these words were spoken, the third sister was suddenly shocked, and then her face immediately darkened. This is also why the third sister set a seal on herself. The third sister believes that she has killed innocent people. Little do they know it's a scam. This woman is the mysterious feral beast palace lord. She is also the biological older sister of Asura, with the same father but different mother. But she is willing to call herself cultivation level. She faced Asura's inquiry. The third sister recounted what happened that night. That day, she was about to go find Asura's sixth sister. But she happened to encounter a group of bandits looting a mansion. She intended to deal with a few bandits in a friendly manner. Young Master saw that this person was a master, and immediately he ordered his subordinates to swarm up. But they were in front of the phoenix of the third sister. Like ants, they were instantly annihilated. In the end, only the young master was left. She faced this group of scum. No matter how she killed them, it was not satisfying. But unexpectedly, that young master said that they did not commit murder, only robbery. If you call us scum, then you are even worse than scum. Open your eyes wide and see clearly with your sense of justice. We just locked them up. But you burned them all to death. In the eyes of the audience, from God's perspective, these people have already been killed. But the third sister is unaware. Faced with the man's repeated ridicule, the third sister directly manipulates the giant ape to smash him into the ground. Unexpectedly, it hits the vital point spot on. The man's lower body instantly becomes a bloody mess. Subsequently, the third sister unleashes the 3 long flame soul seal. She self-proclaims her cultivation level as cultivating character and nurturing mind. Redeem blood debts. After the soul seal is formed, the third sister, the strongest of the 4-headed fiendish beasts, was directly sucked into the forehead. The third sister's cultivation level was also instantly cut by more than half. After the story ended, the man covered his lower body and spoke bitterly. "At that time, I had to mobilize all my vital chi to protect my heart meridian and barely saved my life. But you let that monkey target my most important part for attack." The third sister suddenly interrupted him. "That was not a monkey. It was the whirlwind iron-armed ape." The man became even more furious upon hearing this. Now he has become a genderless cripple. He directly threatened that today he will make Asura's third sister pay with blood for what she did. Asura suddenly mocked. "No wonder you let others take your girl back then. Too cowardly to act yourself. It turns out you were just incapable." As soon as these words were spoken, the man instantly gathered vital chi and threw a piece of gravel at Asura. The third sister stood in front of Asura and smashed the piece of gravel with her palm. The third sister did not expect him to survive by luck. He dared to come find her. Immediately, she fulfilled his wish and sent him on his way. To their surprise, the man directly smashed the wooden barrel behind him. just as a black bone corrosion slowly emerged from the barrel. Black liquid. It unexpectedly coalesced into a monster with a human-like form. The man asked Asura's third sister to take a close look. Can they recognize them? The third sister heard and looked over. Quickly, her pupils dilated in an instant. This is actually using the souls of the 34 men, women, old and young from back then. And flesh and blood produce bone corrosion. The man raised them for 5 years, just to seek revenge and hatred today. Then he manipulated bone corrosion to charge at the 3 people. The third sister directly pushed the 2 aside at the sight. She planned to personally resolve the cause and effect. Another cave. Asura, the 4th sister, and the 6th sister quickly noticed that something was wrong. The 4th sister covered her mouth and nose, then said, "It seems that someone has secretly learned the forbidden witchcraft. Judging from the smell, it has been cultivated for at least 5 years. It is definitely the most toxic substance in the world." The 6th sister angrily cursed. "It must be aimed at Asura." Then the 2 hurriedly followed the smell to search. The 3rd sister, who claimed her cultivation level might not be able to resist it. The 3rd sister also summoned a bull demon king to resist the bone corrosion. Upon contact, the bull demon king's shield unexpectedly began to corrode. The bull demon king took the opportunity to attack bone corrosion's leg with a giant axe. Unexpectedly, bone corrosion's wound actually healed at a visible speed to the naked eye. The 3rd sister broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. If the seals are not released, and those few are not let out, I'm afraid it won't be able to be killed. Asura's 3rd sister is the mysterious palace lord of the feral beast palace. 5 years ago, I thought I accidentally killed a good person. She directly set up the 3 long flame soul seal on herself, instantly cutting off a large part of her cultivation level. 5 years later, he was crippled into a eunuch by the 3rd sister, the leader of the bandits. He carried out revenge with bone corrosion, bringing along 34 innocent elderly, young, sick, and disabled individuals. Faced with the formidable bone corrosion the 3rd sister, he broke out in a cold sweat. If the seal is not lifted, it is feared that they will not be able to kill her. Thoughts plummeted as the bull demon king summoned by the 3rd sister was instantly corroded by the toxic poison of bone corrosion. Asura was surprised. This thing is too strange. It would be great to have a divine weapon that can defend against such strong poison. Asura instantly remembered the earth-long flame bones that he had just obtained. He immediately threw the storage pouch to the 3rd sister. After receiving the storage pouch, the 3rd sister smiled. Younger brother is indeed smart. She immediately used earth-long flame to fiercely confront bone corrosion. Unexpectedly, the arm of bone corrosion can actually separate. Before the 3rd sister could react, Bone Fist had already struck her delicate body. Fortunately, the 3rd sister's body is not afraid of toxins. However, the storage pouch in her hand slipped away. The eunuch young master showed a look of joy upon seeing this. He was about to step forward and snatch it. Suddenly, a piece of gravel interrupted the eunuch's movement, causing his face to be scratched when the gravel shattered. The timid voice of Asura rang out. "Eunuch, don't grab other people's things randomly." Seeing such sarcasm, young master's face turned purple with anger. Asura then threw the storage pouch containing the earth-long flame bone to Lynn Aurora. She suddenly recalled a familiar voice behind her saying, "Give me the thing!" only to see that the one-armed man also joined the battlefield. Asura shouted behind him, "Aurora, run quickly!" Upon hearing this, Lynn Aurora picked up the storage pouch and turned around to leave. Just as the servant was about to make a move, a small green snake blocked his path. The 3rd sister controlled the small snake and sent Asura to rescue the girl. But Asura insisted on staying to help the 3rd sister. The 3rd sister unexpectedly angrily shouted, "This is my business! It's none of your concern!" The 3rd sister wanted to resolve her own karma. Asura sighed upon hearing this. Before leaving, he also reminded the third sister to unlock the 3 long flame soul seal. If you keep showing off, you'll end up dead? Immediately, his figure chased after Lenorora's direction. The eunuch young master sneered. If you really unlock the 3 long flame soul seal, even if I have 10 heads of bone corrosion, it wouldn't be enough to floss your teeth. Unfortunately, whether the seal can be unlocked is no longer up to you. If the inner demons are not eliminated, even if the seal is broken, you will still fall into the demonic path. Am I right? Another battlefield. I saw the one-armed man quickly catching up to Lenora. He immediately rushed forward and pinned her to the ground. Just as the one-armed man burst into a big smile, he was about to finish off Lenora. Asura's solid punch landed on the man's face. With just a single hit, the man spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was slammed directly into the wall by the powerful force. The voice of Asura came faintly saying, "In any case, this time I will settle the score with you." The one-armed man awkwardly pulled out a huge axe and sneered. "This time, there's no one to help you, right?" Just at that moment, 2 women's voices suddenly sounded. "Don't be afraid, little brother. Big sister is here." Asura's Dan Emperor, the 4th sister, arrived in a domineering manner to wrap things up. She helped Asura resolve the crisis of the 9 revolutions tyrant body, causing his combat power to skyrocket in an instant. Just as Asura was about to kill the one-armed man, Asura's the 4th sister and the 6th sister suddenly arrived. "Don't be afraid, little brother. The sisters are here." The 4th sister stepped forward to talk to Asura. The 6th sister then thanked Lenora. "If it weren't for the shouts for help you made, we really wouldn't have been able to find our way here." The one-armed man was so scared when he saw these 2 women who could kill her in seconds that he couldn't speak. The 6th sister patted Asura on the shoulder and asked, "What are you staring at? This is your older sister, the 4th sister calling you." The 4th sister looked at the one-armed man disdainfully and asked, "I spared your life just now. Don't you hurry up and behave yourself with your tail between your legs? How dare you bully my brother?" The one-armed man was suddenly shocked. I don't know what good deeds Asura has done. The women around him are all incredibly strong. They are gorgeous too. There's no point for him to act cocky. He should figure out a way to escape quickly. Just then, the voice of the 6th sister suddenly sounded. "If you stayed put obediently, the 2 of us promise not to make a move. But if you try to escape, I can make your head roll in an instant." These words struck a chord. The one-armed man immediately stopped in his tracks and raised a white flag in surrender. The 6th sister pointed at Asura and said, "Defeat him, and I'll let you go. If you lose, you die." The 4th sister stepped forward and held Asura in her arms to check his bile point. Asura's handsome face pressed against the 4th sister's delicate body. A blush immediately appeared on his face. The 4th sister breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the crack on Asura's head. It's fortunate that she made it in time. She then told Asura that it might hurt a little later. She would try to be gentle. Listening to these strange words, Asura responded awkwardly, only to see the 4th sister condense several silver needles. Then the silver needles fiercely pierced into Asura's body. After the silver needles entered his body, Asura's facial expression began to contort. He gritted his teeth against the sensation of surging rivers and raging seas within his body. The vital chi inside him began to gradually circulate smoothly. Seeing the vital chi taking form, 4th sister couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of techniques and methods is he cultivating that can absorb so much vital chi? As the vital chi flowed slowly within his body, Asura roared angrily. His cultivation level was also continuously rising. Seeing the scene of Asura unleashing his power, the one-armed man was instantly scared and broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly began searching from his pocket for the pills to enhance his own strength. Just then, the voice of 6th sister suddenly rang out. "No funny business unless you think I'm blind." The man took out a blue pill and explained, "It's a misunderstanding. I have weak kidneys and just need some supplements." Just then, the fourth sister also retrieved the silver needle. Lynn Aurora anxiously inquired on the side. Asura now feels an unprecedented sense of clarity and freshness. The fourth sister gasped and informed Asura to try practicing the grand circuit, which may bring surprises. Asura responded with a sound and then began to activate the spiritual chi in his body. Unexpectedly, the aura directly broke through the human essence stage. The sixth sister showed a satisfied smile, applauding on the side. "Indeed, he is my brother. This time, he walked a path that would have taken others several years to achieve." Asura let out a long breath. He turned to inform the one-armed man. "Let's begin now." The man opened his mouth and asked, "Do you feel this is reasonable?" Immediately, he hurriedly swallowed the blue pill. Lynn Aurora asked him in confusion what he had eaten. The fourth sister explained on the side that it should be a Dan pill that can temporarily boost cultivation level, just a desperate struggle. Once this was said, Lynn Aurora couldn't help but be surprised. Even though Asura's third sister is mysterious and unpredictable, it's impressive that this person can discern medicines just by their smell. Perhaps only Dan Emperor can match this under the heavens. With his thoughts settled, Asura's body instantly burst forth and rushed ahead. A powerful aura swept up a flurry of rubble. Before the man could react, Fist Wind landed firmly on the man's chin. As Fist Wind continued to descend, the one-sided beating continued for a full minute. Even Sixth Sister was surprised by such speed. Fourth Sister explained that the 9 revolutions tyrant blood had awakened, which could infuse vital chi into the blood, resulting in a powerful explosive force. Sixth Sister had a trace of doubt. "Have you studied the 9 revolutions tyrant body before?" The fourth sister once received his letter at the station. Then she browsed through some classics. However, she only understood a little bit of the surface. Also, it's unclear where our father obtained it from. This ancient top-level technique and methods. The issue of Asura's 9 revolutions tyrant body has been fixed by the fourth sister. He has strong combat power and easily defeated the one-armed man who took drugs. The truth about the third sister setting up the 3 long-flame soul seal for herself has come to light. The sixth sister aggressively shouted to Asura, "If you win, you may leave. But if you lose, you die." The one-armed man was beaten up for a quarter of an hour. The man was infuriated to the point where his veins bulged. He then began releasing poison. The sixth sister protected Lynn Aurora behind her, quietly watching Asura's performance. "Just saw the one-armed man using poison to taunt. Keep beating me. I have taken the antidote. Dare you come forward?" Asura unexpectedly showed no fear. He charged at the one-armed man again. Then his palm released celestial devouring, directly blowing away the poison with his mouth wide open. Seeing this scene, the one-armed man felt like a fool. Asura didn't wait for him to react. Asura's fist had appeared in front of his face. The two sisters smiled. The fourth sister didn't expect that he already had a spirit beast. At this moment, the man's trembling voice suddenly interrupted. "Stop the beating. I have important intelligence to disclose. This intelligence can help your sister overcome her inner demons." Asura still doesn't know about the third sister's inner demons and immediately inquires. Unexpectedly, the man brought up a condition. "If you don't kill me, I will tell you. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Asura's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing an eerie grin. He then agreed. The man began recounting the events that took place 5 years ago. He corrected himself, saying that at that time, there were 34 people from the Divine Midas Court agency whom he drove to a house. Young Master asked us to make them drink the black potion. He said it was a weapon that could help them dominate the world in the future. But after everyone drank the potion, they all died in a very tragic manner. I hurried to report the situation to young Master at that time. Unexpectedly, the third sister blew up the entire courtyard. She didn't know those people had already been killed. She thought she accidentally killed them herself. Asura's face was gloomy and scary at the moment. The man hurriedly begged for mercy, saying, "I was just following orders. Their death shouldn't be blamed on me." The sixth sister angrily scolded, "You guys! How dare you blame the third sister for this?" Asura then turned his head and asked the fourth sister if what she said was true. The fourth sister fell into deep thought. If we want to raise bone corrosion, feeding him medicine during his lifetime would be most effective. I wasn't sure before, but today bone corrosion appeared, indicating that their deaths are indeed unrelated to the third sister. Asura agreed and was about to quickly inform the third sister when unexpectedly, the man behind him spoke up, asking if he could be released. Asura once again revealed a sinister smile. "Don't worry. I am a person of my word. Your information is very valuable. I will not kill you." The man had just breathed a sigh of relief. Asura took out a dagger for Lynn Aurora to seek revenge on her own. Witnessing this scene, the man was instantly scared, breaking out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Lynn Aurora is holding a dagger, struggling internally. The voice of the sixth sister sounded sneaky. "You feel sorry for him now. But when he killed your comrades and brothers, you didn't hesitate." The fourth sister also stepped forward to comfort. "All the sisters are here. Don't be afraid." Lynn Aurora remembered those comrades who had died protecting her, and a hint of sorrowful tears welled up in her eyes. She made up her mind to avenge her fallen comrades. Blood must be repaid with blood. She then walked slowly towards the one-armed man. With the fall of the dagger, the man's breath ceased. Another battlefield, only to see the body of the third sister covered with poison at this moment. That young master still doesn't forget to mock. Who made you self-proclaimed cultivation level? At this point, are you still unwilling to accept reality? Just at this moment, Asura's voice suddenly rang out. "The third sister! The people from the Divine Might Escort Agency were not killed by you. They were poisoned to death before you took action." The third sister was startled to hear this, and the man realized that the situation was about to be exposed. He quickly manipulated the bone corrosion to eliminate Asura first. Unexpectedly, Asura's figure disappeared in an instant from the scene. He has now fully awakened the tyrant body. The two sisters behind him showed relieved smiles. The third sister also noticed the arrival of the fourth sister and immediately asked for the truth. The fourth sister explained the situation in detail. As soon as this was said, the young master panicked in an instant. The third sister was also here at this moment. She opened the 3 long flame soul seal without any hesitation. "I see. I was actually played by you. You deserve to die." Asura's third sister unlocked the 3 long flame soul seal. For end of the world sacred beasts appear at the same time. Suppress and kill the eunuch young master. Asura kills the one-armed man. He learns that 5 years ago, the third sister was framed. He hurried to inform the third sister of the truth. The fourth sister arrived later. She echoed that those people did not die because of you. This father-in-law had already poisoned them to death. The third sister's face turned angry at the words, and then she fearlessly unsealed the 3 long flame soul seal. Young master saw the situation and quickly controlled bone corrosion to isolate everyone and the third sister. He wanted to take advantage of the third sister's serious injury to kill her. She faced the charging bone corrosion. The third sister's forehead glowed with golden light. The 3 long flame soul seal was instantly lifted. Before bone corrosion could get close, a gigantic palm appeared. Instantly pressed bone corrosion to the ground and rubbed it, seeing the appearance of the world and iron-armed ape. Young master opened his mouth in disbelief. Just saw the third sister actually directly took the 4 great sacred beasts. Summoned all of them out. The sixth sister explained from behind. The 4 sacred beasts that had been sealed for 5 years have finally reappeared. The third sister's cultivation level has also returned to pinnacle. In fact, each sacred beast personally passed down by the palace lord of Feral Beast Palace has the power to destroy a country. Upon hearing the name of the palace lord of Feral Beast Palace, even the formidable background of Lin Aurora couldn't help but be surprised. Asura turned his head in surprise and asked, "Did I not introduce you to my third sister?" Upon receiving Lin Aurora's reply, Asura began to introduce several amazing sisters. The fourth sister is Zhong Lira, the Dan Emperor. The sixth sister is Churyu, the Supreme Marshal of the Legion of the Great Chu. Upon hearing this, Lin Aurora uttered a few big words. "You are really good at choosing your birth parents." The current battlefield. Young Master actually roared and wanted to merge with Bone Corrosion. Seeing this scene, the third sister showed disdain. "You really are persistent, not giving up until the Yellow River." She saw the half-dead and half-alive young master. The fourth sister and the sixth sister have delicate eyebrows. This guy actually turned into the living dead to defeat the third sister. His strength must have doubled. However, the third sister actually dealt with this trash by releasing 4 sacred beasts. A bit extravagant. The sound faded. Young Master began to manipulate. Purple blood spurted towards the third sister. Unexpectedly, Jade-faced Kirin directly dispersed the potent poison. The giant spirit rock beast behind it was even immune to all manner of poisons. At this moment, Iron Arm Ape leaped to the top of the young master's head. Immediately, he used a stick to lift it up. Under the gaze of everyone, the Iron Arm Ape slowly appeared in the eyes of everyone, carrying the half-dead young master. It then flung its body into the air. The phoenix shot out a beam of light suddenly. As the soaring light column shone in this canyon, facing the suppression of the 4 sacred beasts, young master's body disintegrated in an instant. The third sister's figure soared into the air. She looked at the dissipating bone corrosion in the air with a heart full of regret. The souls of 34 people have also found peace. Asura complimented his older sister behind her back. The other 2 sisters also smiled. This trip wasn't just about Long Flame Bone obtaining it. The third sister's heart knot also finally unraveled immediately. The sixth sister started asking, "Can any of your sacred beasts easily defeat him? How did you manage to summon all 4 of them?" Unexpectedly, the third sister said, "The children have been naive for 5 years. They all need to stretch their muscles." Asura ended up sandwiched in the middle, feeling helpless. Just then, the third sister detected a presence quickly approaching the 5 of them. She looked up. Just a figure of light flashed past and appeared in this area. As the light slowly dissipated, a handsome man caught the eye of the crowd. At the moment when the cultivator, the 6th sister at the Celestial Essence stage, was about to take action, Lin Aurora's voice suddenly rang out. "Brother!" It turns out that this person is Lin Aurora's real brother. This man. He actually dared to draw a knife in front of the 3 sisters Asura. In an instant, he was held at the mercy of the 3 sisters. The man arrives later. Lin Aurora's voice suddenly sounded, "Brother!" At these words, Asura was shocked. After the man landed, he began to inquire about what had happened to Lin Aurora. "Where are the comrades who came with you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Aurora burst into tears. "They were all killed while trying to protect me." His older brother's eyes turned cold. He still believed that it was Asura who did it. He immediately swung his sword towards Asura. Asura instinctively retreated. Facing this level of threat, Asura showed no fear at all. As Asura's body retreated, Lin Aurora's voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, you can't mess around! Asura saved me. He is a good person." The voice trailed off. Before the man could react, the root golden needle had appeared at his neck. The figure of the 6th sister had also ghostly appeared behind him. A yellow jacket also appeared in an instant, followed by the angry scolding of the 3 sisters Asura. "Dare to touch my brother again, and I will smash your head into pieces." Asura saw the embarrassing situation and tried to mediate. But the man gave Asura a deep look. He couldn't help but be shocked by Asura's speed. Lenora then started to explain to the man. Those guys have already been killed by Asura and his group. Understanding the situation afterward, the man bowed and thanked Asura. I am Lin Jack, the guide leader of the Ethereal Mercenary Guild. Thank you, hero, for helping save my sister's life. I will never forget your great kindness. The sixth sister's expression softened a bit. One of the top 5 mercenary guilds on the mainland. I didn't expect the guide leader to be so young. It's really unexpected. Asura took out the earth-long flame bones and began to be polite. Speaking of which, this earth-long flame bone also belongs to you. Let's split it evenly. The man did not know that Asura was just being polite. He directly handed over the earth-long flame bones, considering it as a token of gratitude for saving his sister. If you ever need it in the future, you can find me in the mercenary group. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Asura breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly put the earth-long flame bones into his arms. The 3 elder sisters felt a bit embarrassed at the sight. They understood. This good little brother didn't really intend to give it to others. Jack then bowed to bid farewell to Asura and the others. Lenora, who was admiring from the side, asked Asura with a touch of affection, "Will you come find me, Asura?" Asura casually replied, "If fate allows, we'll meet again." He has a wife who was left behind as a deserted wife. He doesn't think too much about it either. Who would have expected that the woman would develop a crush? She even thought that Asura was implying that they were destined to be together in this lifetime. But little did she know, it was all just a fantasy. She paid no attention at all to the wall above her head. Then she accidentally bumped into the solid wall. Asura still doesn't know what Lenora is thinking. He could only awkwardly purse his lips. The voice of the third sister suddenly sounded. Little brother is indeed a fortunate person. Just accompanying you here has actually dispelled my inner demons. I have to return to the Feral Beast Palace now. Next, I will cultivate with you, the 4th sister, and the 6th sister. Yes, Asura is still somewhat puzzled. I am able to outshine the younger generation of other sects now. Should I continue to cultivate? 6th sister stepped forward and gave him a piece of her mind. She angrily scolded, "Do you think you can slack off just because you've reached the human essence stage? Don't think you can rest on your laurels." 4th sister stepped forward and comforted Asura. "Brother, would you like to come back to Azure Dan's revealed palace to cultivate with sister? Sister can help take care of your body." Upon hearing this, Asura's face lit up with happiness. He quickly agreed. He was unaware that the 4th sister's cultivation was even more brutal. Asura bid farewell to the 3rd sister and the 6th sister. He continued to cultivate with Dan Emperor and the 4th sister. He did not know that the 4th sister's cultivation method was even more ruthless. Facing the 4th sister's gentle inquiry, "Would you like to go back to Revealed Palace to cultivate with your sister? Sister can help you take good care of your body." Asura had a happy expression on his face. He directly agreed. The 6th sister also waved her hand. "I need to go back to deal with some things. The next cultivation tasks will be handled by the 4th sister." Seeing the 6th sister being let go so easily, Asura felt a little puzzled. The 4th sister held Asura by the collar to bid the two goodbye. She then grabbed Asura and took off into the sky. After seeing the two leaving, the 6th sister felt a slight sense of regret for the poor child. He still had no idea what terrifying things were waiting for him next. The 3rd sister reassured him. Asura is resolute and nothing will happen. Even if he can't bear it, he would want to commit suicide. Lyra will save him, as long as he doesn't leave any mental shadows. The next morning, inside the 4th sister's palace, Asura stretched lazily. Couldn't help but exclaim the first time sleeping so comfortably. Just at this moment, the 4th sister's voice suddenly sounded. "Breakfast is ready. Go eat quickly. Hearing about delicious food, Asura's mouth watered instantly, and he went to the living room. He saw such a sumptuous meal. Asura cried while eating wildly, complaining to the fourth sister. If you had showed up earlier, I wouldn't have suffered like this. You have no idea. The third sister and the sixth sister make me eat steamed buns and pickles every day. The fourth sister continued serving food without stopping, saying, Don't rush. Eat slowly. Later, we will do some exercise too. He heard the word, exercise. Asura stopped eating and asked, opening his mouth to inquire. The fourth sister began to explain. Although the vital qi in your body has already been resolved, the golden den still needs to operate several grand circuits to fully digest this vital qi, so I have arranged a workout for you. You will definitely like it. Listening to the words of the fourth sister, Asura felt a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. After finishing breakfast, the third sister brought Asura to a gloomy cave. Looking at the scene in front of him, Asura opened his mouth wide, unable to believe it, only to see a huge bronze door in front of him. He saw the word, suppress, on the bronze door. Asura jokingly asked, There's the word suppress written on this door. Could it be that there are hell demons locked behind this door? The fourth sister pointed to her chin and spat out 2 words. Smart. She received a response from the fourth sister. Asura panicked instantly. The fourth sister pushed and comforted the screaming Asura into the bronze door. Asura's panicked voice rang out. I am training, not seeking death. The fourth sister reassured him. With me here, even if you encounter Sharon, I can still bring you back. The voice falls silent. The large door behind closes instantly. He then began to survey the scenery inside the door. Seeing nothing within, Asura trembled and asked, Why is there nothing here? The fourth sister spoke up and asked him to take a closer look. Upon hearing this, Asura activated his 9 revolutions tyrant eyes, but unexpectedly, what he saw shocked him. He unexpectedly discovered that there were countless eyes within the walls in front of him. Before Asura could react, a group of evil creatures crazily surged out from within the walls. Asura thought. He thought that cultivating with the Dan Emperor, who seemed to love him the most on the surface, would be very comfortable. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be even more brutal than cultivating with the third sister and the sixth sister. She forcibly brought Asura into a bronze gate. Asura watched as countless evil creatures drilled out from the walls. He couldn't help but be amazed by the huge malicious aura emanating from these things. The fourth sister emanated a layer of isolating energy outside her body. She then explained, This is the ancient battlefield of the gods. Over time, it has fostered creatures of evil feeding off the ancient god carcasses. Named Extreme's Abyss, I have established a palace here for the purpose of guarding against Extreme's Abyss from causing havoc in the human realm. As Asura dodges attacks from evil beings, he is also lost in thought. Not only are these things fast, but they are also strong and numerous. How can I defeat them? He immediately plans to withdraw the sacred weapon. Unexpectedly, the voice of the fourth sister suddenly rings out. You can't use weapons. Asura was stunned. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why can't I use it? Do you have a problem with the rule I just set? Asura angrily shouted in response. No problem. He then activated the 9 revolutions tyrant body. The 9 revolutions tyrant blood was also released along with it. The evil creature rushing forward once again sensed this aura. Couldn't help but pause before it could react. The evil creatures rushing over began to explode one by one. The fourth sister couldn't help but sigh as she watched Asura swiftly kill the evil creatures. Can actually think of combining the high speed of the 9 revolutions tyrant body and the powerful toughness of the 9 revolutions tyrant blood, turning the body into a weapon. This kid is pretty clever. Her idea had just landed, and all the evil objects were completely annihilated. Asura's figure landed accordingly. With a somewhat mocking tone, he asked the fourth sister, Are these things worthy of your personal guard? The fourth sister shook her head, shattering Asura's illusion. You misunderstand. Those you just killed were merely small flies on Extreme's Abyss's body. Upon hearing this, Asura was instantly speechless. These things were actually just small flies? His thoughts had just landed. The ground beneath his feet suddenly started to shake. Asura's eyes sharpened. The figure of the demon beast Extreme's Abyss instantly burst out of the ground. He saw the gigantic size of Extreme's Abyss. Asura was shocked. At this moment, Extreme's Abyss lifted its huge foot and stomped down suddenly. Asura leaped into the air and arrived in front of Extreme's Abyss. Unexpectedly, Extreme's Abyss extended its arm and struck suddenly. Asura was surprised. He quickly raised his arm to block. He didn't expect this guy to have such a huge body, but his speed was not slow at all. As soon as their arms made contact, Asura's body was instantly set flying. His figure turned into a stream of light and embedded into the wall. The fourth sister seems to have anticipated this. Asura suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect that a simple punch would break his bones. Before Asura could react, Extreme's Abyss suddenly appeared with a fist raised in front of his face. When Asura opened his eyes, he was surprised to find himself lying naked in an herbal bath. The voice of the fourth sister suddenly sounded. How do you feel? Asura looked at himself in a large pot. He quickly asked, what is this thing? You are severely injured by Extreme's Abyss, and you are barely alive. If not for this medicine jar, you should have been back to the infant stage. Asura chuckled expressionlessly. If not for having the same father, but different mothers, Asura would suspect the fourth sister plotting against him. His thoughts trailed off. The voice of the fourth sister resounded once again. Put on your clothes and get up to continue training. The brutal training of the fourth sister has begun. Asura, the fourth sister's brutal training. Every time he opens his eyes, he finds himself lying in the herbal bath. The fourth sister brings Asura to cultivate in the place guarding Extreme Abyss. Unexpectedly, with just one palm strike, he was nearly killed by the ancient evil creature. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying naked in the fourth sister's herbal bath. To his surprise, what awaited Asura was the fourth sister's angry rebuke. Put on your clothes and continue training. The scene shifts to the fourth sister guarding the side of Extreme's Abyss. As Extreme's Abyss's giant foot suddenly stomps down, Asura activates 9 revolutions tyrant blood and dodges backwards. The fourth sister sits comfortably on a chair to the side. Seeing Asura not confronting the situation head-on, she smiles. You seem to be improving by not easily getting provoked into action. Asura steps on the ground, dodging left and right under the attacks of Extreme's Abyss. Seizing the opportunity during Extreme's Abyss's attacks, he suddenly soared into the air and punched Extreme's Abyss in the face. As the explosion smoke cleared, it was surprising to see that Extreme's Abyss was completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, Asura couldn't help but be surprised, still unable to react. The giant fist of Extreme's Abyss suddenly smashed into the top of Asura's head. When he opened his eyes again, Asura appeared in the herbal bath. Asura muttered in a dissatisfied tone. Damn it! I refuse to believe this. The scene shifted back to the location of Extreme's Abyss. Asura was seen launching rapid attacks at Extreme's Abyss body. When Asura opened his eyes again, his body was once again bathing in the fourth sister's herbal bath. She looked at Asura with an expression of complete disinterest. The fourth sister spoke to comfort Asura, saying that even for a strong individual at the Eternal King stage, it is impossible to easily defeat Extreme's Abyss, let alone you. The purpose of training is not for you to defeat him, but to learn how to survive when facing a stronger opponent. Asura, however, does not think so. He believes that the best way to survive is to defeat the enemy. Then a bold idea popped into his mind. If all the vital chi in the body is gathered into the fist, there may be unexpected effects. The idea settled. Asura's next words surprised the fourth sister. Give me another chance. I have figured out a solution. The scene shifts to the location of Extreme's abyss. Asura is seen concentrating his vital chi throughout his body, gathering it in his fist. With a sudden strike, the fist wind hits Extreme's abyss in the face. Extreme's abyss's massive body unexpectedly starts to lean backwards. Upon seeing this, the fourth sister raises her eyebrows lightly. The effect of this attack actually exceeds the current cultivation level by far. After adjusting his posture, Extreme's abyss glared fiercely at Asura. Immediately, it smashed down with a heavy fist. Asura's body once again embedded into the ground beside the fourth sister. But the fourth sister has a bold idea. After my little brother's full potential is released, he might really be able to compete with Extreme's abyss. A quarter of an hour later, the fourth sister finished picking herbs and arrived at the location of Asura herbal bath. She was about to speak up and suggest taking a break today. Unexpectedly, she found that Asura was gone. At this moment, Asura was holding a complete set of herbs, weeding in the fourth sister's herb garden. He cursed while eating, saying that Extreme's abyss is really hard to deal with. Relying solely on the vital chi in my body is far from enough to defeat him. I need to refine some Dan pills and take a risk. Just then, the fourth sister's voice suddenly interrupted Asura's actions. What are you doing? Asura forced a smile in his expression. Just a pretend coincidence. What a coincidence to run into you, big sister. What are you doing here too? The fourth sister pointed to a sign nearby and smiled. Look over there. The sign prominently displays a few large characters. Dan Emperor's Imperial Herb Garden. Trespassers will be killed. Asura entered Dan Emperor the fourth sister's herb garden. He casually ate some grass. I didn't expect that these plants are actually worth 30 million taels of gold. The fourth sister happened to discover Asura's talent for alchemy. Just as Asura was holding a book on herbs, eating grass at the same time, the fourth sister suddenly arrived. The fourth sister appeared with a smile on her face. Without blaming Asura, she pointed to the sign on the side. Written on it were the prominent words, Dan Emperor's Imperial Herb Garden. Trespassers will be killed. Asura scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. Just a medicinal shop, right? It shouldn't be that serious. The fourth sister smiled and said, It's not too bad. For example, the few stalks of dragonfly herb you are holding could easily be worth 30 million taels of gold. As soon as these words were spoken, Asura's expression instantly contorted. Asura left with the fourth sister, feeling somewhat embarrassed to apologize. At that time, they only wanted to add some vital chi, but they did not expect those to be precious herbs. The fourth sister was puzzled whether Asura also understands Dan refining. Asura pointed to the study. It was when he casually flipped through the medical books on your bookshelf. He just wanted to try it out himself. The fourth sister's expression became serious as she fell into contemplation. Just relying on one book, he was able to accurately identify the herbs that increased true essence. And the combination was completely correct. Could this kid also have the talent for Dan refining? The fourth sister's beautiful eyes lit up. She sighed at the continuous surprises emanating from Asura. The pharmacy is open to you. Feel free to use it. Just don't delay tomorrow's training. Listening to the fourth sister's extravagant tone, Asura was surprised. The fourth sister is in a great mood. I would like to take a look. How big of a surprise can you create? Asura is also here on this day, refining the mysterious Dan pill. On the second day, he was cultivating with Extreme's abyss. She saw Asura still dodging and looking for an opportunity. The fourth sister fell into doubt. Could it be that I am overthinking it? Just a brat. How could he possibly refine some miraculous elixir in just one day? Her thoughts had not yet settled. Asura suddenly took out a blue Dan pill. The fourth sister immediately saw Asura's plan at a glance. To double the output of vital chi and break through the 9 revolutions tyrant body. She saw Asura putting the Dan pill into his mouth. The fourth sister hurriedly exclaimed. Training is over, come back. After taking the Dan pill, Asura's face burst with blue veins. All the meridians in his body were burning. Saw Extreme's Abyss's giant foot about to descend, the fourth sister hurried forward. At this moment, Asura is surrounded by vital chi, with blood-red eyes. But the giant foot of Extreme's Abyss has already smashed the fourth sister's figure. When he arrived, the ground where Asura was located had already exploded. The fourth sister's face was pale. He didn't even have time to activate the 9 Revolutions golden bone, that is to say. The roaring voice of Extreme's Abyss echoed across the field. The fourth sister's terrifying resentment exploded. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. I want you to pay with your life for my brother. Just then, Extreme's Abyss' massive foot suddenly caused a rumble. Asura's figure pierced directly through Extreme's Abyss' soul. There was a burning smell mixed in with the voice. It's so hot. After taking a homemade pill, Asura. Her body is filled with fierce flames. 9 Revolutions Tyrant Bone has not been activated. He was just stepped on by Extreme's Abyss. The fourth sister's face instantly turned pale. She was about to make Extreme's Abyss pay with her life directly. Asura surprisingly broke out of Extreme's Abyss unscathed. At this moment, Asura's body was burning like fierce flames. Seeing her younger brother unharmed, the fourth sister's expression returned to normal. She couldn't help but be amazed. Asura utilized the power of her berserk body, and unexpectedly knocked down the huge Extreme's Abyss with a punch. The enormous body crashed down onto the ground with a bang. The fourth sister couldn't help but exclaim at the chaotic scene of Asura suddenly asking for water, and the ghost-like creatures running around. What exactly did this guy do? To actually be able to strike Extreme's Abyss? What a mess indeed. But she had second thoughts. Extreme's Abyss suffered heavy losses. However, there was still an unexpected gain. Her plan fell through. Extreme's Abyss slowly stood up. Azure saw Extreme's Abyss able to stand up. He angrily cursed. I even took the medicine. How is he still not dead? Fourth sister used secret techniques to cleanse the heart behind her, and spoke comforting words. The strong experts at the spiritual lord stage cannot easily defeat Extreme's Abyss, let alone you who just stumbled upon it by accident. It was only by refining the Dan pill that you were lucky enough to escape unscathed. As her voice fell, the purification secret technique she performed pierced through Extreme's Abyss's chest. Extreme's Abyss's body was purified. The rich spiritual chi began to spread in this area. Asura showed a hint of puzzlement. He turned his head to look at the fourth sister. Could it be the work of the eldest sister? The fourth sister kindly reminded, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come over to seize the opportunity. Asura smiled. He began to unleash the 9 Revolutions tyrant body to devour the surrounding spiritual chi. Originally, Extreme's Abyss feeds on the corpse of ancient gods for survival. As long as he is severely injured, then take the opportunity to purify him. You can obtain a large amount of spiritual chi from his body. Asura is absorbing spiritual chi while asking the fourth sister that the more negative energy he has, the more spiritual chi I can obtain after evolution. Right, sis? Smart. In order to prepare for the upcoming special training, you must absorb spiritual chi to expand your dantian. Asura spoke as fourth sister's voice fell, then Asura exhaled a strong spiritual chi. He sat down on the ground and began to refine his dantian. She went to great lengths to help me grow. I cannot let her hopes down. I happen to be able to further advance the 9 Revolutions tyrant body with this huge spiritual chi, along with the rich vital chi surging in Asura's body. Fourth sister smiled and praised Asura. Originally, she was still worried about where to find so much spiritual chi to fill the dantian for a rapid breakthrough. Unexpectedly, he just happened to have seriously injured the Extreme's Abyss. Only then can he smoothly evolve the spiritual chi of the Extreme's Abyss. The little brother is pretty good. 1/4 of an hour later. The location suddenly began to emit golden light. Before the fourth sister could be surprised, Asura's body undergoes another change. Too much vital chi gathers in his dantian, but the 9 revolutions tyrant body has not yet broken through. Fourth sister begins to mobilize the surrounding spiritual chi. She wants to forcibly stop Asura's absorption. Asura, however, showed no intention of stopping at all. Noted. She helped to control the influx of vital chi around her. If she didn't intervene forcefully, Asura's meridians would have been severely damaged. At this moment, Asura let out a low growl. The golden dam located in the dantian suddenly shattered. A golden light beam soaring into the sky. The tyrant body has been successfully activated. 9 revolutions tyrant Dan C. Even Dan Emperor the fourth sister couldn't help but be shocked by Asura's boldness over and over again. Asura risked awakening the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan C in a short period of time, not realizing that the fourth sister was slowly approaching. He was busy experiencing the spiritual chi brought by the Dan C in his body, waiting for the moment he advanced to the earth essence stage. The reserve of spiritual chi would be qualitatively improved. He excitedly jumped up. Just a few beatings would awaken the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan C. Not bad at all. At that moment, he felt a cold air slowly approaching from behind. Asura breaks through the limit on the verge of death. Dan Emperor the fourth sister gave a celestial grade flame as a gift. She also taught Dan refining techniques. Just as Asura was still brimming with the joy of breakthrough, he suddenly felt a chill approaching slowly from behind. After he saw the fourth sister's delicate body, Asura's speech became a little stiff. "Sister, I just succeeded." The fourth sister stood behind and rebuked angrily. "Do you know what you have just done? Do you know how dangerous it was?" Facing such close questioning from the fourth sister, Asura was momentarily unable to come up with a clever retort. The two of them arrived at the fourth sister Dan refining's room. Asura was apologizing to the fourth sister. "My dear sister, I was wrong this time. Please don't be angry anymore. Do you know how dangerous your actions were just now? A little slip-up, and you could have been in big trouble." Facing the fourth sister's reprimand, Asura quickly pinched her shoulders, slapped her legs, and tried to make the fourth sister happy. The fourth sister sighed. "Luckily, you have great fortune, good luck, and outstanding talent this time. You awakened the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan C in a short period of time." She immediately hugged Asura into her arms. "Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to face you," as instructed by the other sister. Asura quickly spoke up, saying there won't be a next time for such close contact. "I will definitely listen to the older sister." As the voice fell, the fourth sister suddenly increased the strength of her arm, continuing to question, "Is there anything else?" Asura was instantly suppressed by the fourth sister's powerful and tender arms, quickly continuing to speak. "I will absolutely not harbor any lucky thoughts in the future." With these words spoken, the fourth sister finally released the almost suffocating Asura in satisfaction. "You were able to quickly comprehend these truths." The older sister feels very relieved. The Asura, who survived the disaster, couldn't help but sigh. "If I had awakened to the truth a step slower, wouldn't I have been suffocated by the 2 massive objects in front of your chest?" Just then, the fourth sister's voice suddenly sounded. "Previously, you were able to refine the Dan pill based solely on my book, indicating that your talent in Dan refining is quite good. If that's the case, would you like to learn Dan refining with me?" The fourth sister is getting ready to continue explaining. When she talked about the benefits of mastering Dan refining, Asura immediately responded, "Don't need to say more. I'll learn." Asura was overjoyed. Anyway, this special training is really worth it. The fourth sister personally taught him the Dan refining technique. It will cause a sensation across the entire continent. Then he told the fourth sister that the more skills one has, the better, and Dan alchemists hold a very high status in this world. Upon hearing this, the fourth sister threw a glass bottle and asked Asura to refine it when he had the time. Asura observed the bottle and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is the top existence in beast fire. It is the flame of Long. The innate condition required for Dan refining is that there must be fire within your body. Although this is beast fire, its power is no less than earth fire and celestial fire." Asura curiously opened the mouth of the bottle. Unexpectedly, a huge long flame suddenly drilled out of the bottle. Seeing the flame was such a huge size, Asura couldn't help but ask how the long flame became so big. "Can he go into my body?" The fourth sister teased Chuyenzi with a light laugh, pointing out confidently to Asura, "How can a man doubt his own abilities?" Asura utilized the gift from Dan Emperor that the fourth sister presented. Celestial grade long flame breakthrough. Unexpectedly, he only broke through the human essence stage. He can trigger the wrath of the heavenly tribulation. Long flame surged into Asura's body as it opened its huge mouth. The rich vital chi instantly filled 9 revolutions tyrant Dan C, making Asura unable to help but marvel. Fortunately, awakening the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan C prevented it from being burst by this long. He fell into thinking. Close your eyes and open the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan C. Stabilize your breath. She saw Asura absorb the long flame effortlessly. The fourth sister smiled when the stinky brat 9 revolutions tyrant Dan C awakened. The speed of flame absorption also increased. Judging from the situation, he should be able to break through the human essence stage soon. After all, his 9 revolutions tyrant body is too extraordinary. His reserve of spiritual chi alone far exceeds that of ordinary people. She wanted to fall behind in her thinking. A beam of heavenly spiritual chi suddenly shot down from the sky in the clouds. The fourth sister's palace is surrounded by a strong presence of vital chi. She saw the beam of light shooting down from the clouds. The fourth sister couldn't help but sigh. This kid can actually absorb the spiritual chi of the heavens, something only achievable by reaching the celestial essence stage. He actually achieved it at the human essence stage. The fourth sister rubbed her chin, revealing a smile. "I wonder how many more surprises this little brother can bring me." After the beam of vital chi disappeared, the air suddenly filled with thunder. The fourth sister walked out of the palace upon hearing the sound and looked up. Seeing such a momentum, the fourth sister was shocked. This is actually the heavenly tribulation. Just then, Asura also successfully broke through. Hearing the fourth sister mention the heavenly tribulation, he felt puzzled. Whose heavenly tribulation is it? Of course, it's your heavenly tribulation, dear little brother. Asura doubted that the damn heavens had made a mistake. Clearly, he had just reached the human essence stage. Was he about to endure the heavenly tribulation already? His thoughts had only just begun. A bolt of thunder struck directly at the ground where Asura stood. The fourth sister looked at the thunder swirling on the ground, also breaking out in a cold sweat. She faced Asura's confusion. The fourth sister spoke up to explain. This power should only be at the level of 1-layer heavenly tribulation. And if you can get through this heavenly tribulation, you will become even stronger. He looked at the looming thunderous giant snake above his head. The fourth sister cheered behind to him. "Be good. Once you get through this heavenly tribulation, sister will reward you with something fun." Asura showed a hint of embarrassment at the words. "Sis, are you treating me like a child and playing tricks on me?" He looked at the thunderous giant snake above his head. Asura raised his sacred weapon and flew straight up into the sky. With his sacred weapon, he struck fiercely at the body of the giant snake. The long's body was directly cut in half. The giant snake surprisingly began rapidly healing its wounds. After reforming, the giant snake's size unexpectedly doubled. He saw the giant snake gathering thunder. Asura stood in front of the giant snake, intending to confront it head-on. After the two made contact, a terrifying explosion swept through the area. After taking the attack head-on, the giant snake's aura inexplicably grew stronger. Then the snake's offspring emerged from the explosion. It flew straight towards Asura, striking his body. His sturdy body firmly embedded into the huge rock on the fourth sister's head. Asura also sensed the strangeness of the heavenly rank. Just at that moment, the fourth sister's voice suddenly sounded. Just holding the light is not useful. You need to find a way to absorb the thunderclouds. Asura suddenly realized the mystery in his words. He questioned his elder sister why she didn't tell him earlier. The fourth sister rubbed her palms together, displaying a, weirdly, affectionate demeanor of an elder. I'm sorry. I just thought of it, she said. Asura, however, did not believe the fourth sister's nonsense. This is definitely something that only a real sister could do. Asura carries the sacred beast celestial devouring, and withstands the heavenly tribulation with divine long's breath. His strength has increased by 2 levels. He didn't have time to be happy before being teased by the fourth sister. Just as Asura was at a loss facing the heavenly tribulation, the fourth sister suggested absorbing the thunderclouds first. Asura suddenly realized. He faced the thunder unleashed by the thunder snake once again. Asura inserts the sacred weapon into the ground. He summons Celestial Devouring directly. Celestial Devouring instantly scatters the thunder. He then dives into the giant mouth of the thunder python to restrain it. At that moment, the long flame within Asura unexpectedly reacts with the thunder. Asura plunges into the thunderclouds. Using the long flame, he started devouring the thunder recklessly. The fourth sister's smile deepened as she witnessed this scene. In this way, not only did the flames within him undergo a change, even the spiritual chi within his body was infused with a hint of thunder and lightning power. This will greatly benefit him in performing mysterious techniques in the future. With this thought in mind, he descended. Asura suddenly roared in the air. Heavenly tribulation and long flame successfully fused into 9 heavens thunder flame. As the heavenly tribulation fades away, the terrifying energy within Asura sweeps across this area. The fourth sister claps her hands and praises. Impressive, impressive. This time, the heavenly tribulation has brought you a lot of gains. Not only did your cultivation level directly break through from the human essence stage pinnacle to the earth essence stage first layer. Moreover, the sound was suddenly interrupted by Asura with a burst head. Asura confidently continued holding the stunned celestial devouring. Yes, yes. This 9 heavens thunder flame is simply amazing. I feel like even facing the celestial essence stage would be a piece of cake. The fourth sister stepped forward to help Asura wipe his handsome face. She also agreed with the confident words of her younger brother. She then pointed to the skin revealed by Asura and charmingly said, You need to go back and clean up now. Otherwise, this appearance might be a bit inconvenient at night. Asura suddenly panicked. Do things at night? Then he fell into contemplation. What exactly does this refer to? The time came to noon. The fourth sister began to explain to Asura in the Dan refining room. All the boring training you went through for so many days was to lay a solid foundation for Dan refining. The 9 heavens thunder flame you cultivated today, though not the most powerful kind, is the most suitable flame for Dan refining. No doubt about it. Asura finally understood. That's why the elder sister asked me to undergo the heavenly tribulation today, and then she asked if this flame is really so powerful. The fourth sister fell into contemplation. She began sharing her experience as a Dan emperor. The quality of the flame is important, but it is also necessary to grasp the subtle changes during the Dan refining process. With the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes, you already have an absolute advantage from birth. Next is the accumulation of spiritual chi. Generally, Dan refining takes several days, or even several tens of days. Without a strong reserve of spiritual chi, it is also not possible. Asura understood the four sisters' hard work. Previously, he absorbed the spiritual chi of the extremes abyss to awaken the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan Si, and fundamentally did not lack spiritual chi. Asura shed tears of happiness. Having a sister is really too good. She even feeds me food to my mouth. If I don't eat now, wouldn't it go against the principles of nature? Asura's Dan Emperor, the fourth sister, personally imparts the art of Dan refining. When Asura gathers herbs, he encounters a fearless female assassin, only to see the fourth sister conjure flames in her palm. She is going to demonstrate the process of Dan refining to Asura. How much you can comprehend depends entirely on your level of enlightenment. Asura carefully watched the process of the flames entering the cauldron. Dan Emperor personally instructs in Dan refining. This is not an opportunity that everyone can have. The fourth sister explained while refining the Dan pill. The dissolution time of each herb is different. The time when the herbs are just put into the cauldron is the most critical for Dan refining. Asura's right eye opened, carefully observing the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes. Just a few breaths of time. Inside the alchemy cauldron, a blue Dan pill slowly takes shape. I haven't reacted yet to the Dan pill Asura being dragged by the fourth sister's palm. Indeed, he is the Dan Emperor. The speed of this Dan pill is truly extraordinary. Later, the fourth sister took out a list, asking Asura to go down the mountain tomorrow to collect the necessary medicinal herbs. In the following days, try practicing the simplest spiritual Qi Dan. Asura agreed. The time has come for the night. Asura is searching for medicinal herbs behind the mountain. Today I watched the Dan refining process of the fourth sister. I plan to seize the opportunity and strike while the iron is hot tonight. Just as Asura was getting ready, when he was picking the final tortoiseshell flower needed for the process, there was a sudden noise in the woods. A hidden weapon suddenly flew towards him. Asura reacted quickly and dodged the weapon by a hair's breadth. Several figures in black robes slowly emerged from the forest. Finally, I found you. Upon seeing this burly figure in a black robe, Asura looked puzzled. Big brother, I don't seem to know you. You come at me right away. Isn't that a breach of the rules of the martial world? Before the voice had even finished, the leader in black robes immediately threw out several hidden weapons. He angrily shouted, "Who are you calling big brother? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Who am I, after all?" Asura found that he had indeed never seen the appearance of this woman before. Confronted with such obvious murderous intent from the woman, Asura speaks the truth. "Big brother." "Oh wait. Big sister. I really don't know who you are. I was just a little shocked earlier. These days, there are even sisters who have trained their bodies so strong. I feel inferior compared to them." The violent woman's arms transformed into knives. She directly slashed out 2 strands of vital chi towards Asura. Asura easily dodged away. A group of black-robed figures suddenly rushed forward, seeing these guys with such obvious killing intent. Asura is not planning to be polite either. He directly took out the sacred weapon and activated the 9 revolutions tyrant body to confront several assassins head-on. As the sword shadows flashed by, the black-robed assassin fell to the ground, facing the leading woman's thunderstrike crescent slash. Asura easily caught it with one hand. No matter how hard the woman tried, she couldn't move the large knife forward at all. The voice of Asura came timidly. "I was collecting herbs just fine. You guys insisted on coming over. Why bother?" Then he exerted force with his arm, sending the woman's body flying. Seeing this group of people lose their combat effectiveness, Asura retracted his sacred weapon and planned to return home. He needs to finish the task entrusted to him by the fourth sister first. Upon hearing the word, "Sister," a single tear rolled down the woman's cheek. He immediately shouted angrily, "If he's still around, I should be able to hear this name as well." Asura tilted his head, revealing a look of confusion. I remind the audience that this person is definitely not Asura's sister. Asura's sister would not be so weak. Asura encountered the mysterious woman's assassination while collecting herbs. He easily resolved her attack. He was just about to return home after completing the four sisters' mission. The woman angrily shouted, If he is still around, I should be able to hear my sister's voice as well. It's all you. It's you guys who killed my brother. Asura looked puzzled. The woman pointed at Asura and reminded him. 5 days ago, Nether Cave. Asura suddenly remembered the eunuch young master from the previous episode. Your younger brother is the one who wanted to use bone corrosion to kill me, the third sister. But he failed due to his weak skills, and got killed by my sister, the chief eunuch of the Eternal Peace Association. Upon hearing such insults, the woman directly threw out several strange purple spheres. As the spheres exploded, emitting poisonous gas, Asura quickly covered his mouth and nose. Just then, the 4 sisters' voice suddenly sounded. Little brother, you really are naughty. Just then, a beam of light shot down from the sky, abruptly isolating this area. As the beam of light dissipated, the beautiful body of the 4th sister catches the eye. Clearly, I told you to practice after dawn. But you just wouldn't listen. You had to come out in the middle of the night to look for herbs. Now you've got yourself in trouble. Just ran into some troublemaker. Asura just called out for big sister. The burly woman greeted. Suddenly, a group of assassins rushed towards the two. You came just in time. You also have a share in my brother's death. The 4th sister looked very disdainful. She just waved her hand directly, and let Asura show his skills. It's time to test the results of special training. Asura drew out his sacred weapon, and responded with a sound. He was just worried about not having a sparring partner to practice with. Several heads to be delivered have arrived just in time. Asura stood with his sword in front of him. The terrifying 9 heavens thunder flame condensed and emerged. As Asura swung his sword down, the huge sphere suddenly met the attacks of the crowd. The two sides collided. All the people in black robes were shaken away. Only the sturdy woman in the lead managed to hold her ground. Asura approached the woman. His voice came hoarsely. I said, when you avenge your eunuch brother, can you bring me some stronger subordinates? I haven't exerted my full strength yet. How did they all get killed in one go? The woman had a cold expression. Then, she intended to use her last move. As she performed her secret technique, her palm began to absorb the surrounding vitality. Seeing the familiar forbidden arts of Asura, he suddenly realized. He immediately questioned the woman. I didn't expect you to collude with the people of the 6-Path sect. The woman still believes that his younger brother was innocently killed. Asura mentioned the sacred weapon. Upon seeing the familiar forbidden arts Asura, he suddenly had a realization and immediately questioned the woman. I didn't expect you to be colluding with the people of the 6-Path sect. The woman, however, still believed that his brother died innocently. Asura mentioned the sacred weapon and angrily shouted, Your brother harmed the innocent, and even turned them into bone corrosion. It's all his deserved punishment. The woman was not willing to listen to this explanation. Just then, the 4 sisters' voice suddenly rang out from the side. I was just worried that I wouldn't have the opportunity to teach you how to use your own flames to fight, but I didn't expect the experimental subject to come rushing in so quickly. I saw the 4 sisters' palm gathering a powerful blaze. Asura looked enviously and asked, Can my flames also be used for fighting? Of course, your 9 heavens thunder flame is a top-tier celestial fire that can not only be used for dam refining, but also for fighting. Its power is truly formidable. It's just that using it to deal with such small fry is a bit overkill. Asura the 4th sister imparts the celestial fire manipulation art. She faces the heavenly tribulation of the poisonous lady's forbidden arts. She easily crushes it directly. Unexpectedly, the 4th sister was once again shocked by Asura's monstrous talent. Asura sees that the 4th sister can battle with flames. He hurriedly asked, Can my fire also change forms? The 4th sister condensed the scorching flame and explained, Of course, your 9 heavens thunder flame is a top-tier celestial fire. However, using it to deal with such small fries is a bit of an overkill. Facing Asura, the four sisters' disdainful attitude and the woman's display of heavenly tribulation, she angrily shouted, "You dare to challenge heavenly tribulation with just yourself? You are really dreaming big." Asura was angry. "Am I not a person? There are clearly two of us here. Who are you looking down on?" The flame of the four-sister condensed into countless palm prints and rushed towards the woman's heavenly tribulation. She immediately reminded Asura to watch carefully how the true fire control secret art is manipulated. "How much you can digest depends entirely on yourself." The voice fell. Two terrifying attacks collided with a bang. Asura on the side couldn't help but sigh. "When I was using the Nine Heavens Thunder Flame in battle before, I didn't output flames, but spiritual chi. On the other hand, the Four Sisters solely relies on controlling fire." She could easily suppress her opponent. Unexpectedly, the Four Sister did not take this battle seriously at all and directly asked Asura, "Have you operated carefully?" After she saw Asura nod, the huge palm condensed by the Four Sister actually directly crushed the heavenly tribulation. The Four Sisters' voice timidly came, "Although your secret technique is powerful, the real heavenly tribulation formation requires someone at the Eternal King stage or above to manipulate it." When this was said, the malicious woman was shocked. She still hadn't reacted when the Four Sister manipulated the flames to directly blast her body away. Asura stared dumbfounded at the scene. "This is too fierce. If it weren't for my sister intentionally delaying time for me to observe the details of flame manipulation, the opponent probably wouldn't last 3 seconds before being instantly defeated." The Four Sisters' plan failed, and then she began manipulating the transformation of the flames. Between the wave of her hand, she actually turned the flames directly into a dragon scroll. The woman's body was instantly engulfed by the dragon scroll. Asura complimented the Four Sister behind her, saying she was really handsome. "Although I've trained my eyes, my body has not. Sister, you must teach me this fire control secret art." The Four Sister glanced at Asura, then took out a scroll from her chest. "I prepared this for you a long time ago. This celestial fire manipulation art is the precious secret book of my Wandan Valley. Take it back and practice well." After Asura received the secret book, his eyes lit up. He then thanked the Four Sister. The Four Sister kindly reminded on the side that this secret book not only allows control of flames and transformation at will, but also enhances the power of the flames. "Your fire fork is the Nine Heavens Thunder Flame, and I'm sure its power when unleashed is extraordinary." Just as the voice fell, it began. The Four Sisters' beautiful eyes widened in an instant. Asura's palm had already condensed into a flaming fist. The Four Sister was dumbfounded, looking at this. How is this possible? Even Dan Emperor the Four Sister never expected this. Asura's talent is so outrageous. Asura's second sister exudes the aura of the strongest half-saint in the canyon. As the Four Sister gets the fire control secret art from her chest to Asura. Unexpectedly, in just a few breaths of time, Asura is able to condense the fire fist in no time. The Four Sister suppressed her surprise, but couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of monster is this kid? Just by glancing at the scripture a few times, he has already learned it." Asura couldn't help but curse in dissatisfaction. "Older sister, why can I only condense into a fist? How come I can't do what you did earlier with the big long scroll?" The Four Sister smiled and said, "You condensed into a fist with just one look at my demonstration. That's already quite impressive." Just then, a wild goose flew overhead. The Four Sister was surprised and exclaimed, "How did she come?" Spoiler alert. Next to appear is the strongest half-saint, second sister. Asura, who was lost in thought, spoke up and asked the Four Sister to go back and rest well. "Starting tomorrow, we will begin round-the-clock special training. These assassins may have been sent by the Six-Paths sect to investigate your background." In her next words, there was a hint of command. How can you win against them in the Great Chu's martial trial if you don't intensify your training? Asura followed the Four Sister back to the palace. In this period, 3 sisters have taken great pains to train me. The purpose is to make me stronger, so this time in the martial trial, I will definitely not disappoint everyone. The next morning, the 4th sister arrived at the Dan refining room upon hearing the sound. She heard Asura's voice through the glass, and the 4th sister was very pleased. It's good to see him training so diligently this early. She then pushed the door and entered. But seeing Asura's skillful Dan refining techniques, it is no wonder she is the 4th sister of the Dan Emperor. She couldn't help but be impressed by Asura's talent. Just then, Asura's confident voice suddenly rang out. "Sis, what score would you give my play just now?" The 4th sister snorted angrily, telling him not to get distracted. The Dan refining process lasted for a quarter of an hour. As Asura's gaze sharpened, his palm suddenly slapped on the Dan furnace, and a golden Dan pill burst out of the cauldron. Asura put it in his palm and smiled. The 4th sister was once again shocked to see such purity in the spiritual Chi Dan, marveling at Asura's talent. Facing Asura's endless stream of questions, the 4th sister began to explain. The benefits of refining this Dan pill are very significant for you. The spiritual Chi Dan is an excellent elixir for the soul body. If you are accidentally attacked by evil energy, it will greatly damage your spiritual Chi. After taking it, you will quickly regain the strength of your physical body and soul. Asura directly hugged the 4th sister's thighs when he heard that. Thank you for the 4th sister's kindness. It's great to have an older sister. The 4th sister caresses Asura. She gently said, "I am your sister. Of course, I will treat you well." Inside a palace of the 6 Paths sect at the same time, the traitor Song Rain is planning the next conspiracy. Facing the report from the woman, Song Hongyu had anticipated that Asura and Dan Emperor, who were members of the Eternal Peace Association, would certainly not stand a chance. The reporting woman, however, was slightly puzzled. So why still send someone to assassinate Asura? Upon hearing this, Song Rain suddenly stood up from the bathtub. She revealed the details of the Great Chu martial trial. If you want to take him down, of course you need to understand his strength in advance. It's just because Asura has humiliated Song Rain twice. So this time, Asura will become the target of public criticism. But Asura's power will crush everything. This woman is the most powerful half-saint on the mainland. Similarly, she is also the 2nd sister of Asura, but they have different mothers. Today is the day when Dan Emperor the 4th sister and 2nd sister hand over duties. Dan Emperor the 4th sister just woke up and heard Asura's voice at the door asking, "Is sister here?" "I have almost finished practicing my Dan refining technique and fire control art. Do you have any new secret manuals?" The sound suddenly stopped, and only saw the 4th sister wearing pajamas, seductively stretching lazily. Asura's face blushed instantly, and quickly turned his back to apologize. The 4th sister suddenly approached and reached out her jade hand to touch Asura's back, asking flirtatiously, "When did you become so diligent and eager to learn?" Asura looked directly at the 4th sister's beautiful face, and then began to explain. "Only by constantly enriching oneself can one become stronger." Upon hearing this, the 4th sister smiled and said, "Okay, in recognition of your hard work, I will teach you another move." After the 4th sister had put on her clothes, the two of them arrived at the Dan refining room, where the 4th sister sat cross-legged. She explained while refining the Saint Essence Dan. This kind of Dan pill can make the user burst out with powerful strength in a short period of time. Moreover, this kind of strength is an extremely pure physical strength. A pink Dan pill suddenly flew out from within the Dan furnace as the voice fell. After receiving the Dan pill, the 4th sister didn't forget to remind Asura. This kind of Dan pill should not be taken too much. She then handed the Dan pill to Asura. Immediately, she once again took out a manual on Dan pill from her chest and gave it to Asura. It recorded various techniques for Dan refining. Asura thanked the 4th sister for generously imparting her knowledge. Suddenly, a black messenger hawk swooped down at this moment. The fourth sister opened the letter with a smile on her face. To her surprise, her beautiful eyes widened instantly after she read the contents, facing Asura's worried questions on the side. The fourth sister then began to urge Asura. The sixth sister mentioned in the letter that the Great Chu martial trial is only 2 days away. You need to pack up and head to Long City now. Before Asura could say goodbye to the fourth sister, she hurriedly pushed Asura out of the palace. However, Asura was unaware that the letter also mentioned that the second sister, the strongest half-saint, was also coming. In the afternoon, Asura packed up his things and bid farewell to the fourth sister. The fourth sister gave him encouragement from behind. Asura, however, was unaware that when the martial trial arrived, several sisters would gather in Long City. They simply handed Asura over to the second sister. Asura's figure moved along the way to Long City. He remembered the days he spent away from Tai sect cultivating. Now, without the company of his sisters, he felt a bit uncomfortable for a moment. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly sounded. "He finally found you, Asura." Asura was startled. Then, he quickly pulled out his sacred weapon and stepped back. As soon as he moved away, a huge rock suddenly fell from the ground beneath his feet. Asura didn't have time to exclaim at the speed of the flying huge rock. A palm condensed with vital chi grasped it in hand. Asura opened his mouth angrily and shouted, "What kind of hero are you to attack sneakily? If you have the ability, come and face me head-on." "Oh, looks like someone has a fiery temper." A figure of a woman in red slowly walked out, not knowing that she is Asura's second sister, the strongest half-saint. The second sister joked, "The more you struggle, the more excited I become. It's too easy if you just give in. I find it boring." Asura said goodbye to the fourth sister right before. He was then caught by the strongest half-saint, second sister. The moment they exchanged blows, he was caught by second sister. Asura still doesn't know that this woman is his second sister. He directly threatened to confront the attacker head-on. Unexpectedly, second sister showed interest and surrendered too easily. I found it rather boring instead. However, the more you struggle, the more excited sister gets. Listening to the woman's twisted words, Asura quickly lowered his posture. "Senior, have you mistaken me for someone else? We have no grievances or enmity between us. You're playing bondage right away. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? How about you let me go first, and then we sit down and chat slowly." Second sister suddenly stepped forward, examining Asura's face and said, "I'm not mistaken, you are Asura." Asura's face lit up with a cunning smile, like a panda upon hearing this. Then he spoke up to defend himself, saying, "So you are looking for Asura?" "Senior, you have really mistaken me this time. I am just an unknown junior, please spare me." Second sister, however, does not believe Asura's words. With a lift of her finger, she disperses the bound giant palm. Asura opened his mouth to inquire about the reason. "There must be a reason for catching me, right?" Second sister, however, teased without revealing her identity as second sister. "There isn't really a special reason, just want you to accompany me for a mountain hike." Asura did not know that this sister intended to take her for a robbery. Asura was speechless for a moment. Then he quickly found an excuse to excuse himself. "Senior, let's postpone climbing the mountain to another time. I have to hurry to participate in the Great Chu martial trial." When he said this, second sister's eyes turned cold. Asura saw that she did not intervene, so he planned to leave a way to contact her for another meeting next time. Second sister, however, set an impossible condition. "If you want to leave, it's also not impossible. As long as you can defeat me, I will let you go. How about it?" Asura's heart felt like a bolt from the blue. But he still agreed in the end. Since there is no way to escape anyway, he might as well bravely face it and fight to the death. His idea failed. Asura mentioned the sacred weapon and suddenly blasted towards second sister. Before the sword shadow could touch the hem of second sister's clothes, her figure leaped into the air, easily dodging the attack. Immediately, she gathered vital chi in her palm and taunted. "Too slow!" Her voice trailed off. She instantly released the whirlpool of vital chi from her hand. After Asura used the 9 Heavens Thunder Flame to clash head-on with second sister's vital chi attack. Second sister's embarrassed voice came through. "Although the thunder and lightning are fierce, unfortunately the power is insufficient, and the spiritual chi is not stable enough." The heavenly thunder was instantly torn apart by second sister's vital chi. The powerful force directly sent Asura's body flying, leaving a skid mark on the ground. Second sister spoke, asking him to give up. Unexpectedly, Asura, using the celestial fire manipulation art taught to him by the fourth sister, smiled. Until the last moment, the outcome was still uncertain. As the 9 Heavens Thunder Flame spread throughout his body, a huge fireball appeared behind him. Seeing this familiar secret technique, second sister smiled and revealed her identity. "Well done! You have even mastered the secrets of the fourth sister." As soon as these words were spoken, the flames behind Asura instantly disappeared. He awkwardly asked, "Are you the fourth sister? I the fourth sister? In that case, are you also my sister?" Second sister responded with a simple, "Yes. I am indeed your second sister, the strongest half-saint, Xianxia. This woman is the strongest half-saint on the continent." Asura still doesn't know that the arrogant woman in front of her is actually her second sister. Facing second sister's demand to climb the mountain. As Asura was about to use the secret technique taught by fourth sister in a fight to the death, second sister directly revealed her identity. "Oh, not bad. You've actually learned all of fourth sister's secret techniques." When these words were said, Asura was shocked. The woman revealed that she was the strongest half-saint, second sister. Asura's mouth fell open in disbelief, shocked that my second sister turned out to be the strongest half-saint. Then second sister asked the question again, whether you are still willing to accompany her to climb the mountain? Asura's arrogant attitude instantly changed. "Let's climb! We will climb immediately as long as sister gives the command. Little brother is ready to accompany you at any time." Second sister showed a satisfied smile. Immediately, she embraced Asura and set off directly. Asura asked her in confusion, "Why is my sister so determined to climb mountains? What is it for?" "Secret?" With a drop in her voice, second sister disappeared with Asura in an instant from the place. In the blink of an eye, Asura found himself at the foot of a mountain. Facing Asura's confusion, second sister explained on the side, "We have already arrived at Long City. This is the mountain below the four deity sect." Upon hearing this, Asura couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly deserving of the title of the strongest half-saint. Being able to teleport through space, they have directly crossed a day's worth of travel." The elder sister caressed the mink fur on her clothing as she revealed the purpose of their trip. "Do you know why I brought you here to climb the mountain?" The answer is right above. On this sacred mountain, there is a magical rainbow fruit tree that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. It only bears fruit once every 100 years. My sister calculated it a long time ago, and today happens to be the day it bears fruit. Asura instantly understood second sister's meaning, and then she spoke to persuade her. "You wouldn't be planning to take me up there to steal the spiritual fruit, would you? That wouldn't be right, would it?" Second sister corrected Asura's wording, and then she assertively stated, "How can you call it stealing? The rainbow fruit tree is an ancient object. The four deity sect existed before it was founded. We are just here to pick the fruits, which has nothing to do with stealing." Asura knew at a glance that this second sister was already a habitual offender. Later, second sister began to instigate Asura, saying, "During our battle just now, you didn't even touch a single hair of mine. It shows that you still need to improve your overall strength." Asura was left speechless at these words. Does second sister not know that she is the strongest half-saint at the peak of the mainland? Who can compete with her? Second sister began to seduce Asura. As long as you can eat the rainbow fruit, your cultivation level will increase significantly in a short period of time. She then lightly patted Asura's shoulder and reiterated the previous question. With your monstrous aptitude, eating just one fruit can save you several years of cultivation compared to others. Are you sure you want to miss out on this opportunity? What are we waiting for then? Let's go, second sister, and pick some fruits on the mountain. Yes, Asura, second sister was unexpectedly annihilated in an instant. 2 spiritual emperor stage elders. He faced the request from the strongest half-saint second sister to steal fruit. Asura directly refused. Who would have expected that second sister would actually start to encourage Asura, saying with your demoniac aptitude, by eating a fruit, you can cultivate for several years. This benefit, are you sure you don't want it? As soon as this was said, Asura's attitude instantly changed. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go up the mountain. Second sister held back the excited Asura, telling him not to be in a hurry. Then she solemnly added, I can feel it. There are 2 old guys at the spiritual emperor stage guarding the mountain. It won't be easy to get past them. By the way, it is known that the strongest individuals on this continent are at the spiritual emperor stage. However, Asura's 6 older sisters surpass even the spiritual emperor stage. Second sister handed the cloak with a hidden aura to Asura to help conceal his own aura. Asura asked in confusion, And what about you, sister? Unexpectedly, second sister was able to cut off her aura with just a thought, impressing Asura, who raised a thumbs-up gesture behind him. He couldn't help but exclaim, It seems like my second sister really has her own unique skills. Even though she is standing right in front of him, he couldn't feel her aura at all. However, he always felt that this second sister seemed to be walking down the wrong path. Thoughts were interrupted, as they heard second sister urging Asura to quickly put on his cloak and follow her. After the 2 arrived at the mountaintop, they saw 2 old men meditating with their eyes closed. Second sister's message reminded Asura that while these 2 old guys seemed to be in a trance, they were actually vigilant. Just wait here for me later. The 2 soon locked their gaze onto the location of the rainbow fruit. The moment when the fruit is ripe will be the best time for the 2 to make their move. 2 old men also spoke at this moment, suddenly praising the rainbow fruit. This time's quality should be the highest since the establishment of the 4-deity sect. And there were 2 of them appearing at the same time. Just at this moment, the rainbow tree began to emit a rich vital chi. 2 old men immediately stood up, and second sister, seeing this, directly exposed her own aura. 2 old men at the spiritual emperor stage instantly sensed the spatial fluctuations. The old man suddenly swung 2 strands of vital chi towards the location of second sister, seeing the 2 spiritual emperor stage old men take action at the same time. Asura couldn't help but worry about second sister's safety, only to see 2 old men releasing the powerful long scroll around them to isolate intruders, feeling the raging winds in the air. Asura started transmitting his voice. Second sister, are you okay? If today doesn't work out, let's retreat. After all, the opponent is 2 spiritual emperor stage experts. It's not worth risking our lives. His voice trailed off. Asura's body was instantly swept up into the air by a fierce wind. At this moment, second sister's figure ghostly passed through 2 long screen barriers. She immediately condensed an ice blade in her palm. She directly froze the bodies of the 2 elderly men. The gale also stopped, and Asura's body fell heavily from the sky. At that moment, second sister's voice suddenly sounded. All taken care of. Come out now. Asura looked up, only to see second sister. She was stepping on 2 old men who were beaten unconscious with wooden sticks. Asura exclaimed in disbelief. Spiritual Emperor stage was solved with just 1 blow? Second sister turned her head with a look of arrogance and said, So what? Just the measly Spiritual Emperor stage. I haven't even put it in my eyes. Asura. Second sister was instantly annihilated, taking down 2 spiritual emperor stages with her. She broke through once again for him, before the Great Chu martial trial. Several sisters gathered at the Great Chu martial trial. There was a continuous stir in the venue. Asura looked at the 2 old men under second sister's skirt and asked worriedly, "Is it really okay to just use a stick?" Second sister reassured him, saying that with this hit from my stick, they won't wake up for a short time. Later, second sister picked the rainbow fruit from the tree and threw it to Asura. He quickly ate it, otherwise the spiritual chi would disappear if he delayed any longer. Asura thanked second sister and didn't stand on ceremony. He directly stuffed it into his mouth. With the entry of the spiritual fruit into his body, Asura was instantly filled with its powerful energy throughout his body. He felt his body expanding uncontrollably and hurriedly pleaded with second sister to save him. Second sister condensed a strand of soft vital chi with her fingers. She then stepped forward and tapped Asura's forehead. "Don't worry, these are all spiritual power. You will naturally recover after refining it slowly." Asura only put down his worries after hearing this. He had thought he was going to die of explosive body. He then sat cross-legged. He started the 9 revolutions tyrant dance to refine the dense spiritual chi within his body. The fourth sister is watching this scene. A charming smile appears on her pretty face. With it, the Great Chu martial trial is a piece of cake. 2 days later, inside the arena of Long City martial trial, I saw that the spectator stand was already filled with disciples from various sects. The crowd began to discuss who the leader of this challenge would be. Currently, the most controversial issue is Long Xian's physique in the 4 deity sects. Indestructible Vajra body. Another one is Yufeng's physique in the 6 Paths sect. 7 killing ruined body. Afterward, everyone began teasing the Tai sect where Asura is located. As the eyes gazed around, only 3 familiar figures were seen standing tall among them. The 3 individuals are respectively already in a close relationship with Asura. Little junior sister Xianxia, who has fallen into the role of a married couple, and Shifu Empyrean Luo and sect leader. Listening to the mocking voices coming from the crowd, Xianxia furrowed her eyebrows. "These people actually completely look down on us." Sect leader asked behind, "Where is Asura? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Empyrean Luo shook her head at the words. "But he has his elder sisters here. I think he should be fine." Just then, a deep voice of the messenger eunuch suddenly sounded. "The Great Chu Marshal has arrived." As Asura's 6 sisters' figure entered the scene, the crowd immediately exploded with excitement. A sect leader hurried forward to greet and welcome the esteemed marshal. Asura's 6th sister waved her hand, indicating that there was no need for excessive formalities. She was just here to casually observe, so there was no need to be nervous. Unexpectedly, Dan Emperor Zhong Lira also entered the venue. The crowd exploded again when Asura the 4th sister appeared, with a temperament that was not inferior to the 6th sister at all. The crowd began to suspect that Dan Emperor had personally arrived. Could it be that among the contestants, there is a highly talented Dan alchemist? Just then, another explosion sounded beside the arena. I saw Asura's 3rd sister. The figure of feral beast Palace's palace lord is sitting upright on the back of a phoenix. Asura and several elder sisters. They gathered together at the Great Chu martial trial to cheer for Asura. The entire audience stand in awe. After the appearance of the 6th sister, there was an instant sensation in the audience. The host of the meeting, the sect leader of the 4 deity sect, quickly stepped forward to compliment her. With the Dan Emperor, the 4th sister, stepping on auspicious clouds following closely behind. The aura is no less than the 6th sister. The audience at the battle platform is confused. Has Dan Emperor also arrived? Could it be that there is a very talented Dan alchemist among the participants this time? At this moment, another explosion sounded on the arena. I saw Feral Beast Palace's palace lord, the third sister, sitting upright on the back of a phoenix. As the third sister's figure landed on the ground, the sect leader quickly made a salute and said, "Palace Lord, Lord Dan Emperor, could you both come to our four-deity sect for the martial trial? It really brightens my sect's reputation. I will arrange the best viewing positions for the three of you immediately." The fourth sister then turned her gaze towards the Tai sect where Asura was. She then said, "No need to trouble yourselves, we will sit over there." Seeing the three big shots all heading towards the Tai sect, the mocking and ridicule towards the Tai sect immediately ceased. Just at this moment, the referee began the opening remarks. "We are grateful for everyone's support. Today, we are all gathered here at the Four Deity Sect. This competition follows a challenge system, where the winner defends their title, and the loser exits the stage." Xianxia, however, had no intention of listening, her jade hands placed on her chest, revealing a worried expression. "What do we do? The competition is starting soon. Asura's senior brother hasn't arrived yet? I hope he hasn't encountered any danger?" Just then, the third sister touched Lyra's jade hand to reassure her. "With her sisters around, he will be fine." Sect leader of the Four Deities sect briefly explained some rules of the arena, and just as he was about to announce the formal start of the martial trial, a woman's angry voice from the sky suddenly interrupted him. "Wait!" This statement shocked everyone. Disciples in the spectator stands behind started discussing who was so bold as to interrupt the speech of the sect leader of the Four Deities sect. Look at the sect leader's face. It's as black as a piece of coal. Looks like that person is in big trouble. Shortly after, a voice suddenly echoed in the spectator stand saying, "Sorry I'm late." Following the voice, it was none other than the charming and attractive woman Asura, the second sister, the most powerful half-saint Xianyuan Su. Seeing the most powerful half-saint had also arrived, everyone couldn't believe it. How could such a small event like the Great Chu martial trial attract such a big shot? The figure of Asura also shortly appeared, followed by Xianxia rushing forward anxiously to inquire about the situation. Asura apologized to everyone, and Emperor Luo showed a relieved smile, stepping forward to pat Asura on the shoulder. The sixth sister and the third sister then carefully examined Asura for a while. After thoroughly assessing Asura's cultivation level, they both praised in admiration. Asura felt embarrassed for a moment. Indeed, he really couldn't hide anything from his sisters. Fourth sister covered her mouth and laughed. "Second sister is here." Cultivation level is improving quite quickly. At this moment, the sect leader of Four Deities sect had a dark expression on his face. He knew that Xianyuan half-saint was not someone to be trifled with. She could only awkwardly ask, "Xianyuan half-saint, why did you suddenly come?" He quickly turned around and instructed his disciple to arrange the seating. Second sister waved her hand and said, "You guys continue, I'll just take a look around." The voices fell silent. Second sister's figure also headed towards Tai's sect. The crowd exploded with excitement. "Why is this person going to Tai's sect again?" Although Tai's sect has little hope of winning, the spectators are gathering in large numbers. At that moment, the sect leader of Four Deities sect announced the decision for the first round draw. The first matchup is between Tai's sect and Wuji sect. The sect leader spoke up, indicating that Lyra would be the first one to take the stage. Lyra responded with a "yes" and stepped forward. With steady steps, she walked towards the stage, determined. After going through rigorous training under the sect leader, "I cannot disappoint everyone," she thought, her determination unwavering. Her delicate hand was suddenly grabbed. Xianxia turned her beautiful eyes and saw that it was Asura. Asura's voice came timidly. "Sect leader, why don't you let me go? After all, I am Lyra's senior brother, and also her husband in name." "I should pave the way for her." Lyra felt a warm surge in her heart, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Asura replaces Xianxia as the first participant in the martial trial. The four sisters at the spectator platform silenced the crowd with their presence. Asura easily swept aside all the enemies. The sect leader signaled for Lyra to make her first appearance. After this period of training, Lyra walked confidently onto the stage. At that moment, Asura grabbed Lyra's jade hand and stopped her. Later, he turned his head and said to the sect leader, "Let me be the first to go after all. I am Lyra's senior brother and have the added responsibility as her husband. I should pave the way for her and clear all enemies." Lyra's heart was filled with warmth, a hint of blush appearing on her cheeks. Senior brother sect leader smiled and nodded in response to the words. She also wants to see what guidance these several sisters at the pinnacle of the mainland can offer, and how much he can grow. Asura arrived, nodded in thanks, and then took big strides into the arena. The four prominent figures in the crowd, who have not yet noticed the viewing platform, are all his sisters, and they are all jeering at him. An interned disciple dares to represent the sect? Is the Tai sect really that weak? Faced with the successive jeers from the crowd, the strongest half-saint, second sister, suddenly shouted, "Too noisy!" The third sister and the sixth sister looked around the room and threatened, "Can you all be a little quieter?" When this was said, the crowd instantly fell silent. These ladies are not ones to be provoked by them. The referee also announced the official start of the first match. The man from the Wuji sect directly taunted Asura, saying, "Kid, why don't you just admit defeat? Otherwise, I might not be able to control myself later and end up seriously injuring you." Asura lazily yawned and said, "You talk too much. Come on, let's get this over with. I still have to defeat the next opponent." The man's eyes turned cold at the words. He leaped forward and charged towards Asura's head. His palm also suddenly swelled several times at this moment. Asura simply raised his fist and directly collided with the man's fist wind that still had some remaining power, taunting, "I thought your strength was as tough as your mouth, but turns out it's just SOSO." As the voice fell, Asura's fist exerted a bit more force. The man unexpectedly spat out blood and was sent flying backward for 100 meters in an instant. The battle lasted only a moment. The referee announced Asura as the winner after he defeated the Earth Essence stage contestant with one move. As he listened to the uproar from the spectators, Asura smiled. The referee then announced a half-hour break before continuing the competition. Asura waved his hand and said, "No need. We can continue now. Time is money, my friend. Let's not delay." As the voice fell, a man's voice suddenly sounded on the platform. "Just an interned disciple dares to be so arrogant. Let Big Brother teach you a lesson." Asura then waved his hand with a disdainful expression. The man cursed angrily, and then unleashed his martial arts skills, rushing towards Asura suddenly. Unexpectedly, before he could get close to Asura, all around him, he was then struck by a beam of energy and sent flying out of the ring. As one disciple after another from the Wuji sect steps up to challenge on the stage, Asura continues to use a simple and unadorned move to defeat the entire sect. As the referee announced that Taiseki Asura won, the crowd began to question, "Are these all Earth Essence stage contestants? Are the current novice disciples so strong now? Is this the strength of Tai's sect, being able to easily defeat 5 people in a row like this? Senior brother is so amazing." After Asura easily defeated all the enemies in the martial trial, he unexpectedly encountered Song Rain, who had previously failed to usurp the throne. In order to participate in the competition, he actually willingly took on the role of a newcomer disciple. Asura once wiped out a sect by himself. Second sister smiled. "Oh, not bad at all. Just within the time of burning an incense stick, we have already defeated a sect." Lyra opened her mouth in disbelief. "Is senior brother so powerful now?" Asura the fourth sister's voice came from behind. "It seems that the devil training during this period has had some effect, right?" After the first round of competition, the next step is to compete with the evil Six-Pad sect. After returning to the spectator stands, Emperor Luo immediately asked Asura to make some adjustments. He didn't take a break in the middle of these consecutive battles. Asura lightly patted Shifu's shoulder to reassure him. The match just now was just a warm-up for me, and I didn't expend too much energy. Asura had already, with the help of Second Sister, refined the rainbow fruit earlier and successfully broke through to the fourth heaven of the Earth Essence stage. Combat power is not something that cultivators at the Earth Essence stage can easily challenge. After half an hour, Asura entered the stage again, only to find that this time he was actually facing a familiar woman. This person is none other than Song Rain, the malicious woman who previously attempted to seize the position of sect leader at Tai sect and failed. Song Rain spoke gloomily upon sensing the aura emitted by Asura. It seems that your strength has indeed increased significantly during this period, hasn't it? Seeing the face of Song Rain, Emperor Luo was shocked. This is the leader of peak-level person. How could he appear on the arena? The sect leader's face also darkened. Emperor Luo directly voiced his objections. It doesn't seem reasonable for Song Rain, the former leader of Peak of Tai sect, to compete as a disciple of Six Paths sect. The judges were helpless because the rule is that new disciples can all participate. Song Rain has been in Six Paths sect for less than a year, so he is eligible to compete. Emperor Luo angrily cursed. The voice of the third sister sounded behind. She is willing to lower her status to participate in the newcomer matrial trial. I'm afraid she is well prepared for this. Asura, on the other hand, still relentlessly taunted, saying, "So you became a new disciple after failing to seize power, huh? Hello, since you are also a leader of Peak, how did you end up in such a sorry state?" Facing Asura's sarcasm, Song Rain gathered vital chi in her palm and charged towards Asura suddenly. "You publicly humiliated me twice. You also ruined my plan. Today, I won't beat you to the ground begging for mercy. It's hard to ease the hatred in my heart." Watching the attack close at hand, Asura brought out the sacred weapon, revealing a smile. The terrifying aura of the Nine Heavens thunder flame began to emanate around. The two attacks collided, causing Asura to retreat, while Song Rain was directly sent flying by the impact. Asura opened his mouth to mock, saying, "It seems like you haven't been doing well since leaving Tai sect. Now you can't even defeat a novice disciple like me?" Unexpectedly, Song Rain then revealed a malicious smile. "Then why don't you give this move a try?" At her right palm, an eerie purple aura unexpectedly condensed. With a wave of her hand, a strike similar to Asura's attack suddenly hit Asura's body. Feeling the power of thunder and flame, Asura was shocked. How could this be my Nine Heavens thunder flame? On the observation platform, Qin Lyra also exclaimed in surprise at senior brother's move. How could she also know it? Just then, second sister's voice suddenly sounded. "It's the forbidden arts of illusions. This is a unique forbidden arts of the southern frontier kingdom. By using concealed weapons, one can perfectly replicate the opponent's moves. It takes at least a decade or more to master." The wicked woman surprisingly cultivated the forbidden arts in secret for 10 years. Only to seek revenge on Asura today for the two humiliations from the past. The most powerful half-saint's second sister imparts secret techniques to Asura. Asura clearly loses to Song Rain after a direct confrontation. Unexpectedly, she had hidden a concealed weapon in the palm of her hand. She used forbidden arts to replicate Asura's moves and fought back. Asura raised the sacred weapon in front of him to block the attack. Several people saw Asura's thunder flame being overwhelmed by the replicated thunder flame. Qin Lyra worriedly asked why it was the same move. Why was the power she unleashed much stronger than senior brothers? Asura's third sister spoke up to explain that although their techniques are similar, her cultivation level is actually stronger than Asura's. Naturally, her attacks are more powerful than Asura's. As the voice fell, there was a sudden explosion in the field. Asura flashed backwards. Seeing Asura at a disadvantage, Song Rain's voice came timidly. "Oh, You were pretty arrogant just now. Why can't you handle it now? Asura opened his mouth furiously and shouted, "Don't you have any tricks up your sleeve? What's the point of fighting back with the same moves as me?" Song Rain relies on the evil art he cultivated, and still looks down on others. Is this move restricted for your use only? I, Song Rain, fight based on my skill. Remember this. Why do you say that? Qin Lyra couldn't help but curse angrily in the spectator stand. She's too much. Empyrean Luo consoled helplessly behind her, as there's currently no clear evidence to prove that she's using the southern frontier forbidden arts. The sect leader chimed in agreement, eagerly wanting to expose her now. It's possible that she might turn the tables on us. After all, since she defected from our sect, she would only think that we have a grudge against her, which is why she said that. Use Asura from the field. Just deal with it. Asura still has many moves. I don't believe you can steal all my moves. As the voice fell, the surrounding area began to fill with blood. Song Rain is also condensing at this moment. The palm of the hidden weapon is attacking in the air. Asura activates 9 revolutions tyrant blood and suddenly strikes it down. After Song Rain locks eyes on the move, her right hand continues to replicate. She unexpectedly struck the same move again. Seeing the 9 revolutions tyrant blood could also be duplicated, Asura couldn't help but be surprised. He quickly raised his sword to block the attack and disperse the residual waves. At this moment, Song Rain once again condensed Asura's 9 revolutions tyrant blood. She rushed towards Asura and didn't forget to taunt him. After all, I was once a leader of peak. Both in terms of cultivation level and skills, I am much better than you. Isn't it normal for you to lose to me? The sound fell, and Asura was directly shaken several meters away by his own attack. Seeing this scene, the third sister inquired from the observation platform if second sister was the one in her right hand, right? Second sister responded with a sound. But now we can only rely on Asura to find out by himself. After stabilizing his body, Asura couldn't help but admire the ruthlessness of Song Rain's move. He then wiped away the dust from the corners of his mouth and made a secret decision. How can I make this woman yield easily? Then he raised his confident smile again. Isn't that just showing off my 2 tricks? What's there to be proud of? Song Rain's face is now full of eerie expression. I advise you to give up. You have no chance of winning this battle. Asura is recalling previous moves. Always like a mirror. Thinking about the mirror, Asura suddenly realized that her moves will definitely be used after mine. Just at this moment, the voice of second sister suddenly came to mind, being able to quickly see through her tricks. You're not bad at all. Asura turned his head to look at second sister on the spectator platform. I saw second sister using her soul to telepathically communicate after refining the rainbow fruit. Mastering this move is a piece of cake for me. Upon hearing this, Asura began to focus, while second sister started teaching the moves. Colorful sound strings started emanating around Asura after the telepathic communication. Second sister furrowed her willow-shaped eyebrows slightly. Suddenly she shouted, "Go! Don't disappoint me this time, sister!" Asura's strongest half-saint second sister is teaching martial arts moves. He publicly announced the evil cultivate forbidden arts practiced by the wicked woman. Just as Asura discovered the evil art of Song Rain, second sister started soul communication. As all the colorful musical notes reflected in Asura's mind, second sister furrowed her brows and suddenly spoke. "Go! Don't disappoint your sister this time." Asura responded promptly, "Yes, I will follow orders." Then his palm began to condense an ice blade. Song Rain watched Asura's moves and planned to continue copying them. Asura's body instantly leaped into the air, preparing to perform a martial arts technique. Song Rain once again used the hidden weapon in his right palm to launch a series of attacks. Seeing the several ice spikes condensed by Asura, the third sister showed a look of satisfaction on the side. This is the flying blade soldier slash of the second sister. Just as Song Rain began to replicate the flying blade, she instantly realized something was wrong. She saw the ground beneath her suddenly frozen, and she didn't expect that this time Asura would cast a paralyzing spell on her. And Asura, who was suspended in the air, could not be frozen. After Asura landed on the ground, the sixth sister praised behind her. Not bad. Being able to learn this move in just a few days, he truly lives up to being my stinky bro. Second sister suddenly revealed a devilish smile, correcting sixth sister's mistake. It wasn't a few days, but just now. Upon hearing this, even the other sisters couldn't believe it. The fourth sister instantly understood that second sister must have quietly passed on the secret techniques to Asura using telepathy just now. After all, the rules do not explicitly forbid this. Song Rain then roared on the stage. What exactly did you do to me? Asura returned to normal, disdainfully saying, Are you blind? Can't you see for yourself? A few sisters started to discuss again, saying, Even if second sister is using voice transmission, this brat is also learning too fast, isn't he? Second sister then commented, Although he has learned it, his actual operation is still not very proficient. If it weren't for this Song Rain being too confident, she wouldn't have fallen for the evil art so quickly either. Just at this moment, Shifu Emperor Luo of Asura suddenly spoke up and said, Sorry to interrupt everyone. I know that His Highness, the Great Marshal, and the Palace Lord are the sisters of Asura, but the Dan Emperor also calls the strongest half-saint second sister. Does that mean the strongest half-saint is also a sister of Asura? The four of them answered in unison, and the correct answer was confirmed. When this statement was made, Emperor Luo couldn't help but angrily curse. Asura, this kid is really good at being reborn. At this point, on the battlefield, Song Rain took the initiative to speak evilly. If you have the ability, release the binding technique. Let's have a fair fight. Asura, on the other hand, looked disdainful, and then his voice rang out across the field. You are not worthy to talk such nonsense. Using techniques copied by discreetly using forbidden arts, where can you claim to be righteous? As soon as these words were spoken, the spectators at the platform began to discuss. No wonder this woman is so powerful. Turns out she used forbidden arts. Listening to the uproar outside the arena, Song Rain's face turned pale with anger. If she is proven guilty, Asura's sisters are not likely to be so lenient. Asura is also questioning the referee at this moment, asking why the verdict has not been announced yet, since she has not attacked for the duration of an incense stick. The referee just woke up from the commotion, and was about to announce Asura as the winner. Song Rain protested with tears not falling until the coffin is seen. I protest. He used some inexplicable secret technique to restrain me. I have no way to fight back at all. He clearly violated the rules of the competition. Upon hearing this, Asura retorted using the earlier words of Song Rain. What a joke! The moves I make are based on my skills. Why do you say that? The referee also agrees. Moreover, Asura's moves are played out openly and fairly. Song Rain, upon hearing this, started a malicious argument. Isn't it normal for me to see through your moves with my current cultivation level, then openly counterattack without any basis for your claim that I use forbidden arts? As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers at the viewing platform suddenly realized. It's true, just as the sect leader said, this woman's thick-skinned attitude is truly unmatched. The sect leader also echoed from behind, saying that she is just taking advantage of the fact that Asura cannot reveal the concealed weapon in her body. So she dares to be so arrogant because if she cannot force out the hidden weapon, he cannot prove that she is using them. Southern Frontier Forbidden Arts. Asura seemed to have anticipated this. I knew you, this woman, would definitely say that. He then took out a Dan pill from his pocket. He then flicked it towards Song Rain, and Asura's voice rang out. I'll make you die with understanding. Asura not only displayed his talent for combat, and he also demonstrated the Dan refining technique taught by Dan Emperor the Fourth Sister. he directly controlled the delicate body of Song Rain. When Long Flame appeared, it not only caused a stir in the spectator stand, but also received constant attention. Even Asura, a few sisters at the pinnacle on the mainland, they couldn't help but praise. Facing Song Rain's repeated insults with the cultivate evil art, Asura directly popped a Dan pill out of his sleeve. The Dan pill suddenly shot towards the immobilized Song Rain. He intended to make her die with clarity. As the Dan pill entered Song Rain's mouth, Dan Emperor the Four Sisters saw at a glance that this was the soul-binding Dan. Facing Qin Lyra's confusion, Dan Emperor the Four Sisters spoke up to explain. This is a type of Dan pill that can freely control a person's mind and consciousness. Dan refining practitioners can control others by having them consume the Dan pill to manipulate the other person's consciousness and behavior in this way. But this soul-binding Dan is a 5-grade Dan pill from the Dan Pill Secret Manual. It's not easy for him to refine it. Sect leader explained on the side that it's not easy for this kid to refine a 5-grade Dan pill. It shows that his talent in Dan refining is pretty good. It is very fortunate that the fourth sister, Dan Emperor, nurtured the Dan pill manual in her embrace. At this moment, Song Rain also realizes that her body is gradually losing consciousness. How could this kid have such a thing? Curses fall afterwards. He looks at Song Rain, who is standing upright and graceful. Asura smiles. Then, he manipulated the Dan pill with his palm and asked Song Rain, "What method did you use to copy all the moves of Asura after receiving Asura's commands?" Song Rain murmured, "Southern Frontier secret technique." Once this statement was made, there was a commotion within the Six-Paths sect where Song Rain sought refuge. Just as everyone was wondering how Asura managed to force Song Rain to reveal the secrets of cultivating forbidden arts, Asura asked again, "What is the original form you used to copy techniques? And where is it now?" Song Rain picked up his right hand and muttered, "Sovereign Bluestone. It is now in the palm of my right hand," only to see a summons device suddenly appearing in the palm. Asura raised his hand and sucked the summoning device into his palm. Then, the Six-Paths sect behind Song Rain began to protest the judgment. "I remember the rules clearly stated that only contestants who are alchemists themselves can use Dan pills. As far as I know, this in-turn disciple from the Tai sect is not an alchemist. He is not a Dan alchemist at all. It is unfair for him to use Dan pills here to control our contestants." When Asura heard this, he smiled and said jokingly, "Who said I am not a Dan alchemist? Isn't the flame inside me and the Dan pill she took the best proof of being a Dan alchemist?" As Asura condensed the long flame in his palm, a commotion broke out in the viewing platform. "This is actually the flame of the Long. I thought it was just a legend, didn't expect it to actually exist." At this moment, Song Rain is gradually waking up. Wait until consciousness is restored. Her pupils suddenly widened. Then she realized that her summoner had already fallen into the hands of Asura. She couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, I actually fell for this kid's trick." Upon seeing the awake Song Rain Asura, a timid voice rang out, "Oh, you're awake so soon." Facing Song Rain's angry voice, Asura opened his mouth to question. "You just said there is no evidence. How do you prove that you are using the Southern Frontier forbidden arts?" Then his gaze flicked towards the Six-Paths sect behind Song Rain and continued speaking. "You personally admitted it just now. Everyone heard it. Besides, the thing I have in my hand, there's still the logo of Southern Frontier on top. The sinister woman is using forbidden arts. But she was exposed by Asura's strength. Asura, Supreme Marshal of the Legion, the sixth sister, directly dragged her away. The other three sisters directly suspended the competition with a single word. As Asura took control of Song Rain's delicate body, he took out his hidden weapon using the forbidden arts. The words, Southern Frontier, were prominently written on top. Song Rain's pupils dilated instantly upon seeing this scene. Just as Song Rain was about to speak and offer a cunning argument, Asura preempted her words. Are you trying to say that there is nothing between you? Can a hidden weapon really prove anything? Then his face darkened as he continued. As a person from the Great Chu Empire, why would someone from the southern frontier just hand over their ancestral forbidden arts to you for no reason? As soon as these words were spoken, Song Rain's face turned ashen. Just then, sect leader's voice suddenly resounded. All the evidence against Song Rain is conclusive now. What else do you have to argue about? The sixth sister chimed in. According to the regulations of the Great Chu Empire, treasonous dealings with enemy countries are punishable by death. Just then, Asura, the strongest half-saint's second sister, spoke up. Sect leader, upon receiving orders from this lady, sect leader quickly responded with a clear yes, understood. He then quickly went up on stage to make an announcement. He cancelled Song Rain's qualification for the competition and reduced one participant from the six-pad sect. Just then, the voice of Asura's third sister rang out again, stating that the enemies of the Stone Nation are forever forbidden to cultivate any cultivation level. With this statement, Song Rain was directly struck down into the valley. The sixth sister instructed her subordinates to take him directly to the dungeon. Everyone watched as Song Rain was taken away. People from the six-pad sect fell into a state of anxiety. Just as they were about to beg for mercy from her, suddenly stopped by another contestant from the six-pad sect. He immediately shouted angrily, "Colluding with the enemy country is a capital crime. Who dares to go rescue now?" Moreover, because of her, the six-pad sect inexplicably lost a spot for the competition. The situation is already unfavorable for us, so the last spot for the competition is crucial. Oh my! You also cultivate forbidden arts. If that kid catches on to you, then it'll be trouble. At that moment, the sect leader hosting the meeting suddenly found out. Their sect's rainbow fruit, which has been nurtured for 100 years, has been stolen. Immediately, his face turned as black as a coal ball. Asura felt a bit embarrassed seeing the scene. For deity sect leader seemed so flustered. Could it be because of the rainbow fruit that second sister took me to steal? Subsequently, the leader of the four deity sect announced that due to personal reasons within our sect, we have decided to temporarily suspend the Great Chu martial trial competition and will resume 2 days later. We ask for everyone's understanding. Once these words were spoken, the people of the six-pad sect were not satisfied. How could the Great Chu martial trial be stopped just because of a personal issue? Now Asura has played all their cards. If we don't take the opportunity to bring Asura down, wouldn't we have lost 2 contestants for nothing? Sect leader of Asura sect said cautiously. Sect leader Zhuang must have important matters to attend to. Why don't we show magnanimity and pause the competition for 2 days? Listening to the argument between the two sects, the sect leader of four deity sect decided to entrust the decision-making power to the 3 older sisters of Asura. These 3 people can freeze the competition with just one word, and no one dares to object. Second sister smiled at the words, saying, "Okay, I have no objections. Let's pause directly. I agree." As soon as second sister spoke, the third sister and the fourth sister both spoke up in agreement at the same time. The 3 of them had the same idea in mind and paused the game. It's a good opportunity to buy time for Asura's younger brother, which is naturally a good thing for Asura as well. After the competition was frozen by the 3 sisters, the sect leader of the six-pad sect couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, sighing, "Do you ladies have to be so unified? I feel really embarrassed." She doesn't know that these few top figures on the continent are all sisters of Asura. The strongest half-saint second sister. Take Asura to snatch the divine fruit that the four deity sect has nurtured for 100 years. Unexpectedly, they were visited by the ancestor of the four deity sect. But when he saw Asura's 3 elder sisters, he instantly wilted. The Great Chu martial trial, as Asura, the 3 top sisters of the mainland, spoke, directly paused the competition. Each of the three sisters has different ideas, but they are all fighting for Asura to have some rest time. Nightfall quietly descends. Several sisters asked Asura if he is confident in the competition the day after tomorrow. Asura expressed his worries. The two special bloodlines of the four deities sect and the six paths sect. I know nothing about their strength. And today I will reveal my own hidden cards. Expose them all. When this is said, the third sister arrogantly replies, "What's the big deal? The competition is only 2 days away. Why don't a few of us each teach you a move?" Asura still doesn't know. How cruel a lesson he will endure. Second sister and the fourth sister chimed in. "Makes sense. If each of us teaches you one move, it's like you've gained 3 new cards." However, Asura is worried that 2 days may not be enough time. Unexpectedly, the third sister directly pulled Asura into her arms. Her charming comfort, what is there to be late about? As long as you stick with us day and night for these 2 days, alternating in the fierce battles, I believe you will definitely make it. Once this is said, Asura is still excited by the third sister's words, completely unaware of the hellish torment he is about to experience. Then he began to worry that his body couldn't handle it. But second sister reassured Asura. The rainbow fruit he ate a few days ago was such a precious treasure. If he can't even handle this bit of physical exertion, how is he going to fight with us to conquer the world? The voice suddenly stopped. Second sister's eyes turned cold, sensing the approach of a strange presence. Then she suddenly stood up, indicating that the training would be slightly postponed. Just as Asura was puzzled, second sister directly turned around with an overbearing attitude. A cold smile instantly appeared on her stunning face because trouble had arrived. He saw the three sisters looking excited. Asura then asked, "If the sisters are fighting, what should I do?" Second sister threw the hood that blocked the breath to Asura and told him to sit quietly and do nothing. Before Asura could even be surprised, the gate was suddenly smashed open, and the angry shout of an old man followed. "You have some nerve. You stole the sacred fruit of my sect, and you still dare to stay in my sect's villa. Do you think I, Azure Long Taoist, don't exist?" As his gaze swept towards the house, the old man's pupils instantly dilated. This, before he could even be surprised. Three sisters asked Azure Long Taoist, "What do you mean by this? Breaking into our courtyard without permission, are you tired of living?" The old man immediately broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. No wonder he didn't sense any presence outside just now. It turns out that there are these 3 ladies inside the house. The voice of second sister, holding a baseball bat, came coldly questioning. "You better give me a reasonable explanation, or else." Asura is being trained by 3 older sisters in turn for rape. Second sister of Asura took Asura to steal the treasure of another sect. She faced the sect patriarch and sect leader who came for revenge. The 3 sisters actually managed to scare them off with just their reputation. The other party even had to bow and apologize. "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise," facing second sister's angry reprimand. The old man instantly lost his fighting spirit. The sect leader on the side quickly apologized to Xianyuan half-saint. "Sue me!" "Xianyuan Su, it's like this. The treasure on our 4 deity sect's sacred mountain has been stolen." "So?" The third sister's angry voice interrupted him. "The treasure has been stolen, so hurry up and go find it." Second sister, however, furrowed her eyebrows slightly and asked in return, "Did you come all the way here just because you think we stole the treasure?" The sect leader and the ancestor hurriedly bowed and apologized. We dare not! We dare not!" "Half-saint, we did not mean it that way. Please do not be angry. We may have made a mistake tonight. We will not disturb you any more, half-saint. We will go to another place to take a look now." "Roll!" second sister shouted angrily. The patriarch hurriedly fled with the sect leader in a panic. Asura, on the other hand, looked helpless. I thought there would be a big battle, and even prepared some cheerleading slogans. Is this all that happened? Indeed, it was second sister who stole the treasure with Asura. But second sister remained calm and composed, turning the tables effortlessly. Dealing with such people, one must be firm. The third sister followed suit, and even with 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare cause trouble here. Shortly after, the fourth sister began to rally everyone for special training with Asura. Once the three sisters reached a consensus on their goal, everyone looked at Asura with mischievous smiles on their faces. Seeing the smiles from the three sisters, Asura seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. After arriving at the training ground, the three sisters exuded their dominating aura and surrounded Asura. Then, they spoke up to remind him. Now the three of us will take turns attacking you. How much you can learn from this process depends entirely on yourself. The third sister's voice fell, and she launched the first attack. A purple bone claw suddenly rushed towards Asura. Asura quickly raised the sacred weapon to block, then puzzledly asked the sisters, "Didn't you say that each one of you would teach me a move? How can I learn this way?" Before the voice had even dropped, Asura instantly felt a sharp pain coming from his buttocks. I only saw second sister's attack hit Asura's buttocks firmly. Second sister also comforted in a righteous manner. "Is it only through taking turns attacking that you will feel a sense of urgency? Only through this high-intensity training can you harvest more." Asura at this moment. He just wants to quickly escape from the clutches of the three sisters. Unexpectedly, he had only taken 2 steps when he was tripped by a protruding stone just as he took those 2 steps. Second sister looked at Asura, who had smoke coming out of his butt, and gave a charming smile before explaining that this was the great might heavenly long seal, which could deliver a deadly blow to the enemy. This is a life-saving treasure. Upon hearing this, Asura shed tears of despair. He didn't know if it could save his life, but one thing was for sure: the current situation was quite dire. Unexpectedly, Dan Emperor the fourth sister did not show any mercy either. With her loud roar she shouted, "Here she comes!" The fierce flames in fourth sister's hand suddenly struck Asura's head. At this moment, Asura suddenly felt dizzy. Watching as Asura fell to the ground, the fourth sister started to explain. This move can temporarily stun the opponent. The principle is similar to second sister's flying blade ice slash, but the actual execution is slightly different. At this moment, Asura can only pray for the gods to save him. When will this cycle of attacks from these sisters ever end? From afar at the training ground, the sect leader spoke to the elder. "Is the rainbow fruit truly related to the future destiny of our 4-deity sect for the next century? Will it all simply come to naught?" The elder was equally helpless. Unexpectedly, the sect leader came up with a way to find evidence. After 2 days of brutal training by 3 elder sisters, he finally faced the last 2 battles. After Asura entered, at this moment, his face has turned into a pig's head, and there was a commotion in the viewing platform. Listening to the mocking voices around him, Asura suddenly recalled before he went on stage. 3 sisters forcibly pulled him to do his makeup. Asura fought back strongly, saying he was going to participate in a martial arts competition, not a beauty pageant. There was no need to put on makeup. But he was still subdued by the strong attitudes of the third sister and the fourth sister. "What do you understand? Someone like you, who takes the field with injuries, can confuse the opponent and make them lower their guard against you." Then he was forcibly held down by 3 older sisters at the dressing table, and had makeup done to look like he got beaten up. After the flashback, a voice suddenly came from behind, saying, "Asura, just play normally in today's competition. Don't feel too much pressure." Faced with the implied message from the sect leader, Asura was puzzled. Chin Lyra's voice also followed, saying, "Senior brother, seeing you like this, you must have been working hard these past few days." Sherfu also sighed. "I didn't expect you, kid, to work so hard for our Tai sect." Asura blushed at the words. He quickly comforted the touched Sherfu. Asura looked helpless, not knowing if the opponents had been deceived, but at least the people of his sect had been deceived. Asura lightly patted Shifu's shoulder to reassure him, saying, "I've learned several new moves in the past couple of days." He then rolled up his sleeves, revealing a confident smile, saying, "Whatever it is, like the 7-killing ruined body or the indestructible Vajra body, they all have to bow down before me." As the referee announced the start of the match, Asura confidently stepped onto the martial arts stage. Lyra is cheering for him below the stage. "Go, senior brother." Upon seeing Asura enter, Yufeng immediately started to taunt. "If you surrender now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll walk out of the arena alive after the battle." Upon hearing this, Asura's fighting spirit surged. He immediately drew his sacred weapon and smiled. "I'm not one to be scared off. If you have the ability, let your strength do the talking." Upon hearing this, Yufeng instantly charged towards Asura. Seeing this speed, Asura couldn't help but praise, saying that his speed is indeed quite fast. Asura smiled and said, "Come on, let's fight fair and square, no more tricks." At this moment, the sword also emitted a terrifying force of thunder and flames as they clashed. Several sisters on the viewing platform also sighed. Asura has encountered his match. 7-killing ruined body emphasizes pure attacks. For Asura now, Yufeng is indeed a tough opponent. At this moment, Yufeng gathered his 7-killing fist and fiercely launched it. Asura, on the other hand, swung his sword. He used the celestial fire manipulation art to condense a fire fist to directly collide with it. The two fist winds collided and shattered at the same time. However, Yufeng's body retreated several meters this time, clearly showing that Asura had the upper hand in this confrontation. Just as Yufeng adjusted his body and prepared to launch his most powerful strike. But little did he know how challenging a character Asura, the hanging king he was facing, really was. He has 6 half-sisters from the same father, but different mothers. Each one of them not only possesses breathtaking beauty, but also each one is at the top of the modeling world on the mainland. Asura's 5th sister asked 2nd sister to give Asura an invincible armor that is immune to all attacks. Who would have thought that Asura took off the armor? He was like a lion shedding 10,000 tons of anger. Asura battles against the strongest disciple of 6-path sect, Yufeng. After the collision of 2 attacks, it is obvious that Asura has the upper hand. After stabilizing his figure, Yufeng, he then began to activate the 7-killing ruined body, intending to use all his strength. Asura, however, still scornful, pointed his sword towards Yufeng in a sudden thrust. "You should have used all your strength earlier. Underestimating the enemy is not a good idea," he said. Before the sound faded, Yufeng's figure suddenly appeared in front of Asura. Facing this earth-shattering attack, Asura was shocked, realizing his mistake. "I underestimated my opponent." On the viewing platform, the 3rd sister, the 4th sister, and Lyra looked worried. "Oh no, the opponent has accurately timed their attack. Even if Asura wants to dodge now, it's probably too late." Asura, realizing that there was no way to dodge, could only use his body to withstand the impact. To his surprise, before the terrifying finger even touched Asura, his body was dissipated by a golden light. 2nd sister, carrying a beautiful face that could captivate others, smiled, showing some interest. Yufeng stared blankly at himself, putting all his strength into one strike that dissipated just like that. He still couldn't believe it. There was a sudden uproar in the arena. Asura was seen touching the soft armor on his chest, praising, "What treasure is this? It's so powerful. Can it withstand such a massive blow?" Before this, when 2nd sister took Asura to 4 deity sect to steal fruits, 2nd sister then gave the black silkworm heavenly armor sent by 5th sister to Asura. She also charmingly revealed the defensive power of this precious armor. 5th sister has arranged a formation rune on this spiritual artifact. When worn, it can directly ignore attacks from those below the spiritual king stage. Asura was also shocked at the time. Isn't this kind of powerful item considered a cheat? At this moment on the martial arts stage, Yufeng pointed at Asura and roared, calling for the referee. I protest. This is unfair. Asura was able to withstand my strongest blow because of this armor, a spiritual artifact. The referee was speechless for a while. Indeed, the rules did not say that players cannot wear protective spiritual artifacts. Yufeng could only helplessly roar at Asura. Although there is no rule against it, is there any point in continuing this competition if you have such incredible spiritual chi protection? Asura directly agreed to his request. Don't accuse me of bullying you. Is it okay if I don't wear it? He then took off his coat. He took off the spiritual armor he was wearing inside. Yufeng saw the evil plan succeed and continued to launch verbal attacks. To be frank, without the protection of the spiritual artifact, you are nothing. Asura then revealed a sinister smile and retorted, Is that so? Don't be too confident with your words. Immediately, he threw out his inner armor. Unexpectedly, the seemingly light inner armor made contact with the ground. The ground was instantly smashed into a huge pit. Seeing this scene, not only was Yufeng shocked, even the spectators on the viewing platform were shocked at the same time. Is this thing so heavy? Did he carry this thing on his back during the battle? This man is wearing the Formation Master 5th Sister. The invincible armor she gave. The opponent in battle lost their fighting spirit directly and requested a rematch. Asura directly took off his battle armor upon seeing this. Unexpectedly, the thin inner armor actually weighs over 1,000 pounds. As the inner armor hit the stage, cracks appeared. Yufeng panicked instantly. The spectators on the viewing platform were also shocked and dropped their jaws at the same time. Asura's the third sister and the fourth sister glanced at each other and smiled. The black silkworm heavenly armor not only provides defense, but also puts a pressure of 1,000 Jin on Asura. Now, after removing the constraint, the speed and strength will be greatly enhanced. At this moment, Yufeng no longer dares to engage in verbal attacks. Asura can still outmatch him slightly even while wearing 1,000 Jin. How is he going to fight now? Asura shrugged and asked, Are you satisfied now? Let's have a good fight. Yufeng trembled in anger and shouted, Don't underestimate people anymore. 7 killing ruined body is invincible. Asura showed a hint of disdain, saying, I will try it to see if it's truly invincible. As the voice fell, Asura's figure suddenly disappeared. Before he could react, Asura's incredible speed was fully displayed. Seeing Yufeng being continuously beaten and spitting out blood, Lyra showed a look of admiration at the spectator stand. Senior brother is too strong. 7 killing ruined body was defeated just like that. At this moment, Yufeng was half kneeling, but his body started to emit endless blood-red color from the outside. After he saw that the arena was completely taken over by the blood-red color, Asura, with a face full of disdain, awkwardly asked, Isn't this move too disgusting? Unexpectedly, Yufeng swiftly launched an attack, his confident voice resounding across the field. This move is called 7 killing blood C. Your actions will be restricted by me. Right now, you only have one way to go to death. Asura half crouched down and began releasing terrifying thunder flame, all the while mocking Yufeng's arrogance. Just then, a golden thunder long instantly broke through the sea of blood. It then directly locked onto Yufeng's body. It did not wait for him to react. Golden Long opened its bloody mouth wide and suddenly swallowed him down. After Yufeng was seriously injured and lost consciousness, the sea of blood also gradually dissipated. 3 close relatives and friends from the sect opened their mouths, unable to believe that victory came so easily. As the announcement of Asura's victory rang out, the viewing platform erupted with noisy cheers. Witnessing this scene, the sect leader of 4 deity sects spoke to the final contestant from their sect, reminding him, Once you're on the stage, you don't have to hold back. Just take him out straight away for me. They still don't know about Asura's 4 sisters. They have been watching the battlefield like a tiger eyeing its prey. Long Xian showed a cold smirk when he heard that. So can I use that move now? Sect leader of the 4 deity sect nodded in response. After Asura returned to the sect's observation platform, Shifu spoke up and told him to take a good rest. The opponent in the last match is similar in strength to Yufeng. Asura reassured Shifu, saying that even though he had expended a lot of energy just now, with the 4 sisters Dan pill, he would definitely return to his peak within half an hour. The 4 sisters suddenly approached Asura closely. Asura enters the final of the Great Chu martial trial. 2 sisters from Pinnacle on the mainland, and Lyra Jr.'s sister at the time of the newlyweds. Several people helped him relax his muscles. Dan met the 4th sister and suddenly pressed her delicate body against Asura. His jade-like hands began to wander on Asura's body, accompanied by a sultry voice. Although the Dan pill can help you recover, it is still essential to relax your muscles and bones. Asura's face flushed instantly. Unexpectedly, the 3rd sister's delicate body suddenly leaned closer to Asura, and her jade hands began to help him move his muscles, pressing, to promote blood circulation, adjust nerve functions, and physiological mechanisms. Asura enjoyed the experience on his face, as the 4th sister and the 3rd sister gave him their first massages. Qin Lyra still foolishly believed that this was true. Then I will also come help senior brother. Just saw Lyra Jr.'s sister helping with the leg massage. 2 sisters helped with the shoulder massage and loosened the hip muscles. Yes, Asura has reached the pinnacle of life at this moment. Happiness came so suddenly, really caught me off guard. Later on, the venue announced the finals of the 4 deities sect. Now, let's invite the players from Tai's sect and 4 deities sect to the stage. As Asura stepped onto the field, he heard a man's mocking voice saying, Asura, in the last round, you were able to defeat Yufeng, proving your strength. But this is where it ends for you. Asura was curious about the man and said, You look pretty weak, not even able to withstand a light breeze. Are you really the indestructible Vajra body? When these words were spoken, the man immediately released the indestructible Vajra body enveloping his entire body. Then he unleashed the Vajra fist, suddenly blasting towards Asura. Asura manipulated the celestial fire manipulation art to condense a fire fist and clashed head-on with him. The 2 fist winds collided and shattered simultaneously. Asura's battle-intent soared, and he then exhibited the great might heavenly long seal taught by 2nd sister, only to see a huge golden long bursting out of his body. With a wave of his arm, the golden long rushed towards Asura. The man completely unfolded his indestructible Vajra body, and a layer of golden bell shield appeared outside his body. A mocking voice sneered, Useless. Even attacks on the soul level, I can defend against. As the voice fell, the golden long was suddenly bounced away. Upon seeing this scene, Asura couldn't help but angrily curse. He's unaffected by such a strong attack? The man answered Asura's confusion. If you can attack again, perhaps I will be defeated. Unfortunately, you can only use this type of attack once. The 3rd sister on the observation stand also agrees with what the man said. Lyra then asked in confusion why this was the case. 2nd sister, who taught this move, explained that frequent use within a short period of time will cause damage to the body and soul. If continued, it is feared that before defeating Asura, her own soul will collapse first. Shifu and sect leader couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Long Xian has hidden strength. Asura has finally encountered a worthy opponent. Asura, in the field, still looks down upon it. Although I can't use the same move continuously, so what? There are still many moves to defeat you. Asura was seen gathering a violent whirlwind around him. As Asura raised his arm and waved it, the wind and snow suddenly attacked like a violent storm. To everyone's surprise, the raging whirlwind was slowly absorbed by the man. Upon seeing this scene, the 3rd sister was shocked. I only saw Asura's violent wind being controlled directly by the man, witnessing such technique and methods. The third sister couldn't help but be surprised. What move is this? How can it actually devour the opponent's secret technique? Second sister's voice suddenly sounded. Kun devours heaven and earth. At that moment, a golden palm suddenly appeared at Asura's face, feeling the continuous absorption of spiritual chi. Asura was shocked, but the man did not know how vast the spiritual chi contained within Asura's 9 revolutions tyrant Dan Si was. Even if he let him absorb for 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't be able to finish absorbing it all. Asura is madly devouring the spiritual chi inside Kun devours heaven and earth. Just as the 3 sisters are about to come to the rescue. Unexpectedly, Asura acted recklessly, and released the majestic spiritual chi within his body for the man to absorb. He actually directly exploded the man's dantian. Second sister furrowed her brows slightly. Kun devours heaven and earth. So far, no one has been able to crack it. Once hit by it, it will be extremely fatal. Lyra showed a worried expression on the side, while the man boasted, You will soon be sucked dry and turned into a mummy. The man showed a cold smile upon seeing his long-awaited revenge. Feeling the spiritual energy being continuously absorbed, Asura fell into contemplation. Now, apart from watching helplessly as the spiritual energy is being absorbed by him, I can do nothing. Thinking of the spiritual energy, Asura suddenly felt a jolt. Even if he can absorb my spiritual energy for his own use, I am still a man who possesses the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan Si. At this rate, even if he continues for 3 days and 3 nights, he will not be able to absorb all of my spiritual chi. Thinking of this, Asura showed a mischievous smile. Besides, even if he absorbed everything, he wouldn't have anywhere to store it. I have the 9 revolutions tyrant Dan Si, does he? Just at this moment, the man's mocking voice sneered. Asura, if you beg for mercy now, perhaps I can spare your life. However, Asura directly released all his spiritual chi, letting it be devoured. The words, beg for mercy, are not in the dictionary of Asura. Feeling the continuous surge of their own spiritual power, the man was surprised. The Sherfu at the spectator platform, however, showed a look of puzzlement. What is this kid up to? It's one thing not to resist, but how could he take the initiative to go up there? Lyra looked on worriedly at the scene. The sect leader furrowed his brow, ready to intervene and help at any moment. The third sister and the fourth sister anxiously sought the opinion of the second sister. The second sister suggested that maybe I should step in and stop the competition. Yes, if Asura keeps being sucked in like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. Second sister, on the other hand, told everyone not to worry. Look at the expression on that kid's face. It's obvious that he knows what he's doing. At this moment, the man was struggling to maintain his own secret technique, but cold sweat had already covered his face. He couldn't believe that Asura, who was clearly only at the Earth Essence stage, could have an endless supply of spiritual chi. The audience also showed puzzled expressions. After absorbing for so long, just how much spiritual chi does Asura's dantian contain? After absorbing for a quarter of an hour, at this moment, Long Xian's dantian had already begun to swell, like a belly carrying a 10-month pregnancy. He planned to stop Kun devours heaven and earth before it was too late, fearing he would burst and die. Just as he was about to retract his golden palm, Asura grabbed it and said, Don't stop, good brother! No matter how Long Xian struggled, he couldn't stop Asura from continuously pouring in spiritual chi. Asura held onto the golden palm with his right hand and increased the infusion of spiritual chi with his left hand. Long Xian's pupils dilated. The next moment, he spit out a hoarse plea for mercy from his mouth. Asura still slowly infused vital chi while seeing the situation. Just now, this guy clearly had murderous intent. It wouldn't be good if he wasn't properly taught a lesson. Just then, the sect leader of 4 deity sect, who is not afraid of death, angrily shouted, Stop right now! We, for deity sect, admit defeat. He still doesn't know that the three young ladies on the stage are all his sisters. This man forcefully won the first place in the imperial competition. For deity sect leader unexpectedly attempted to kill him before Asura could make a move. The sect leader instantly blocked in front of Asura. The three sisters at the peak of the mainland simultaneously shouted angrily. Directly scared them into silence. Watching Long Xian absorbing Asura's spiritual chi is about to burst and die. For deity sect leader hurriedly stood up and admitted defeat. Facing the overwhelming murderous intent from these two individuals, Asura pretended to be deaf and mute. Sect leader Zhuang, what did you say? The wind is too strong, I didn't hear clearly. For deity sect leader hastily begged for mercy and asked to stop. We have 4 deity sect surrender. Asura asked again, are you sure? Sect leader Zhuang replied anxiously, yes, we concede. Just as the words fell, a golden explosion suddenly flashed in the area. Sect leader Zhuang roared Long Xian's name. At this moment, Long Xian fell from the air like a deflated dead pig. Sect leader Zhuang grabbed Long Xian's ankle and dragged him to the ground. He anxiously examined the injuries. Asura waved his hand apologetically and said, oh, I'm really sorry. I slept and didn't control the force well just now. At that moment, the sect leader suddenly felt that he had lost all faith. The strongest disciple of the sect managed to survive, but he found it hard to cultivate. The referee announced at this moment that the competition is over. Tai sect and Asura win. Listening to the noise in the field, the three sisters showed relieved smiles. It's great that Asura won. Qin Lyra excitedly exclaimed, senior brother really won. Emperor Luo's eyes were filled with tears at this moment. The disciple he took him back then was truly a genius. He didn't make a mistake in judgment that year. Asura helplessly shrugged his shoulders when he met sect leader Zhuang's fierce gaze. Don't look at me like that, he said. I am giving him a taste of his own medicine. If he didn't have murderous thoughts first, I wouldn't have stooped to this level. At the next moment, sect leader Zhuang gathered his own breath and roared as he rushed towards Asura in a critical moment. A woman's angry shout suddenly rang out. Do you think I don't exist? Only to see the figure of Asura sect leader suddenly appeared, blocking all the terrifying energy. Leader Zhuang still believes he is in the right, and intends to continue to be aggressive. Look at how your disciples have beaten Long Xian. At this moment, the furious voices of the three sisters of Asura sounded simultaneously. Are you unable to accept defeat? It was Long Xian who had murderous intentions towards Asura. Asura was only acting in self-defense. Facing the furious scolding from the three aunties Ming, sect leader Zhuang could only obediently listen. Asura, seeing this situation, questioned sect leader Zhuang. You can't be too hypocritical as a person, right? Is it only allowed for your disciple to kill me, but not for me to defend myself and fight back? Sect leader Zhuang, hearing this, turned around and left. Since the half-saint, palace lord, and Dan emperor have all spoken, I, as the head of 4 deity sect, will let you go for the sake of saving face. Asura kindly reminded sect leader Zhuang that letting me go would be a good choice. But have you forgotten something? Asura is planning to kill mercilessly. This man. He has several sisters who are at the top of the mainland fighting. And each of them is stunningly beautiful, captivating the hearts of many. Asura not only decisively crippled the strongest disciple of the 4 deity sect, but also intends to kill mercilessly. Unexpectedly, the sect leader of the 4 deity sect also intends to take action to kill Asura. 3 sisters simultaneously scolded sect leader Zhuang in anger. Is he unable to accept defeat? Faced with the angry scolding from the 3 senior ladies, sect leader Zhuang had no choice but to back down. Just as he was about to leave unexpectedly, Asura stopped him just as he was about to leave, then proceeded to interrogate sect leader Zhuang ruthlessly, asking, Can I go now? But have you forgotten something? Bring out the prize for the martial trial champion. This time he really lost his wife and soldiers. It's better to just finish him off with a single blow. Just now, he was scolded by several old ladies in succession and already lost face. Yet at this moment, Asura had to bring it up. Who would have expected that Asura suddenly turned the tables and said, "I won't hold it against you for what happened just now. Why are you still worked up?" With these words, sect leader Zhuang's young heart was once again ruthlessly stabbed. Who would have expected that Asura would add another sentence? "Furthermore, isn't this prize something I deserve?" Faced with the third spiritual interrogation, sect leader Zhuang could no longer bear the pressure, and could only bring out the prize while coughing up blood. After receiving the prize, Asura just said thank you. The scene shifts to a herbal bath pool, where Asura is seen enjoying a bath, feeling the continuous soothing of the meridians. Asura couldn't help but sigh. The Four Sisters' unique herbal bath is really comfortable. Just as Asura was still experiencing the exclusive spa treatment, the door to the single bathroom suddenly opened. He saw three sisters slowly approaching Asura, who quickly protected his own strong body. Then, his voice trembling, he asked, How did you come here?" Faced with Asura's surprise, the sisters were indifferent. They believed that enjoying together is better than enjoying alone, and how could they let you young man enjoy bathing alone? Upon seeing the tall and graceful figures of the sisters, Asura awkwardly asked, "Are you powerful sisters also in need of soaking in this herbal bath?" Who would have expected that the third sister would suddenly come to the side of Asura and explain charmingly, "Any herbal bath that is beneficial to our bodies is certainly a good thing." Second sister and the third sister also suddenly came to Asura's side, charmingly inquiring, "Moreover, why wouldn't we help you relax personally?" Asura blushed shyly at this moment, saying, "No," with his mouth, but his body was being very honest. At this moment, Asura's arm was suddenly picked up by the third sister's jade-like hand. As we all know, the top relaxation method requires several sisters. This is a special reward for winning today's competition. You just enjoy it. When the third sister said this, Asura finally let go of his worries. But at this moment, his consciousness had already entered heaven. The happiness of being personally served by the sisters came too suddenly. At the same time, inside the main hall of the Four Deity sect, facing the Six Paths sect leader's inquiry about Asura, the Four Deity sect leader remained indifferent. "Could it be that you can defeat those women from Xianxia? The Six Paths sect is unwilling to accept it. If Asura were to grow stronger, their two sects would be in trouble. Let the sect leader of the Four Deity sect rest assured. I have a plan for this matter. They do not even know that those few madams are sisters of Asura. These petty tricks are not worth mentioning." After Asura won the championship, not only was he rewarded by his sisters, he also found a precious key. To his surprise, he was ambushed and killed by 9 spiritual emperors from the Four Deity sect. When he finally dug out the championship prize, he accidentally found a mysterious gold key. Asura stared at the key in his hand, but couldn't figure out its mystery. Is this prize prepared by the Four Deity sect too deceiving? Second sister was somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect the Four Deity sect to actually use this as a prize. It's really unexpected." When Asura heard this, he became very excited and quickly asked second sister if this was a treasure, right? The third sister suddenly appeared in front of Asura to help clear his confusion. Of course, that key is the protection barrier leading to the glowing night forest. Facing Asura's doubts, the third sister Ini said that there is a treasure trove hidden there in the legend. It is a mysterious sect left behind 100 years ago. It is said that there are many treasures and divine artifacts inside. The fourth sister also echoed in agreement. Everyone wants to go there to excavate divine artifacts and search for treasures. Later, she showed a very intriguing look of regret. It's just a pity that the difficulty of opening the treasure vault is extremely high, causing many to go but never return. Asura examined this precious key closely, but he didn't understand why the Four Deity sect would present it as a prize. Perhaps they believed that this year's winner would definitely be their deity like Long Xian. They originally intended to demonstrate their importance towards this martial trial, but unfortunately their plans went awry. Asura also couldn't help but sigh, realizing that it was truly a case of bringing trouble upon oneself. Second sister went straight to the point and said, "Kid, do you want to go there and take a look? With this key in hand, you will definitely have a much easier time going there than others." The third sister also seduced Asura, which is a good opportunity to gain more fortune. He couldn't resist the seduction of the three sisters in turn. Asura agreed directly, definitely going. Why not go when there is a chance for treasure? Just as Asura was about to charge out the door with his greedy red eyes, the third sister caught him and extinguished Asura's greed. The glowing night forest usually only opens on the night of a full moon. There are 7 days left until that day. Second sister asked her to go back and get ready. "We will accompany you when the time comes." Asura eagerly agreed. The next morning, only sect leader and Asura, along with a group of people, were preparing to leave for deity's sect and return to the sect. While walking on the road, sect leader and Lyra praised, saying, "Using only one's own strength, he managed to single-handedly fight to the end and win the victory. You, kid, increasingly impress me," Lyra added. "That's right. None of us had any chance to show up, and senior brother took care of them all." Sherfu suddenly stepped forward and praised Asura endlessly, while not forgetting to sarcastically mention the several leaders of peak behind him. "I used to say that this kid was a genius. Now, doesn't it feel like a slap in the face?" Sect leader also activated the teleportation array at this moment to bid farewell to Asura. As the void teleportation array is activated, sect leader instantly sensed something was wrong, as there were spatial fluctuations. Lyra informed the sect leader of her worries. "Someone is trying to forcibly destroy our teleportation array." The voice fell, and a thunderbolt suddenly struck down from the sky. Suddenly 9 figures in black robes appeared, blocking the way in front of everyone. And several of them are at the spiritual emperor stage cultivation level. This man has 6 sisters, who stand at the peak of the continent. He was ambushed and killed by 9 spiritual emperors from the 4 deity sect. They still don't know that the person they want to kill is Asura. He is the younger brother of several ladies. At this critical moment, 3 sisters suddenly arrived, forcefully break through the enemies. Just as the sect leader was activating the teleportation array to return to the sect, suddenly intercepted by 9 black-robed spiritual emperor powerhouses. The sect leader, sensing the situation, released his own aura, ready for a battle. "I didn't expect all of you to find your way here." Seeing this scene, the several elders behind couldn't help but feel panicked. This is bad. Although there are some elders accompanying on this journey, the only one at the spiritual emperor stage pinnacle is the sect leader. Asura could see at a glance that these people were here from the 4 deity sect to rob and kill. "I say, sect leader Zhuang, you are really insincere." Upon hearing his name revealed with just one word, sect leader Zhuang broke out in a cold sweat. They were still unaware of Asura's sisters. She is the mistress they can't afford to provoke. Asura continued to question, "If you can't afford to lose, why resort to ambush and sneak attacks? What kind of skill is that?" When exposed, for deity sect didn't bother to pretend anymore. He directly urged everyone to join hands and attack Asura. Seeing the slowly approaching energy beam, the sect leader suddenly stood in front of Asura, wanting to kill me. Disciple is afraid that you don't have the ability. Only sect leader stood in front, resisting the attacks of 9 spiritual emperors. At this moment, the man in black robes began to gather a large formation, intending to kill everyone together. With the fusion of 2 attacks, the golden light beam formed by the man in black robes quickly swallowed the light beam gathered by Asura and the others. Asura exclaimed in horror, then directly summoned out Celestial Devouring. Only to see Celestial Devouring with its cute but fierce mouth wide open, suddenly starting to devour the golden light beams in the sky. Once it had devoured all of them, Celestial Devouring's petite body fell straight from the sky. The crowd felt embarrassed when they saw the sacred beast who had just eaten a full meal. The ancestor of the four deity sect took off his black robe and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to have such a sacred beast, but unfortunately, this little creature won't be able to hold on for long for you all." The voice fell. His palm directly condensed a strong vital chi and shot towards Asura. "Senior brother, run quickly!" Just as Lyra rushed over with a cry of alarm. Suddenly, the delicate figure of Dan Emperor the Fourth Sister appeared, blocking in front of Asura. Seemingly powerful attacks were instantly devoured by the Fourth Sister's alchemy cauldron. Following closely behind are the Third Sister and Second Sister. After the three sisters fell down, a few people immediately started yelling angrily, "If we can't get the championship, we'll make sure the champion doesn't either." Your four deity sect really does have skin as thick as the corner of a city wall. After seeing these three ladies, even the ancestor of the four deity sect couldn't help but be amazed. Sect leader Zhuang quickly stepped forward and spoke. "Today, our four deity sect is here to take care of some minor matters. I hope the three of you can give us some face." "Give us face? Who are you to deserve that?" Faced with the questioning voice of Xuanyuan Half-Saint's second sister, the ancestors and sect leader were surprised at the same time. But they still spoke out and requested that this is the matter between our four deity sect and Tai sect. "We hope that the three of you will not intervene." Several sisters don't care about the struggles between sections. "Although we shouldn't interfere in your affairs, if you have thoughts that shouldn't be there, then you can't blame us." Once this was said, the two of them immediately became puzzled. "There must be a reason for you to do this, right?" "The reason is simple. Because the Asura you want to kill is actually our younger brother. Asura was ambushed and killed by 9 spiritual emperors." In a critical moment, 3 sisters at the pinnacle of the continent domineeringly suppressed the whole scene. But the sect leader and the ancestor of the four deity sect looked puzzled, begging the 3 of them to give us some face. "Then face? Are you qualified? The Asura you want to kill today is the younger brother of us few." As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 of them opened their mouths wide at the same time. If they knew that Asura's sister was these few ladies, they wouldn't dare to come and assassinate Asura even if they had 10 times the courage. Then, the 2 of them pointed at the harmless Asura beside them, unwillingly asked, "Is Asura really your younger brother?" The people of the Tai sect finally understood. Why did they, at the martial trial back then? All 4 big shots came to our sect's audience seats. Now 4 deity sect is in trouble. Some even want a stack of sisters like this. The ancestor of 4 deity sect is planning to sacrifice himself. He ordered 8 spiritual emperors to escape immediately. "I will hold them off here." The sect leader responded with an agreement. He quickly led the group to escape at the speed of light. Even if they stayed here, it would be a dead end. It's better to preserve their lives first, and seek revenge for the ancestor in the future. Asura's second sister suddenly emitted her own aura, persistently asking, "By blocking here, are you overestimating yourself?" Third and fourth sisters, leave these people to you, leave no one behind. The third sister and the fourth sister responded with a shout, directly bypassed the old man, and rushed towards the fleeing spiritual emperor. Old ancestor of the four deity sect unleashed his own aura, intending to fight Xianyuan Su with all his might. "Both you and I are half-saints, you may not necessarily be much stronger than me." When second sister heard this, she immediately became interested and decided to give him a chance. "Since you are so confident that you can stop me, then I will give you a chance to witness why I, Xianyuan Su, deserve to be called the strongest half-saint." The elder also planned to give it a try. Without further ado, he condensed his vital chi and fiercely blasted it out. Second sister disdainfully ignored it, raising her fair hand and directly condensing a purple light wall. Unexpectedly, as soon as the 2 sides touched, the elder's attack was instantly rebounded back unchanged. Seeing this, the elder hurriedly stepped back, then bent down to dodge this attack. Watching the mountain peak explode behind him, the elder was astonished. He couldn't believe that his palm strike could be easily blocked like that. Second sister simply did not have the patience to play with him. She directly let him use his strongest move. You should still have your strongest technique that you haven't used yet, right? Take this opportunity to use all of them now, or you may not have this chance later. In the face of the most powerful half-saint's disdain, the old man directly pulled out his life artifact and suddenly burst out all his aura. Don't be too cocky. It was just an accident earlier. Just as his arrogant words were spoken, he saw Asura's second sister's blooming steps. Alright, don't let me down. The old man's fighting spirit was instantly lost by more than half at this moment. This is actually blooming steps. Asura below puzzled, inquiring. Blooming steps what? Sect leader spoke to explain. Rumor has it, when the supreme expert of the true saint stage walks in the void, a pure white lotus will appear under their feet. This is a sign of the power of Earth submitting to the expert of the true saint stage. And Xianyuan half-saint can achieve this, indicating that her strength is infinitely close to the true saint level. Asura master sighed on the side, saying that reaching this kind of stage is why she is hailed as the strongest half-saint. This woman is the strongest half-saint in the mainland pinnacle. Similarly, she is also the second sister of Asura. She faced 8 spiritual emperors and 1 half-saint who were trying to intercept and kill Asura. She directly waved her hand and killed them. Asura was standing on the side, listening to the sect leader and master's recognition of second sister's formidable strength. He instantly turned into a little fanboy. He didn't expect second sister to be so powerful. Only saw second sister stepping on thin air. She arrived above the head of the ancestor of 4 deity sect, disdainfully reminding, "If you still don't make a move, then I will." Faced with such a threat, the ancestor had no choice but to bear with it obediently. He immediately swung his sword chi fiercely towards Asura's second sister, only to see the sword chi transform in midair into a majestic green giant long. Who would have expected that Asura's second sister simply pointed lightly? She instantly extinguished the gigantic long. The old man was sweating profusely at the moment, unable to believe it. Granny, is it true that you can easily break my killing blow with just a light touch? The warm-up is over. Now it's my turn. As second sister's voice fell, absolute zero ice crystals began to appear around her. As she formed hand seals with her jade hands, the field was instantly covered with numerous ice spikes. Seeing this move, the old man suddenly exclaimed, This is actually Windfire Extreme Ice." He quickly raised his sword to block. Asura once again asked in confusion, "What is Windfire Extreme Ice?" The sect leader explained on the side. "It is a special move that can torment the opponent both physically and mentally. It not only contains the bone-chilling vital chi that binds the enemy, but also continuously erodes the body." I see only the old man's trembling body is beginning to freeze, and even his heart is enduring the pain of 1,000 insects biting into it. At this moment, the old man is completely frozen, and even his body is suffering from the pain of Windfire Extreme Ice. Asura couldn't help but feel sorry for him. It's really pitiful to want to die, but not being able to. The ancestor of the 4 deity sect quickly begged for mercy from the half-saint. "Sir." Asura couldn't help but feel sorry for him at this point. Wanting to die, but unable to die. How pitiful. The ancestor of the 4 deity sect hurriedly spoke up to beg for mercy from half-saint Xianyuan, saying, "Grandma Xianyuan, I was wrong. Please spare me and let me go." Before you were quite arrogant. Now you want to beg for mercy. It's too late. As the voice fell, second sister waved her jade hand. Countless ice spikes simultaneously pierced into the old man's body. She watched as the old man let out an unwilling roar. Second sister's face turned slightly cold, warning the old man to be careful in his next life, not to provoke those he cannot afford to provoke. With a wave of second sister's arm, the old man instantly vanished into thin air, and the battlefield on the ground returned to its original state. Another battlefield. Only the remaining 8 spiritual emperors felt the arrival of the blood rain. At the same time, he was startled and looked up at the heaven and earth anomaly. He instantly understood that the ancestor had fallen. He then hurriedly called on everyone to quickly return to the sect. It would be too late to linger here any longer. They all would have to explain their actions. Just then, the voices of Asura's third sister and the fourth sister suddenly sounded. Returning to the sect? That's wishful thinking. Before everyone's eyes, their way was unexpectedly blocked by the 2 stunning sisters of Asura. None of you will be able to escape today, they declared. The sect leader quickly begged the 2 young ladies. Ladies, let's talk things out peacefully. In the past, our actions towards Asura were a mistake on our part. We didn't recognize his true worth. But at that time, we didn't know he was your brother. Please give us a way out. I promise that in the future, if 4 deities sect encounters Asura, we will run far away. Have you finished speaking? They faced the attack from the 4 deity sect led by Asura. The 3 sisters raised their hands and quickly annihilated them. Asura also privately established a marriage contract with Lyra Jr.'s sister to solidify their relationship. As second sister waved her hand, the ancestor of 4 deities sect was destroyed. The third sister and the fourth sister also captured the 8 fleeing spiritual emperors. The voice pleading for mercy in the face of the 4 deity sect leader. The voice of the fourth sister suddenly sounded. Have you finished speaking? As soon as these words were spoken, sect leader was suddenly startled and did not react. Asura's third sister directly summoned 2 sacred beasts and said, After finishing speaking, you can start your journey. Seeing the 2 young ladies with a murderous intent, sect leader understood that he was doomed. He then asked in confusion, We have apologized so sincerely. What more do you want from us? People like you, who say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs, will surely cause great trouble if not dealt with thoroughly. With a shout, the fourth sister unleashed the celestial fire manipulation art, throwing out 2 sacred beasts, which then charged forward abruptly. 8 spiritual emperors were planning to join forces to resist, but unexpectedly they were only about to make contact when they were instantly annihilated by the powerful 4 deity sect ambush, thwarting Asura's conspiracy and directly eliminated by his 3 sisters through sheer strength. The residents of Asura within the Tai sect 5 days later. I only heard Asura's helpless voice coming from inside. Lyra, if you don't stay at the 8 trigrams peak and keep coming to me every day, aren't you afraid it will affect your cultivation? Facing Asura's inquiry, Lyra explained shyly. Isn't it because, senior brother, you are about to leave? Moreover, once you leave, who knows how long it will take for you to return? Listening to Lyra saying that she wanted to eat, Asura felt as if he was going to disappear. Immediately, he reassured Lyra, saying, Don't worry, I'll just go explore the forest of the Nightingale. I'll be back soon. But I heard the place is extremely dangerous and unpredictable. Many powerful experts at the spiritual king stage have gone there never to return. Facing Lyra's concerns, Asura reassured her. Don't worry. I have the golden key in my hand. Even if we don't obtain the treasure, this key to the treasure trove will safely lead us out. Just as Lyra was about to argue back, Asura, however, proposed a wager. Let's make a bet. I bet on whether I can make it back. Upon hearing this, Lyra Jr.'s sister's heart suddenly trembled. Immediately, Asura took Lyra's jade hand and continued. If I can bring the treasure back, then little junior sister will marry me. Before Lyra could even be surprised, Asura then pulled her into his arms and said, If I only bring back the person, but not the treasure, then I will suffer a loss and marry you. Listening to Asura's teasing words, Lyra's pretty face blushed slightly. Then, she shyly turned around. Is there any difference between the two? Asura showed 2 rows of white teeth at the words. Indeed, there is not much difference. But this sentence still touched Lyra's heart. the two of them have had a real husband and wife relationship, so it is legitimate for them to be together. Lyra shyly turned her head and then hinted, "Senior brother, if possible, I also want to be with you. It's just that there may be—" Her voice had not finished when she stopped. Asura suddenly stepped forward, tightly holding Lyra's jade hand and interrupting her. "If you don't oppose, I'll take that as your agreement." Lyra smiled and said, "Let's talk about it when you return safely. It's a deal." One day later, Asura brought 4 sisters into the treasure pavilion in the forest of the Nightingale for an adventure. Asura joined hands with 4 sisters at the peak of the mainland. Explore the forest of the Nightingale. He still doesn't know. This is just the 4 sisters' mental exercise for him. Asura walked with several sisters, not knowing how long they had been walking. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and curiously asked, "The 3rd sister, are you sure this is really the protective barrier of the forest of the Nightingale? It's been so long, why is there no response at all?" The 4 sisters chatted casually, treating Asura's treasure hunt as no threat at all. Perhaps it's just not the right time yet. After all, the forest of the Nightingale is just a general term for this thicket area. The 6th sister spoke up, explaining that the forest actually consists of 3 main regions, and the treasure pavilion is hidden within one of these areas. Just then, 3 forks in the road appeared ahead, and Asura immediately delegated the important decision-making to the other sisters. Who would have expected that the 2nd sister suddenly stepped forward and said, "We'll follow wherever you go." Asura immediately felt overwhelmed by the pressure. He then asked in confusion, "Are you sure you want me to make such an important decision?" Come on, after all, every path is filled with unknown risks. How would you know the risks without trying not making a choice? After receiving 2nd sister's reply, Asura looked at the 3 forks in the road, lost in thought. About half an hour later, Asura suddenly cleared his throat. Then he pointed to the middle path and said, "Choose the middle one as they are all the same length. Let's take this one." "Let's go!" After saying that, 2nd sister directly took Asura's arm and walked in at an unhurried pace. Asura looked around and fell into contemplation. With these sisters accompanying him, the forest of the Nightingale doesn't seem to pose too much danger. After I really arrived here, it seems that it's just like this. Just as everyone walked out of the forest, Asura slipped and almost fell into a bottomless abyss. Feeling the abundant sunlight, Asura was taken aback. How come there's no road ahead? Watching the fallen leaves being blown below the cliff, Asura awkwardly apologized. "Sorry, sisters. It seems like I picked the wrong way." Just at this moment, the 4th sister suddenly stepped forward and said, "Maybe you did not make the wrong choice." Facing Asura's confusion, the golden key on his chest suddenly began to emit a golden light. The crowd looked towards where the golden light was pointing, which was right below the cliff. The crowd looked at the Sword Burial Valley emerging on the peak of the mountain. Asura didn't expect that I would get lucky and actually guess right. Just at that moment, the golden key's light suddenly dimmed. 2nd sister stepped forward to comfort him. "Don't worry, at least it has told you that the treasure pavilion is somewhere in this canyon. As for the entrance to the treasure pavilion, I'm afraid you will have to carefully explore it after going down to know." Asura looked at the abyss of 10,000 feet deep, not knowing how to step down. Even 9 revolutions' tyrant eyes cannot see clearly the bottom of the cliff. If one were to fly down, they would probably shatter into 8 pieces. At this moment, 2nd sister suddenly pressed her delicate body against Asura. Danger is an opportunity. If you want to obtain treasures, you must face danger. Asura is still unaware of these wicked sisters. They are preparing to cruelly temper his character. Asura was tricked by several sisters and fell into a cliff. He accidentally picked up 2 of them and found himself in a mysterious coma. Just as Asura stared at the cliff below in puzzlement about how to descend, Asura's 3rd sister suddenly pressed her delicate body against Asura, starting to seduce. Is danger then an opportunity? If you want to obtain treasures, you must face danger. Just at Asura. He is still enjoying the comfort brought by the third sister's delicate body. The sixth sister suddenly stepped forward to continue tempting. Although the valley is full of unknowns and risks, what if you have extraordinary luck? You might unexpectedly discover other surprises along the way of searching for treasures. At Asura's words, his eyes were instantly filled with sparkling treasures. He then made up his mind. Good. As the only man present, I will scout ahead for my sisters. After I finish scouting, my sisters can come along. Unexpectedly, second sister mysteriously waved her hand and said, Actually, there's no need to go through all this trouble. Before the voice even faded, a sudden weird suction force came from the cliff bottom. Asura was startled, and his body began swaying from side to side at the edge of the cliff. Just then, second sister's voice continued, After these days of devil training and the great Chu martial trial, we believe you are now able to hold your ground on your own. As the voice fell, Asura was sucked away by the gale. At this moment, Asura instantly felt like he was stabbed in the back by his own sisters. Before he fell, he couldn't help but ask unwillingly, Aren't you going down with me? The third sister shook her head and said, Of course not. As Asura's body fell, the voices of several sisters sounded at the edge of the cliff. This expedition is a test for you, they said. It is also a test of your training results. Whether you can successfully enter the treasure pavilion and obtain good opportunities depends entirely on yourself. The wailing cries of Asura echoed through the canyon. Second sister beckoned her three sisters to head in another direction. Spoiler alert, they were actually waiting at the finish line for Asura. After Asura's body touched the ground, he finally understood that all these maneuvers were just another test from my sisters. But this is not a bad thing. If I always rely on my sister's protection to gain opportunities, it's not a good thing either. Asura lowered his thoughts and activated the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes to carefully examine the scenery at the foot of the cliff. At that moment, his palms seemed to touch something soft. Asura turned his head and was startled for a moment. How come there are 2 women? Asura began to fantasize. In this pitch-black place, there are actually 2 women who have fallen into a coma here. Could this be a trap leading to the treasure pavilion? Just then, the older woman in the purple robe suddenly opened her eyes. Asura and the older woman locked eyes, both of them shocked at the same time. The girl in the red dress also woke up at this moment. The 2 women asked in unison, Who are you? Asura did not reveal her identity. She simply said, My name is Asura, and I'm just here for an adventure. The woman in red warmly stated their purpose. What a coincidence! My sister and I are here to explore as well. Asura awkwardly smiled and said, Indeed, quite a coincidence. The woman in purple robes looked up at the pitch-black cliff in front of her, feeling puzzled. Only at the Earth Essence stage cultivation level, how could one appear unscathed in the Sword Burial Valley? Could this be a trial from the treasure pavilion? Before her thoughts could settle, the young girl then revealed a look of curiosity and asked beside her, Sister, since Asura is also here to explore and search for treasures, why don't the few of us team up together? Asura was abandoned by 4 sisters and left to train on a cliff. He found the Sword Tomb sisters, who had fallen into a coma. They are quite powerful but are afraid of ghosts. After Asura revealed the purpose of this adventure to explore and find treasures, the girl in the red dress begged her sister earnestly, with shining eyes directly. Since Asura is also here to seek treasures, why don't we join forces together? Just as Asura was taken aback, the girl in red clothes earnestly spoke up. Why don't the 3 of us travel together? With more people, we can help each other out. Isn't that great? The older sister seemed to have thought of something and subsequently agreed. The younger sister, upon hearing this, happily raised her little fist and bounced around. Asura couldn't help but angrily scold the 2 of them for their inexplicable trust in him. Do you two sisters have no guard up against a man like me who suddenly appeared? After the three of them traveled together, Asura spoke up and asked, "Why did you faint in that kind of place just now?" "Actually, it's all my fault. Because I was playing around and wanted to explore the forest of the nightingale, I ended up dragging my sister here with me." Upon hearing this, the sister echoed in agreement. "After we entered, we accidentally triggered a mechanism. Shortly after that, we were sucked into this place by a mysterious rune. We woke up and then saw you." Shortly after, the little girl in red explained shyly the reason for inviting Asura to accompany them. Hey, because we arrived at this place inexplicably, the two of us girls were a little scared. Knowing that you were also here for exploration, we thought of having you, a man, as our companion." Asura instantly understood upon hearing these words. "It turns out she invited me because she was afraid. His thoughts have not settled yet." Asura's handsome face hit the invisible wall solidly. After his painful howl for a while, he began to figure out the barrier in front of him. The two sisters stepped forward to touch the barrier, feeling very puzzled, although no one knew whether the barrier led to the treasure pavilion. But now they need to continue moving forward. They must break through this barrier to proceed. Ideas fell, and the older sister directly summoned a golden long sword. "Okay. Hand it over to me." The sound fell, and a blade shadow suddenly struck towards the barrier. After the two made contact, a golden dazzling light burst shone in this area. After the light dispersed, the astonished voice of the older sister suddenly sounded. "The barrier is just slightly fluctuating. Is this not working?" Just then, Asura mentioned the sacred weapon and strode confidently to the front of the sisters. "Stand back, ladies. I'm about to start performing." His voice trailed off. Asura activates the 9 revolutions tyrant eyes to inspect the structure of the barrier. To decipher this great formation, he must locate its core position. Once the core point is confirmed, Asura lifts the sacred weapon and leaps into the air. The next moment, the sword shadow has already struck the core point of the formation. As the core explodes, the barrier dissipates. Just as the two sisters were still brimming with joy, the three individuals quickly discovered that the scene inside the barrier was very eerie. At this moment, the younger sister was trembling with fear and couldn't help but ask what to do now. Should they continue forward or go back the way they came? The next moment, the elder sister's voice extinguished the younger sister's fear. "The path they came from has vanished. Now, we can only move forward and not backwards." The younger sister, upon hearing this, tears of fear glistening in her eyes. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Asura and the fearful ghost sisters explore the treasure pavilion together. Little did they know they would be surrounded and attacked by evil spirits, hanging by a thread. The two sisters in Sword Tomb demonstrate formidable combat skills. Several people look ahead at a darker and more sinister path. The younger sister suddenly feels scared, and the older sister cheers her up. "The path we came from has disappeared. Now we can only move forward, not backward." Asura took big strides forward. "We have finally broken through the barrier, so of course we must continue moving forward." The younger sister could only timidly agree at his words. She unconsciously linked arms with her older sister. As Asura and the others walked on the road, he asked the two sisters, "What did the strange rune you encountered outside the forest of the nightingale look like at first?" "My sister was lost in reverie, but could only recall scattered runes." Asura, on the other hand, fell into contemplation. That string of runes might be the clue guiding treasure hunters to find hints for the treasure pavilion. His thoughts had just settled when several eerie wails suddenly resounded. His sister spoke up beside him, asking, "Did you hear any strange noises?" Upon hearing this, the sister instantly hid behind Asura. Just then, another wail rang out abruptly. The younger sister was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes, and she suddenly leaped into Asura's arms. Asura felt a bit awkward at the sight and said, "You are at least at the celestial essence stage cultivation level. How could you be scared of such things? The younger sister tightly held onto Asura with her petite arms and firmly insisted. It's precisely because of these unknown creatures that they are terrifying. If he shows up, I won't be scared anymore. After the voice fell silent, a strange demonic wind suddenly swept in. The three of them drew their weapons, ready to defend against the sudden attack of the evil cultists at any moment. At that moment, a large group of humanoid ghostly figures slowly approached the three of them. Upon seeing the wailing of these ghostly figures, Asura confirmed that they were most likely evil spirits formed over time from those who died while searching for treasure. Several people faced the suddenly pouncing evil spirit. Asura gathers the 9 heavens thunder flame and swings it fiercely. The powerful heavenly thunder directly blasts out a path ahead. Unexpectedly, the extinguished evil spirit quickly reunites, just as the three people were in doubt. Suddenly, a sinister evil spirit appeared in front of Asura. Before Asura could react, his chest was instantly pierced through by the evil spirit. In a critical moment, the woman in the purple robe cut it in half with one arrow. Asura, are you okay? Asura replied with a sentence and then reminded the two of them. These evil spirits attack human souls, not bodies. So ordinary secret arts are ineffective against them. The two sisters seemed to have a way to defend themselves against this. Immediately, the two of them simultaneously released their own aura. Suddenly, the voice of an evil spirit rang out. Such presumptuous wild girls! As the voice faded away, countless evil spirits instantly rushed towards the two of them, only to see the two of them soaring through the air. The powerful aura instantly spread across the area as the two of them uttered the words, soul extinction. The secret art of the two suddenly burst onto the ground beneath their feet, and the surrounding aura actually directly annihilated all the evil spirits. Asura saw that the remaining souls of the evil spirits were all forced out. He was just about to deliver a fatal blow to end the battle. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a sharp pain suddenly emanated from the place where his chest was pierced. The two sisters simultaneously turned their heads and called out the name Asura. The soul of the evil spirit also condensed at this moment, forming a huge evil spirit full of wisdom. I underestimated you indeed. Although you can extract my soul, you still can't completely eliminate us because that kid just got hit by our evil flame soul. His soul is now being slowly torn apart. It won't be long before he dies here. But he doesn't know that this fulfills Asura's 9 revolutions tyrant body. Asura was accidentally invaded by the evil spirit evil art all over his body. But as luck would have it, he activated the 9 revolutions divine soul, turning a disaster into a blessing. Then he slew the evil spirits and saved the sisters. Just as Asura was preparing to exterminate the evil creatures, a sudden sharp pain came from Asura's chest where he was attacked by the evil spirit. The evil spirit suddenly appeared, revealing a sinister smile. You have not completely destroyed me. It's because I have already merged my soul with this kid. Killing me will only speed up his death. If you are not afraid of his death, feel free to come and kill me. As soon as this was said, the two sisters angrily scolded. Asura at this moment feels the constantly eroding soul, and can't help but exclaim, Indeed, it is the evil spirit of Sword Burial Valley. What a powerful soul-breaking force. Thinking about the power of the soul, Asura suddenly thought about his 9 revolutions tyrant body cultivation when his soul was greatly damaged. He can actually use this spiritual power to further enhance his 9 revolutions tyrant body. This time, being ambushed by the evil spirit is not entirely a bad thing. The girl in red looks at the anguished Asura. She anxiously asks her sister next to her to first find a way to shatter the body of the evil spirit, turning it back into scattered evil spirit souls. This will help relieve Asura's pain temporarily. As for the rest, he will have to rely on himself. The voice falls, and the two of them rush towards the evil spirit with their swords. Immediately, the two of them unleash soul extinction again and strike fiercely at the body of the evil spirit. Unexpectedly, the seemingly powerful attack only manages to scratch the surface. The evil spirit quickly reacts and shoots energy beams at the sisters. Seeing this, the elder sister pushes the younger sister away directly. Just at this moment, a powerful soul force suddenly pierces through the evil body. As the attack unfolds, Asura is seen holding the sacred weapon, exuding a domineering aura. "Okay, you evil spirit. How dare you take advantage of my absence just now, and put them in such a life-and-death dilemma? Isn't your behavior a bit too shameless?" When Asura saw that his evil flame soul was broken, the evil spirit showed an unbelievable expression. Then it was attacked by Asura's divine soul, and sent to the Yanluo Hall. He saw the evil spirit's body being destroyed. Asura smiled. Unexpectedly, the sneak attack of this evil spirit turned out to be the opportunity to awaken the 9 Revolutions' divine soul. He was very excited in his heart. However, in front of the 2 sister flowers, he still appeared calm. Just as he was about to beckon the 2 to continue forward, the girl in the red dress stepped forward and embraced Asura's arm, praising him. "Asura, you are really amazing." The woman in purple robe also approached and praised Asura, but he remained very low-key, asking the 2 not to be surprised as it was just a small scene. "You don't have to be so modest. Normally, once a cultivator is attacked by evil spirits on the soul, it's hard to get through without some skills. Moreover, not only did you crack his soul's secret art, but you also saved our lives at a critical moment by successfully killing him. So, you are still very powerful." Asura felt a little embarrassed by such praise. Then he revealed the secret of his divine soul. "My 9 Revolutions' divine soul can ignore all attacks on the soul, so dealing with evil spirits like this is a perfect match." Speaking of which, Asura still has to thank the 2 sisters. However, the 2 of them were a bit puzzled as to why he said that. Asura scratched his head, blushing as he spoke. "You could have saved your lives by just killing the evil spirits, but you chose a more difficult way to fight alongside me and risk my life. If it weren't for you helping me by holding him off, you bought me time to awaken the 9 Revolutions' divine soul. I can't kill it either." Unexpectedly, the following words warmed Asura's heart. Asura eliminates evil spirits. He not only saved the 2 sisters, he also established a relationship with them. This made the 4 sisters, who watched from behind the scenes, feel particularly gratified. Faced with the sisters' non-stop praise for him, Asura scratched his head, his face turned red. "Actually, I should thank you more. You can directly kill the evil spirits, but you chose a more difficult way to save my life." The girl in red raised her little fist and lightly tapped Asura's chest. "What's the big deal? Because we are companions after all." Upon hearing the word companion, Asura was momentarily at a loss. Just then, the woman in the purple robe also stepped forward to concur. "Although we haven't known each other for long, since I have already chosen to travel with you, of course I cannot just abandon you, my companion." Upon hearing this, Asura revealed a long-lost smile. He was once a young man who was considered trash, except for Lyra, who was willing to accompany him. The other disciples all avoided him. Although later on, some sisters accompanied him in devilish training. But more often, the sisters guided him to make him stronger. It wasn't until he met these 2 sisters that he finally understood. Personal strength is important, but understanding how to cooperate with teammates and fight side by side is equally important. After all, the power of collaboration is much greater than individual strength. At this moment, the 4 sisters at the peak of the continent are observing every move of Asura through the mirror of spirit detection, witnessing Asura's enlightenment. The 4 sisters side by side. "It seems like this lesson is understood quite insightfully by this kid." Several sisters also agreed. Indeed, by battling evil spirits, not only did he awaken new skills, but he also gained a deep understanding of the importance of companions. This experience turned out to be quite rewarding for him. After she finished speaking, second sister invited the other three sisters to enter the treasure pavilion. The three sisters responded in unison. Asura and the three of them have already embarked on the journey to the treasure pavilion. Just then, the sister in red suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Look, there is a pagoda in front of us. Do you think that might be the treasure pavilion?" At that moment, the golden key to the treasure pavilion in Asura's arm suddenly emitted a golden light. Asura was very puzzled by this. Is this implying that we should continue moving forward? Later, Asura greeted the sisters to come forward and inspect together. At this moment, a mysterious woman in a black robe. She suddenly appeared behind the crowd. She didn't expect that Asura could make it all the way here. Three people followed the guidance of the golden key and, upon arriving near the pagoda, were surprised to find that the pagoda's ghostly presence had disappeared. Just as the three were puzzled, the golden key began to guide them into a mysterious cave. Then the golden key disappeared its light. The woman in the purple robe asked on the side, "Could this be telling us that in order to enter the treasure pavilion, we must enter this cave in front of us?" With this thought in mind, Asura gestured for the two to enter the cave. After entering the cave, the three of them were stunned by the expansive scene before their eyes. But ahead lay a bottomless abyss. Just then, at that moment, a seductive voice of a woman suddenly sounded. "The person who can eliminate the evil spirit and find the correct entrance to the treasure pavilion. I've never encountered anyone like this before." Asura arrived with the sisters and found the treasure pavilion. They were stopped by a mysterious woman. As the three of them marveled at the spacious cave, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "I have never seen anyone who can eliminate the evil spirit at the door and find the correct entrance to the treasure pavilion before." Upon hearing this is the entrance to the treasure pavilion, Asura eagerly asked, "Can we go in?" The two sisters were speechless at Asura's innocence. "Big brother, what are you thinking? Do you really think this woman looks like someone who would easily let us in?" To their surprise, the woman suddenly made a welcoming gesture. "Sure, come in," she said as soon as she finished speaking. A powerful aura instantly exploded from within her, and two butterfly wings sprouted from her waist. The woman's eyes were covered in blood-red color, and a majestic voice resounded, saying, "You must pass through me to go any further." Asura and the two sisters are unaware that the woman is actually an incarnation of the ancient god, Long. They just suspect whether the woman is the moss spirit, waiting for the three of them to settle their thoughts. The woman spoke up and asked, "Don't you want to enter the treasure pavilion? Then hurry up and come over here." Her palm suddenly shot out countless beams of energy. It thundered towards the three of them just as Asura called out to the sisters to scatter. The energy beam exploded directly at the spot where they had just been standing. A red smoke emerged from the explosion. Once the three of them stabilized their positions, the girl in red spoke up, reminding them, "Be careful not to be sucked into the explosion of the illusion incense." The woman then summoned countless large white moths, attacking the three individuals. Asura raised his sword to block while asking for more information. The woman in the blue robe explained that this kind of smoke illusion technique is best at exploiting human weaknesses to sow discord. It's best for everyone to be cautious. Subsequently, the two sisters once again displayed the soul extinction technique. They dispersed the illusion incense around them. The woman above them, however, revealed a smile. "Since you have introduced them, let me show you the true illusion incense." Her voice fell, and a dense red smoke suddenly emerged from her palm at a critical moment. Asura waved his hand and summoned Celestial Devouring. Celestial Devouring directly sucked all of illusion incense into his mouth. The woman couldn't help but exclaim, "Not bad at all. A Earth Essence Stage 4 layer can actually control a sacred beast with such ease. It's really surprising." Asura, on the other hand, showed disdain. He has learned many skills from his older sisters. The woman pretended not to know. Asura's older sisters then immediately began to mock her. She intended to experience the most powerful move of Asura's mere Earth Essence stage. At this, Asura instantly unleashes the celestial thunder fire within his body to confront it head-on. The two sisters, although worried about Asura, can only choose to believe in him at this point. At this moment, Asura summoned his three major divine skills. The three techniques perfectly integrated, and he suddenly rushed towards the woman, not knowing that the woman's true identity is actually the true Long. But when he saw the attack engulf the woman, but Asura expressed directly, Second Sister's Flying Blade Soldier / Third Sister's Great Might Heavenly Long Seal, and 9 Revolutions Divine Soul specialized in breaking soul illusions. If she can withstand all this, I'll consider her amazing. When the voice fell, the terrifying explosion flashed in this area. When the smoke cleared, Asura's eyes widened instantly. Although the woman was knocked back into a human form, she appeared unscathed in front of everyone. Asura saw this and couldn't help but be fragrant. Do you have to be this powerful? At least give some reactions, sister. The woman praised Earth Essence Stage for being able to unleash 3 big moves at the same time. You, kid, really impress people. Just that these moves are not enough. The woman in the purple robe on the side reminds Asura that he has already beaten her back to human form, which means that her abilities have been depleted by more than half. Now her strength has greatly diminished. As long as we attack her together. Unexpectedly, she hadn't finished speaking yet. The older sister of the sister flowers, her delicate body suddenly entwined by red silk. This man will face a choice about human nature. Will he choose the older sister of the sister flowers, or the younger sister? But a real man wants both. Just when Asura unleashed 3 big moves, he approached the woman at the final stage of the treasure pavilion. At the moment of the blast pushing back the humanoid figure, the sister in purple robe among the sisters suddenly had her delicate body entwined by a red rope. The woman's voice rang out. So you've actually figured it out? Then I can't let you stay. The voice fell silent. Suddenly, a blood-red energy ball began to form in her palm. Just at that moment, a towering fire fist suddenly interrupted the woman's movement, just as she was taken by surprise. The voices of Asura and the girl in red followed. What? Feeling anxious to eliminate any weaknesses once they are discovered? You really can't handle playing this game, can you? Please release my sister quickly. Just as the voice of the girl in red fell, she was bound by a similar red rope and constrained. He saw the sisters being tied up at the same time. Asura angrily shouted from below. You crazy woman, what do you want to do? Unexpectedly, the woman placed both of them on the cliff and forced Asura to make a choice. Are you trying to enter the treasure pavilion? Then you make a choice. The sound falls. The red string binding the red lady suddenly broke. Asura angrily cursed. Immediately, he leaped and jumped off the cliff, reaching out to rescue. The woman took the opportunity to apply illusion incense on him. She wanted to trigger the humanity in Asura's heart. Just as the woman in the purple robe was about to remind Asura, she was stopped by the woman's jade hand. Then she made a silent gesture and threatened with her words. Little girl, you are really disobedient, always trying to ruin your elder sister's good things. This is not acceptable. Asura also took the opportunity to rescue the girl in the red dress. Just as he carried her to the edge of the cliff, he then heard the woman's voice. Not bad, not bad. Quite quick on your feet. She faced Asura's inquiry. The woman then began to make Asura make a choice. She also believed that Asura's mind had been confused by the illusion incense. If you choose to save the woman in my hands, then you automatically give up the opportunity to enter the treasure pavilion. But if you choose to enter the treasure pavilion, this woman will be slowly eroded by these silkworms until death. Do you choose to save her or continue forward? Asura doesn't know. It is just an exercise given to him by 4 sisters. He could only helplessly say, You really think highly of me, actually making multiple choice questions just for me. The sister in red clothes also echoed. Exactly. You, woman, are truly despicable. The woman, however, disagreed. Is this choice really that difficult? For you, Asura, it shouldn't be that hard, right? Then, her expression instantly turned eerie as she continued. Those two are just strangers you met on the way. Compared to becoming stronger yourself, can't you make a choice? The woman's arms also began to manipulate the illusion incense that had just been infused into Asura's body. Asura's current state at this moment follows the woman's will into a state of trance. He faces the woman's repeated temptations. As Asura had just spoken, and before the sound of choosing to enter the treasure pavilion had fallen, the woman then sarcastically spoke. This is humanity, huh? In the face of true interests, the human heart is truly fragile. Unexpectedly, before her mocking words had even finished, Asura suddenly gathered fiery fists in both hands. He fiercely struck the woman in the face. The originally vicious woman suddenly became sweet and gentle. Asura tried to save two sisters. He was willing to sacrifice the chance to obtain the treasure. Little did he know that this was just a test from the god, Long. The four sisters had conspired together early. Just as the woman thought that Asura's mind had been controlled by her illusion incense, Asura gathered fist wind and suddenly slammed it into the woman's face. She saw the approaching fist wind. The woman was stunned. How is this possible? Clearly, he has been affected by my illusion incense. Why can he still use the celestial fire manipulation art? Ideas fell down. The woman formed hand seals with both hands, starting to dispel the exploding flames in front of her, while still mocking Asura. Useless. Relying solely on this flame, you will never be able to break through these silken threads. Unexpectedly, Asura's target was never the woman in the first place. He was actually trying to save the sister of the woman in the purple robe. The sister in the red dress suddenly understood why Asura had deliberately said he would give up on them earlier. It turned out that he was just trying to make that woman let her guard down. Then he took the opportunity to attract her attention and make her voluntarily cut off the red silk connecting her to her sister. After dispersing the fist wind, the woman began to sneer and taunt. Nice try at misdirection. It's just a pity that even if you take her away from me, you still can't unravel the silk wrapped around her. Upon seeing this, Asura couldn't help but angrily curse. What a difficult woman! The woman urged Asura to make a choice quickly. If he wanted to save them, he must sacrifice one. Asura's eyes turned slightly cold at the woman's words. If you truly want someone to make the right choice, then don't use some twisted soul manipulation technique to control people's hearts. Before the woman could even retort, Asura directly unleashed the power of the 9 Revolutions divine soul. He suddenly struck towards the woman and saw Asura's attitude. The woman closed her eyes in satisfaction. As the explosion sounded, the woman's figure mysteriously disappeared, just as Asura was puzzled. The woman's voice echoed again in this area. Asura, I'll ask you one last time. Will you choose to save them or enter the treasure pavilion? Asura was slightly angry. Will you never stop, woman? How many times do you need to ask such a stupid question? So what is your choice? Asura chose without hesitation to save the sisters. If becoming stronger requires sacrificing the lives of companions, then I would rather not have this so-called opportunity. Okay then. I respect your choice. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling light suddenly blossomed above the heads of the 3 people. As golden light bloomed ahead, what greeted the eyes was a golden pagoda. The girl in red behind him asked, puzzled, Does this mean Asura's choice to save lives is the true key to unlocking the treasure pavilion? The woman in purple robe slowly opened her eyes at this moment. Asura hurried forward to inquire about her condition. At that moment, the gentle voice of the woman suddenly sounded next to the 3 people. I didn't expect that you would be able to see through my tricks before anyone else. Not bad, young man. The 3 of them sarcastically commented in unison upon seeing the sudden change in attitude of the wicked woman Asura. Just a moment ago, She was fierce and cunning, a woman with a treacherous heart. How could she suddenly be gentle? Is this another trap? The woman coughed awkwardly upon hearing the words, and then revealed her true intentions. Actually, I never planned to kill you from the beginning. She was actually too afraid to kill Asura. Asura's face turned ashen as he asked, "Were you just testing me with the choices you forced me to make earlier?" Several people saw the suddenly gentle but malicious woman. The two sisters suddenly spat out a few words from their mouths. "This person is so mean!" Asura's four older sisters at the pinnacle have long been waiting for Asura at the finish line. The four of them coming out shocked the whole audience. Asura went through all sorts of hardships to reach the treasure pavilion. She actually found her four older sisters at the top of the four continents. They had long been waiting at the finish line. The wicked woman who originally forced Asura to make a choice. She suddenly became sweet and charming, and even revealed that she was a guardian deity. "Now I can take you all to the treasure pavilion." Upon hearing this, Asura directly called her sisters to move forward together. After the three of them reacted, the three of them asked in unison with different voices, "Are you the guardian deity of treasure pavilion?" The woman agreed and began to explain the sorrows of these years. "I have been guarding the treasure pavilion here for all these years. It's just that those treasure seekers were blinded by their own greed and desires before I started using illusions. In the end, they all turned into a wisp of resentful spirits, forever trapped in this space." After walking for a quarter of an hour, the woman informed the other three that once they crossed the cloud layer, they would arrive at the entrance to treasure pavilion. Later, she privately informed Asura, "My mission is complete. You can go find them now." Upon hearing this, not only were the sisters stunned, but even Asura didn't understand. At this moment, suddenly, four stunning figures walked out from the mist. Asura and Ding Qing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Sister? What are you doing here?" Second sister smiled at the words and said, "Why ask? Of course, we're waiting for you." When Asura heard this, he instantly felt angered. He directly questioned the four sisters. "So you already knew the correct location of the treasure pavilion?" "Yes," they replied. Asura's mentality instantly collapsed. Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked the sisters, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The fourth sister and the sixth sister stepped forward to explain. "This is a good opportunity for you to grow, but you have to complete it on your own. Even though we didn't tell you. But you've gained companions along the way. You also awaken the 9 revolutions divine soul. How do you calculate this wave? You won't lose either." After hearing the comforting words from the two sisters, Asura scratched his head and instantly quelled the anger in his heart. It seems what they said also makes sense. The elder sister of the sister flowers is behind. She quietly explained to her younger sister and read about Asura's several sisters. They seem to be the strongest, like half Saint Xian Yuan Su, Feral Beast Palace Lord Seraphina, Dan Emperor Zhong Lira, the Great Chu Supreme Marshal of the Legion Juryu. Little Red Sister opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Isn't Asura's identity too amazing? When Asura arrived at the Gate of Rune, he took out the golden key and inserted it into the golden hole according to the instructions. As the stone door slowly opened, Asura's gaze delved into the treasure pavilion. What he originally thought would be magnificent was only a single golden beam of light. Asura couldn't help but comment, "Is this the treasure pavilion? It's a far cry from what I imagined." Just then, the sisters suddenly pointed to the beam of light ahead and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" As they looked closer, they discovered at the center of the golden beam was actually a sleeping beauty. After Asura opened the treasure pavilion, he found out that there was only a sleeping beauty inside. And this person is also the sixth sister's childhood friend. Asura entered the hall, scratching his head in complete confusion. How could there be a sleeping girl in this treasure pavilion filled with bizarre barriers? Where is the treasure we agreed upon? I can't even find a single hair of it. The third sister asked on the side. Could there be anything fishy about this with the second sister? Asura, the second sister, was a little puzzled by this, even though the spiritual chi here is abundant. But I can't sense any aura on her, and this woman, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Just then, Asura's sixth sister suddenly said the name of the sleeping woman, Lunalight. Asura pointed at the sleeping beauty and asked the sixth sister, Do you know her? The sixth sister nodded, and then fell into a painful memory. The fourth sister suddenly remembered the woman's identity. No wonder I found her familiar. She is the close friend of the sixth sister, and used to be the crown princess of the Yanming Empire. Upon hearing the three words, Yanming Empire, the woman in the purple robe among the sisters spoke up and asked, Wasn't that country destroyed by the no-evil sect many years ago? Asura's sixth sister explained on the side. Yes, indeed. The royal family of the Yanming Empire was brutally killed by them. The entire country was annihilated overnight. Asura was puzzled. If the royal family of the Yanming Empire was all killed, then how could she be here in this secret treasure pavilion? At that moment, Asura accidentally triggered a mechanism under his feet. A beam of energy suddenly penetrated the woman's delicate body. At that moment, the woman also opened her eyes abruptly and witnessed this scene. The sixth sister called out the woman's name, Lunalight. Lunalight seemed to have no recognition of Asura's sixth sister and directly spoke to Asura, saying, Congratulations, Asura, for successfully opening the treasure pavilion. You are the first one to do so after all these years. Just as the sixth sister questioned the sound of Lunalight, the second sister immediately understood. She must have been taken over by White Eye's celestial long. That's why she can survive until now. The woman couldn't help but praise. Truly the strongest half-saint. I had tried my best to conceal my aura just now, but I didn't expect you to still discover me. Upon hearing this, the sixth sister's face turned slightly cold as she stepped forward slowly and questioned. As an ancient sacred beast, why did you occupy her physical body and imprison her here for so many years? What is your purpose? The woman put on an innocent look and said, You can't put it that way. I am just here to fulfill the wish of this poor princess. Upon hearing this, the sixth sister was taken aback. The woman then questioned Asura's sixth sister deeply, asking, Moreover, why did your dear friend end up like this? Why did his country perish overnight? Shouldn't you know best in your heart? Asura's sixth sister fell silent instantly upon hearing those words. At that moment, Asura suddenly stepped in front of the sixth sister and spoke up for her. Are you trying to rub salt in the wound by continuously bringing up someone's past mistakes? How meaningful is that? The woman, however, persisted and believed that it was just an accidental slip of the tongue. The third sister was also fuming on the side. The woman then began to enter the theme of Asura. You have gone through all kinds of hardships to come here. Aren't you curious about what treasures are here? Asura's third sister directly rebuts with anger, saying what is there to be curious about? Besides your sacred beast's essence blood, everything else is just worthless junk. Second sister follows along. As long as we kill your sacred beast and obtain its essence blood, won't that be enough? With this statement, the sacred beast instantly wilted, knowing that it couldn't beat any of Asura's sisters. However, she relied on the fact that she is the Lunalight princess in flesh. She quickly resumed the vicious tone she had just used. But she was directly exposed by second sister. This woman was possessed by an ancient sacred beast, threatening Asura. Who would have expected that she was directly suppressed by Asura's second sister using force? She directly offered up her essence and blood. Just as the woman asked Asura to guess what exactly this treasure was. Asura's sisters directly revealed that there was no need to guess, they could just kill you to obtain the blood of the sacred beast. The woman was afraid. But she still relied on occupying the body of the Lunalight princess and threatened. All right, if you are not afraid of the flesh of this Lunalight princess being destroyed and her soul scattered, then come quickly. Just as the third sister roared angrily. The woman pointed the spear at Asura's. The sixth sister. On one side is the life and death of her best friend, on the other side is her younger brother, and the rare opportunity to obtain the blood essence of the sacred beast. I wonder how the great Chu Marshal will choose between the two options. Just then, the mocking voice of second sister suddenly sounded. Stop scaring people. Obtaining a sacred beast essence blood is not a matter of life and death for you. The sixth sister also looked puzzled, and second sister continued. Although you are possessing the Lunalite Princess, as long as you do not die, how could the physical body of the Lunalite Princess possibly be destroyed and the soul scattered? Upon seeing that the situation has been exposed, the woman displayed a look of grievance and murmured, I just wanted to create some difficulty for Asura, but you all came to ruin my plans. You are really not giving me any face. After Asura was toyed with again, he instantly felt that this scene seemed familiar. He immediately asked the woman, Why are you exactly the same as the guardian outside the door? Always forcing people to make choices. The woman mischievously explained, Because the woman outside the treasure pavilion is actually my clone. When this was said, Asura and the sisters who had been persecuted were all stunned at the same time. At this moment, second sister no longer had the mood to listen to her unreasonable antics. All right, let's quickly get back to work. If you keep playing like this, then I will have to take action myself. When I see Asura and second sister planning to play for real. The woman suddenly panicked and shook her head frantically. Then she directly took out the jade bottle containing the blood essence of the sacred beast and threw it to Asura. She generously said, Isn't it just the blood essence of the sacred beast? I'll give it to you guys, go ahead. He easily obtained the blood essence. Asura was speechless. How could an ancient sacred beast be so cowardly? The playful woman stepped forward to remind him that although she had given him the item, whether he could refine it or not was up to him. Asura assured her that she need not worry about it. He immediately began refining the essence blood. After the essence blood entered his body, a surge of violent energy instantly swept through his entire body. Asura couldn't help but sigh, although he was prepared. The backlash of this essence blood is too overbearing. Asura's thoughts fell, and his eyes widened in surprise. A blood-colored giant long instantly drilled out from his body. Several people saw Asura's painful expression. The fourth sister anxiously asked the second sister, Should we lend him a hand? If he is burnt to ashes by the sacred beast essence blood, it would be disastrous. Second sister asked him to rest assured. This guy is indeed a man with 9 revolutions golden bone. If he can get through this time, his overall combat power will make a qualitative leap. This man. She not only has 6 sisters standing at the pinnacle of the mainland. His own strength and talent are also unmatched among his peers. Under the threat of Asura's second sister, the ancient sacred beast directly gave the essence blood of the dragon god to Asura. Unexpectedly, Asura directly swallowed the violent power of the ancient sacred beast's essence blood. Facing the worry of the fourth sister, second sister reassures her. This kid has the 9 revolutions golden bone, so nothing will happen to him. The divine long-possessing Lunalite princess took the opportunity to approach Asura's sixth sister and asked, Why the worried look on your face? Are you concerned about your little brother, or are you thinking about Lunalite princess? The sixth sister furrowed her brow slightly and spoke up, questioning, After going to such lengths to lead us here under the pretext of the treasure pavilion, what is your true purpose? The woman, however, kept her guesses secret, saying, I'll tell you when your brother successfully refines the blood essence of the sacred beast. It's not too late for that. The sixth sister could only snort in anger. She couldn't bear to kill her own friend, the sacred beast, whether in its physical form or not. At this moment, Asura also feels that the raging sacred beast's essence is continuously devouring the blood and spiritual chi. If he is not stopped soon, it will be too late. He fell into contemplation. Asura directly activates the 9 revolutions tyrant blood and the 9 revolutions golden bone. A thunder flame giant long suddenly drills out from Asura's body. He actually bites directly onto the blood long body formed by the essence and blood. When seeing this scene, several sisters simultaneously showed expressions of worry. The fourth sister exclaimed in shock, "Is this kid crazy? Even if he has the 9 revolutions golden bone, he shouldn't be behaving like this." The third sister echoed, "Yes, clearly he could slowly deplete the frenzied power of the sacred beast essence blood. Why does he have to devour it all at once?" Second sister, on the other hand, praised, "Because he has absolute confidence. With absolute faith in his own physical body, he swiftly refines the essence blood in this manner." As soon as these words were spoken, the other 3 sisters instantly understood. Watching Asura's thunder fire long devouring the blood long, the woman possessed by the ancient sacred beast praised with words. She also revealed Asura's life story, truly deserving to be the saga of celestial wind and the one's child. Asura, you are truly impressing me more and more. Asura also has no intention of letting thunder flame and blood long continue their entanglement. Just continuing like this is not a solution. He immediately took out several Dan pills from his arms. Next, he actually swallowed all of them in one go, seeing Asura eat the pills like this. The sisters on the side exclaimed, "Is that how Dan pill is used? Did he just stuff it into his mouth like that?" Several older sisters of Asura assured him that the Dan pill personally refined by Asura, the fourth sister, Dan Emperor, is extremely beneficial for recovering the physical body. Although he just suppressed the sacred beast essence blood, at the same time, his physical body also suffered a fierce attack from the sacred beast essence blood. If he hadn't found a way to restore his physical body just now, I'm afraid the sacred beast essence blood would not have been refined yet, and he would have taken a step back first. The sisters understood this only after hearing this. At this moment, Asura couldn't help but sigh in relief, thankful that he had obtained the Dan pill from the fourth sister. Otherwise, he would have really been in deep trouble this time. Asura once again activated the 9 revolution celestial thunder fire to refine it, and restore the thunder fire to its peak state. It instantly refines the blood long formed directly from essence blood. At this moment, a divine dragon skull unexpectedly appears on Asura's forehead. This man. He not only has 6 sisters, who are pinnacle powerhouses on the continent, admired by many, even his talents constantly leave outsiders amazed. As Asura operates once again, the 9 revolution celestial thunder fire follows suit. The blood of the ancient sacred beast transformed into the avatar of the long is instantly refined. On Asura's forehead, the skull of the divine long actually began to appear. With Asura's angry shout, the 9 revolutions tyrant body once again broke through, achieving the 9 revolutions divine long blood. Seeing Asura's bloodline evolution, even Asura's third sister couldn't help but be shocked. The younger sister among the sisters revealed an envious expression. His luck is just too good. The woman possessed by the ancient sacred beast corrected her mistake, saying that it's not just luck. Asura is successful because he has exceptional talent and extraordinary intelligence. After all, if he wants to successfully evolve his bloodline, he must rely on extraordinary opportunities and his own strength as support. Asura shouts angrily at this moment. Cultivation level has also successfully broken through the Earth Essence Stage 7 layer. The strong golden aura instantly swept through this area. The sisters couldn't help but be surprised. After refining the essence blood, he was actually able to break through triple heaven in one go. The younger sister among the sisters couldn't help but shed tears of envy and jealousy. Asura's talent is really too good. Feeling the overflowing spiritual power within his body, Asura couldn't help but exclaim that not only did he refine the essence of the sacred beast's blood on this journey, but he also broke through the 9 revolutions divine long blood cultivation level and directly reached the triple heaven realm. This trip to the treasure pavilion was truly profitable for me. Just at this moment, The woman possessed by the ancient sacred beast also arrived by Asura's side, praising him for being truly worthy of having gone through my numerous tests. To think that you were able to refine my sacred beast's essence blood, you are the first person to do so. Upon hearing this, Asura's impression of the woman changed quite a bit. Although you have some shortcomings, this essence blood is indeed a good treasure. The woman, upon hearing the words, "Not bad," instantly became furious. Is this merely not bad? She then grabbed Asura's collar and questioned, "My essence blood is a one-of-a-kind treasure that is extremely hard to come by. After you refine it, your combat power will greatly increase. With all this, what else could you be unsatisfied with?" Seeing the woman possessed by the sacred beast looking dejected, Asura awkwardly comforted her. "Don't be angry, don't be angry. I was just joking with you." When Asura said this, the woman once again showed a charming smile. "That's more like it." The sixth sister, Asura, stepped forward and asked, "Now can you tell me why you took over the body of Lunalite? And what was the purpose of imprisoning her here for so many years?" The woman awkwardly scratched her head upon hearing the words. "Oh yeah, you're right. I almost forgot." The sixth sister instantly became furious, wanting to hit but unable to do so. She could only let out an angry shout. But Asura's second sister knows how to discipline her. "If you keep teasing me, then I'll have to take action myself." Before the words could even fall, the ancient sacred beast possessing Lunalite quickly waved its hand and spoke up to stop. Wait, half-saint sister, I'll talk. Actually, I possessed Lunalite Princess because of her summons. Lunalite Princess once saved my life when I was severely injured. In order to express my gratitude for her care. So we agreed that as long as she needs my help, she can summon me anytime using the spiritual leaf. Later, the no-evil sect suddenly raided the Yinming Empire. When I arrived at the palace, it had already turned into a scene of carnage. The Lunalite Princess at that time was barely clinging to life. We had originally agreed that as long as the Lunalite was willing to dedicate all of her spiritual power to me, I can help her fulfill any wish. I didn't expect that she would take the joke we made back then to heart. At that time, she begged bitterly. In the end, I couldn't bear it in my heart and had to agree to her request. This enchanting woman. She turned out to be the close friend of Asura's sixth sister. Because Asura unsealed the treasure pavilion, she has finally been reborn today, possessing the ancient sacred beast of Lunalite Princess. Briefly recounting the rescue of Lunalite Princess back then. She pleaded desperately at that time. In the end, I couldn't bear it in my heart and had to agree to help her. Asura's sixth sister asked on the side, "So did you possess her body?" And brought her to the core of Sword Burial Valley, using the abundant spiritual chi here and your physical strength to help her reconstruct her body and restore her spiritual power? The ancient sacred beast responded with a roar. Asura and the sisters still couldn't understand why this place was later known as the Treasure Pavilion. Is there any connection between the two? Asura's third sister explained on the side that it was probably to attract others to come and save her, so they thought of using treasures to lure everyone. Asura was puzzled by this. Asura's second sister followed along and agreed, because once they entered the core of the Sword Burial Valley, the blue stone door would automatically close and absorb spiritual chi. Anyone who wanted to restore their spiritual chi would also automatically enter a state of dormancy. Asura's fourth sister continued, saying that if they wanted to leave smoothly, someone had to use the golden key to open the blue stone door for them. The sacred beast, possessing the Lunalite's delicate body, nodded obediently. Everything was just as described by Asura's sisters. Asura was speechless for a moment. So, the treasure pavilion is just a ruse to lure someone to rescue you? After hearing this, the sacred beast immediately stepped forward and gave Asura a headbutt. How can you say such a thing? Isn't my essence blood a treasure? The sisters do not quite understand the levels set by the sacred beast. If you want someone to come and rescue you, why set so many levels? Many people go but never return. The woman, holding a head-wrapped Asura, explained, Because my sacred beast's essence and blood are not something anyone can obtain. Only those with exceptional talents, skills, outstanding intelligence, and pure intentions are worthy of my precious treasure. Asura, held in her arms, shed tears of pain. This wave of reverse praise left Asura unsure of how to react. Just then, Asura's sixth sister spoke up and asked, "Now that you have successfully awakened, what about Lunalight? You should have already used the core spiritual chi of Sword Burial Valley to help her recover, right?" The sacred beast then asked if you wanted to see her. The sixth sister, with deep and penetrating eyes, stared at her with a resolute attitude. The possessed sacred beast also intended to fulfill Asura's sixth sister. Immediately, the true form of White Eyes Celestial Long emerged from within Lunalight Princess. The next moment, Asura's sixth sister's eyes instantly blanked out. Just saw the original simple Lunalight Princess. I don't know when Little Rain suddenly put on makeup, resurrected. Long time no see. This woman was originally a princess of a country. She is also a close friend of Asura's sixth sister. She almost lost her life in the underworld due to a single sentence from Asura's sixth sister. Today, Asura opened the treasure pavilion to help her be reborn. Long time no see, Little Rain meets the reborn Lunalight. Asura's sixth sister called out Lunalight's name with a solemn expression. Although Lunalight also wants a genuine reconciliation with Asura's sixth sister, she doesn't hold back in her words. "Look at your expression," she says. "You don't want to reminisce with me, do you?" "Sorry, I have absolutely no interest in reminiscing. Especially not with enemies." Upon hearing the word, "enemies," the sisters behind me revealed an expression of confusion. The sixth sister suddenly apologized. "I am truly sorry for what happened with the Yanming Empire. If possible, I hope we can be like we used to be." Lunalight turned around at the words, and her voice came out coldly. "No need. Talking about this, and that with me right now, is completely meaningless. This time your younger brother rescued both me and White Eyes. But we also gave him sacred beast essence blood to help him break through. So we are even between us. As for other matters, let's discuss them later." The voice fell. Lunalight Princess rides a white long and departs gallantly. As she leaves, she looks back reluctantly at Asura's sixth sister. As one by one, each person and long leaves the area. Asura spoke up and asked second sister and the third sister, "What should we do about the matter concerning sister the sixth sister and Lunalight?" The two sisters reassured him not to worry about it. It's better to let her calm down for now. After all, they used to be so close, but now have become enemies. It must be hard for anyone to experience such a change in their relationship. The grudges between them can only be resolved by themselves. White Long carried Lunalight Princess to the outskirts of the Forest of the Nightingale, and White Long asked the princess without understanding, "Princess, were the words you said to the great Chu Marshal just now a bit too much?" At this moment, Lunalight still cannot truly reconcile with Churyu. Because Asura's sixth sister suddenly called out the true name of the Princess of Lunalight in the Empire, which exposed her identity. Otherwise, they would never have known. The princess they had been searching for many years has been in front of the No Evil sect all along. Lunalight, who learned the truth, did not harbor resentment for Churyu calling out her name and exposing her identity. Now the only thing I can do is seek revenge. Only after successful revenge can I completely let go of all my grudges and face her again. The other side of Forest of the Nightingale. I see the two sisters are thanking Asura. Asura, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you saving us, we might have become resentful spirits like those treasure seekers now. In order to repay you properly, why don't you come back to Sword Burial City with us? This suggestion was made. Asura instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He even thought this was an invitation for him to marry into their family. Immediately, he replied with, "Little junior sister is still waiting for me at the sect. How could I halfway give myself to other girls?" Just because of this man. He saved the Sword Tomb sisters at the treasure pavilion. The two of them are about to take him home to meet their father. Facing the request from the girl in red to go home, Asura thinks she wants to bring him home as a son-in-law. Immediately, he curtly replied, "Little junior sister is still waiting for me at the sect. How can I just hand myself over to another girl halfway?" Asura's second sister suddenly stepped forward and hugged Asura, reprimanding, "Where are you going, you little brat? They just invited you to visit Sword Burial City." The red-dressed sister chimed in, "Yes, yes. Come visit Sword Burial City with us. It won't take up much of your time." Upon learning the truth, Asura instantly became speechless. He almost thought he had to marry into their family. He then awkwardly scratched his head and reluctantly agreed. "Since you have sincerely invited me, I will graciously accept." "That's great." Just at this moment, the voice of Asura's sixth sister suddenly sounded. "Asura, after you return from Sword Burial City, come to Long City to find me. I have something to ask for your help with." Asura was a bit puzzled, but the sixth sister did not explain further. When facing Asura's repeated inquiries, the sixth sister informed him that the timing was not right yet. "It wouldn't be useful to tell you now." Upon hearing this, Asura decided to bid farewell to all his elder sisters, and planned to head to Long City immediately upon his return from Sword Burial City. Within the main mansion of Sword Burial City, only the angry shouting of a middle-aged man could be heard emanating from inside the mansion. "Where have you all been these days?" The two sisters could only stammer out an explanation about heading to the forest of the Nightingale. The fierce man shouting angrily is their father, also the Lord of Sword Burial City, Swordja. The girl in red suddenly stepped forward and took her father's arm, shyly speaking up. "Father, it's all my fault. It's because I got lost in the forest of the Nightingale that my sister suffered with me. Punish me if you must." Unable to resist his daughter's sweet words and pouting, the father relented. The Lord's originally serious expression instantly lit up with a look of happiness. At that moment, the Lord's gaze shifted towards Asura standing on the side, and then he spoke up, asking, "And who are you, young man?" Asura bowed and replied, "Junior Asura pays respects to senior." The two girls saw their father's serious expression. The two sisters hurried forward to explain. "We were able to come back safely this time thanks to Asura helping us. Without Asura, my sister and I would have been in grave danger." Upon hearing that Asura is the savior of his beloved daughter's life, the Lord suddenly extended his two sturdy arms in front of Asura. He no longer had a hint of the dignity of a lord, crying and thanking little friend Yi tearfully for saving his daughter's life. The Lord of Sword Burial City suddenly turned his gaze to the sacred weapon behind Asura, in order to repay your kindness. "I am willing to personally help your sacred weapon, No Edge, to sharpen its blade." Asura was taken to the Lord's manor in Sword Burial City by the Blossom Sisters. He was then attacked by a mysterious woman. The Lord learned that his daughter's life was saved by Asura. He directly offered to personally help Asura sharpen the no-edge blade. Asura was shocked at the words. Immediately, he took out the sacred weapon from behind and asked the senior, "Do you recognize this sword?" The city lord spoke up and explained, "Of course I recognize it. This heavy sword, No Edge, was forged 1,000 years ago by a genius swordsmith named Sword Slave. I just didn't expect this extraordinary sacred weapon to be in your hands now. After the No Edge is opened, its power will be even stronger than before, and your overall combat capability will also be improved." Asura started to savor the increase in combat power mentioned by the city lord. But his heart had long been filled with joy, feeling that this wave is definitely a big gain for me. Immediately, he handed No Edge to the city lord, bowed, and said, "I, as a junior, respectfully comply with your decision." The city lord asked his two daughters to accompany Asura to play in the city for 3 days. After 3 days, he promised to give Asura a brand new sacred weapon. The two sisters brought Asura to a courtyard in the mansion. "Asura, you will stay here for the next few days. Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will take you out for a walk. Asura responded with a nod. Unexpectedly, at that moment, two concealed weapons suddenly shot towards Asura. Asura has sharp perception. He dodged this attack by sidestepping. He looked in the direction of the attack and saw a woman walking slowly with a long sword. "Are you Asura?" she asked. "I see you no longer have no edge. It seems you are not that strong after all." The woman's name is Swordling. Everyone only knows about the 6 amazing older sisters of Asura. But they do not know that Asura's own strength is equally terrifying. The manga is currently here. More chapters will be released when new chapters are available. Thank you for the support from all of you. Everyone thinks that the 4 sisters who have appeared so far. Which one is the best sister on the scene? Who would have thought that this sneak attacker turned out to be Asura, saving the younger sister of the sister flower? This woman likes to spar with strong opponents. Asura is wanting to test the results of his training. Even when no edge is near its sharp edge. His combat power is still not something a woman can challenge. Just as the 2 sisters were introducing Asura to the Lord's mansion, 2 hidden weapons suddenly flew in. After dodging and easily avoiding them, Asura swiftly moved. A woman's voice followed. "Are you Asura? It seems like without the heaven's edge, you are nothing special." Sister in purple robe immediately spoke out. "Jade, what are you doing?" The woman named Jade actually stepped forward and called her sister. Then she revealed her intention to spar with Asura. Asura was shocked on the side, not expecting that they had another sister. Jade immediately left Asura and started discussing with her sister in the purple robe. "Is Asura really someone who came out alive from the forest of the nightingale? Besides having quick reactions, I haven't seen anything extraordinary about him." Upon hearing this, Asura was speechless on the side. The sister in the red robe kindly stepped forward to advise Jade. "Sister, let me tell you, Asura is actually very powerful. Both in skills and psychological strategy, neither I nor your sister Wan Qing are his match. The 2 sisters can see Asura's extraordinary talent. They can only kindly advise Jade." Jade, however, does not believe that someone at the Earth Essence stage can be so powerful. Sister in the purple robe also stepped forward and echoed. "Of course. Can someone who successfully led us out of the forest of the nightingale be just an ordinary person?" Asura scratched his head bashfully on the side. To everyone's surprise, this only further fueled Sister Jade's desire for battle. "Since that's the case, let's have a competition tomorrow, Asura." Asura was momentarily stunned, then pointed at herself in disbelief. Both of her sisters had advised her, yet she was so stubborn and wouldn't listen. I have always enjoyed sparring with skilled individuals. For me, it is both a challenge and a pleasure. How about that? Are you interested in having a match with me? Asura smiled and directly agreed. Since he was free these days anyway, there was no harm in it. He might as well have a spar with this lady at the celestial origin stage. It would be a good opportunity to test the results of his previous experiences. Then tomorrow at noon, let's meet here without fail. After saying that, the woman no longer lingered and turned around to leave. The next morning, Asura was still deeply immersed in a sound sleep. A flying sword suddenly pierced through the window. With a clang, Asura firmly caught the sword by the blade with 2 fingers. Asura was sparring with the younger sister of the Flower Sisters. The scheduled time is the next day at noon. The next morning, just as Asura was still deeply asleep and enjoying a good rest, a flying sword pierced through Asura's dream, with a clanging sound, only to see Asura firmly gripping the sword with 2 fingers. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass and filled the room. Asura spoke and asked, "I say, miss, isn't it a bit too early for us to start competing now?" The woman sneered upon hearing this and said, Because I was so excited to spar with you, I couldn't fall asleep all night. That's why I came early, even before Asura got out of bed." He was then taken by the woman's arm and led outside. "Come on, since you're awake now, let's get started right away," she said. The two came to the courtyard and faced each other in battle. The woman explained the rules. "Let's have 3 rounds, and you need to win 2 rounds to win. If you win, I will acknowledge you as the boss from now on, and you have to buy me spicy sticks to eat. But if you lose, then you have to agree to a condition from me. How about that?" Asura agreed to it. He is quite confident in his own strength. The woman is also uncompromising, directly unleashing the sword chi of the martial sword body, instantly filling the hall with spiritual chi, a green sword chi fiercely stabbing out, the sacred weapon that Asura was still upgrading, then displaying the 9 heavens celestial thunder flame to confront it head-on. The two attacks collided, and terrifying spiritual chi instantly bloomed in this courtyard. Asura couldn't help but praise when he saw the situation, worthy of being at the celestial origin stage. "You're pretty fast." The woman is quite confident. "What other moves do you have? Release them all, or you won't have a chance later." Asura smiled upon hearing this and said, "All right, this is what you said." And as he finished speaking, a huge blood-red long suddenly emerged from his body. "Since that's the case, let's give this move a try." This man has always been obliging and willing to help. Asura summons Divine Long for an easy victory. However, unexpectedly, he is being toyed with by Swordling Yu. After the intense martial arts showdown between the two, Swordling Yu still doesn't know what he will experience. He bravely boasts, "Do you have any more tricks? Use them all." Upon hearing this, Asura reveals a smile. He then unleashes the 9 revolutions Divine Long blood. Just then, a blood-red giant long suddenly emerges, accompanied by Asura waving his palm. The blood-red long's head twisted fiercely, and suddenly burst out. Swordling Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly focused. At the same time as she dodged to the side, her right hand began to gather green energy. The momentum was quite impressive. "Unfortunately, you are still too slow." With a voice falling, the energy ball in her hand instantly blasted out. The speed was so fast that it directly reached the front door of Long. Asura, however, did not get angry but instead laughed. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Long's figure mysteriously disappeared in place. Swordling Yu stared blankly at this scene, his face filled with a look of astonishment. She was completely unaware. Long had already appeared behind her, holding a green energy ball in his mouth. After Swordling Yu realized what was happening, she quickly released another energy beam, trying to catch Yu this time. To her surprise, Blood Long disappeared again the next moment. Swordling Yu's face turned red with anger. "How am I supposed to fight you like this?" Looking at Swordling Yu roaring in frustration helplessly, Asura couldn't help but sigh. The 9 revolutions Divine Long blood, made from the Divine Beast Essence blood within the white eyes, truly lives up to its reputation. This way of fighting is simply as lacking as she herself. The power aside, the constant teasing and tormenting of the opponent's mentality make it impossible to predict where she will appear next. This move is indeed quite damaging. Just then, Swordling Yu's voice suddenly came. "If you have the ability, let her face me directly. Is it fun to keep hiding like this?" Facing such a request that seemed like asking for trouble, Asura agreed directly. After Long's appearance, he directly returned all the attacks from Swordling Yu in Long's mouth. Swordling Yu is stunned with disbelief, not daring to believe that he has been unilaterally teased. Asura smirked. "I have always been accommodating. As long as the request is not excessive, I can fulfill it." As the voice fell, a terrifying explosion swept through the courtyard. Asura's figure appeared in front of Swordling Yu. Immediately, he reached out his palm and asked, "Are you okay? Should we continue our match now?" When Swordling Yu reached out his jade hand, her cunning and charming face suddenly had a touch of wickedness. "Oh no, I have a cramp in my foot." Asura blushed. His sturdy body was directly ridden on by Swordling Yu, facing Asura's awkward inquiry. Swordling Yu, however, revealed a charming smile. Hee hee, you've teased me for so long. Now it's my turn, right? Asura's strength overwhelmed Swordling Yu. Unexpectedly, he was teased back by her. This was witnessed by the two sisters. Swordling Yu took advantage of the opportunity to stand up. She pushed Asura down in one fell swoop. I made you play along for so long just now it's my turn, right? Asura lay on the ground and explained. This should be called taking our match seriously. But Swordling Yu couldn't forget the teasing from before. The long whip in her hand cracked loudly. While she acknowledged the words spoken by Asura, she was unwilling to let things go so easily. You make a good point, but I won't listen. Just as Asura was about to get up and argue, a woman's scream suddenly rang out. Seeing the two of them in this position, the sisters hurriedly asked what was happening. The girl in red turned her blushing face away, trying to cover up her embarrassment, saying, You guys made such a big commotion. You even shook the ground so much that it collapsed. The two still wanted to explain that the vibration was caused by the battle just now. Unexpectedly, the girl in red hugged Swordling Yu and said, No need to explain, we all understand. The two sisters stepped forward and revealed the matter of No Edge having already unsheathed the sword. Asura responded with a sound and immediately set off, with Swordling Yu following suit. After a few people arrived at Heavenly Vault, he took the No Edge from the City Lord's hand. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a strong sword intent burst out from within the scabbard. The originally bright space suddenly appeared so dark. A secret art suddenly flashed into Asura's mind. This is the mystic technique secret art that comes with the heavy sword No Edge. Tenfold Divine Flash. After he sheathed No Edge, he then prepared to set off back to Long City to find the sixth sister. After arriving outside the city gate, the three sisters bid farewell to Asura together. Swordling Yu also wanted to detain him, but it was urgent, so he had to set off immediately. So that's how it is. Will you still come to play with us after you leave? Asura agreed with a loud, Yes! It's a deal. 3 days later, Asura set foot in the great Chulong city. Although the sixth sister told him to come to Long City, she did not tell him the specific location. He randomly asked a passerby for directions to the sixth sister's mansion. He then hurried to the imperial palace. But without a royal token, it is impossible to enter such a place. Just then, a female voice suddenly rang out. Are you Asura? Asura was taken aback at the words. Senior, do you know me? The younger brother of the Supreme Marshal of the Legion, Churyu. It's hard not to recognize you. This woman is not only the great Chu Empress, and she is also the mother of Asura's sixth sister. Asura came to the palace to find the sixth sister. A stunning woman suddenly appeared and asked a question. You are the younger brother of Supreme Marshal of the Legion Churyu, right? Asura made a salute and inquired. Please forgive my ignorance. Please enlighten me, senior. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Mother! How did you get here? Looking towards the direction of the voice, the sixth sister also arrived outside the palace. Moreover, she actually referred to the woman in front of her as Mother Queen. Is the sixth sister a princess of the royal family? Isn't the person in front of us the emperor of the Great Chu? Empress answered Asura's doubts. Correct. I am Emperor Chu Dreamfly of the Great Chu. And this is my daughter, Princess Jin of the Great Chu Empire. The sixth sister has hidden her identity for so long, yet she is still so mysterious. Asura hurriedly apologized sincerely for the rudeness just now. The Empress also didn't mind such trivial matters. Later, she led Asura into the palace and instructed Churyu to take good care of Asura and show him around the palace. Looking at the graceful Empress Asura, there was a hint of confusion. How did someone as kind and approachable as the Great Chu Empress, who is powerful and beautiful, end up interested in my alcoholic father? Even when your majesty was young, you were still a princess before becoming an empress, right? Thinking about it, Asura also feels incredible. One is an empress and the other is a drunkard. The empress seemed to notice Asura's abnormal behavior and immediately asked, scratching her head. He then explained what he had just thought about his father. Who would have expected that the empress suddenly emitted a powerful aura? Don't mention that old immortal. That dog of a man, I will settle the score with him sooner or later. Asura's heart skipped a beat. Such a strong momentum. But rest assured, the grudges of our older generation will not involve your younger generation. Asura awkwardly responded with a sound. After arriving at the Great Ming Palace, the sixth sister explained to him the reason for summoning him. Recently, many villagers in the northern regions of Great Chu have gone missing. Moreover, this must be related to individuals practicing the cultivate evil technique. Facing Asura's doubts, the sixth sister gave this heavy burden to Asura. Rather than instructing you to investigate, it is more about letting you gain experience and potentially improve your strength. Asura has a slight worry that it might not be sufficient for me to investigate this matter alone. Don't worry, isn't there still her? As the sixth sister's voice trailed off, a white-haired woman carrying two swords only seen coming in front of the two. This white-haired shadow guard. She was arranged by the sixth sister to accompany Asura to investigate the evil cultivator. Accompanied by the arrival of the white-haired woman, the sixth sister explains that this is the assistant personally chosen for you by Sister, our shadow guard from the Great Chu. She will assist you in this investigation. The female shadow guard respectfully greeted Asura and the sixth sister. Facing this spiritual king stage shadow guard, Asura realized that the difficulty of this investigation was not small. The sixth sister informed Asura that Xianxia will tell you later. As for the difficulty level, you will know once you go there. Under the urging of the sixth sister, Asura took on this heavy burden and set off immediately. On the way, Asura asked Xianxia if there were any commonalities among the missing villagers this time, such as being children or all women. The mortals who went missing this time were all young, strong adult men. This has made Asura quite puzzled. Usually, evil cultivators capture infants or virgins. Could it be a female evil cultivator this time? He immediately continued to inquire. Are there any nearby villages where no missing incidents have occurred? Currently, only a village 500 li south of the city, and another village 100 li north have not been attacked. This makes Asura understand that evil cultivators often frequent the southern region. That proves his hiding place is in the south. After all, this way they can save time to quickly cultivate their physical bodies. The two of them reached a consensus on their goal and immediately planned to set off for the village to the south. At this time, in the village, only 3 adult men were seen going out hunting. But suddenly, a strange black mist appeared in front of them. Everyone understood that this was probably the culprit behind the disappearance of the villagers. The black mist then revealed a sinister, cackling laughter. After it grabbed the 3 men, it hadn't had the chance to devour their essence yet. A golden lightning bolt suddenly struck down, instantly severing its arm, followed by a miserable cry. The smoke slowly dissipates on the ground, once again forming a shape. Mysterious sounds emanate from within. Who dares to come and ruin my good things? A man and a woman appear on the scene. What an evil cultivator! Finally, we have found you. Asura teamed up with Xianxia to fight the evil cultivator. When the evil cultivator is about to commit crimes again, the two people landed in this area together. Good one, evil cultivator. Finally, we found you. But the elder is not afraid at all. He actually set his sights on the Earth Essence stage and spiritual king stage bodies. He threatened to turn the two of them into living corpses. Asura pointed his sword at the evil cultivator and rebuked. For the sake of the evil art, you went so far as to massacre innocent villagers. You are truly despicable. Young master, no need to waste words with him. Just kill him directly. Xianxia sent out her twin swords from behind her back. The old man summoned a group of bronze corpses. Suddenly, strange waves of blood essence surged in the field. The number of villagers being turned into bronze corpses shocked the two of them. Just then, 3 villagers recognized someone they knew inside the bronze corpse. When they were about to exclaim in surprise, Asura interrupted their conversation and dispersed the 3 of them. A group of bronze corpse members then swiftly rushed towards Asura. Asura spoke, gesturing for them not to hold back. These people are already dead, let them be freed. 2 dazzling flames shimmered in this area. The charging broskus was completely burned to ashes. But the old man was not angry. Instead he laughed and praised Asura's physical body. What a strong physical body, I like it. If I can refine the 2 of them into golden corpses, then I will have the combat power of 2 spiritual king stage. After he beheaded the last bronze corpse, the voice of the old man then sounded. Not bad, not bad. Just as expected of the person I set my eyes on, Asura. With disdain, Asura pointed his sword at the old man, making him surrender. But right after that, the old man summoned dozens of bronze corpses. It's really endless. Instead of fighting these bronze corpses, it's better to just take care of that old thing directly. Asura signaled for Xianxia to deal with the bronze corpses, and personally stepped forward to kill the old man. Yes, young master. The voice fell. Asura jumped out of Broska's group in one leap. He directly chased after the fleeing old man. 9 revolutions tyrant blood instantly boiled, as the thunder flame in his hand exploded suddenly. The old man, however, had long anticipated this. He threw out the condensed majestic blood energy from his palm to counter the attack. The golden thunder flame was instantly swallowed by the blood energy, causing Asura to exclaim in surprise. He was then enveloped by the explosion spreading from the palm. But the old man suddenly froze, only to see Asura's 9 revolutions golden bone open directly, dispersing the surrounding blood aura. The old man was very happy to see this. Your physical body is indeed extraordinary. I admit that you are very strong. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are only at the earth essence stage. I saw the old man actually taking off the black robe, revealing a skeleton with a head on top. Seeing this scene, Asura couldn't help but curse. It's no wonder an evil cultivator like this can survive. The old man let out a weird laugh. He threatened to turn Asura and the other person into living corpses. Asura killed the evil cultivator with one move. But he was overwhelmed by the half-saint expert from the 5 evil sect. He intercepted Asura and Xianxia together. Seeing the skeleton true form revealed by evil cultivator, Asura was very shocked, not by the strength of the elder, but by this disgusting body. The elder's face broke into a smile. He directly summoned the flesh and blood puppet, which rushed forward suddenly. Asura secretly lamented that he must deal with him as soon as possible, otherwise he would be disgusted to death before he even fought a few rounds with him. 9 revolutions Divian long blood instantly drilled out from the body. Blood long opened its blood basin wide. It bit the oncoming puppet directly into pieces, wailing echoed through the venue. The old man was startled. He was still shocked when his strongest puppet was defeated so easily. Blood long continued to charge towards the old man, as the old man's screams rang out. This battle has also come to its final chapter. When Asura and Xianxia stepped forward to inspect it, the old man is still shouting. Asura lifts the no edge and condenses the 9 heavens thunder flame. He directly drowned the old man's body. Just when he thought the battle was over, a voice suddenly rang out. Kid, isn't it a bit too early for you to say that now? Looking over, only a middle-aged man from Blooming Steps has arrived at this site. Asura was startled. His own second sister can also master the Blooming Steps, which means this guy is at least a formidable half-saint powerhouse. When faced with Asura's inquiry, the man directly revealed his title. I am the Dan Lord of the 5 evil sect. I have to say, you have great strength to defeat Dark Flame in just one move. However, you have discovered the secret of our 5 evil sect. Today, you must die." As the voice fell, numerous clusters of blood balls swiftly flew over. Asura raised the no edge to block, but felt deeply hopeless. In just the time of an incense stick burning, their opponent directly advanced from the celestial essence stage to the half-saint stage. Although this is somewhat beyond his ability, he must face it. "Young master, be careful." Xianxia also stepped forward to help. A golden dragon, along with the sword wind, was swung out, making a clashing sound as the golden dragon toyed with the martial arts beads. Long Guard Dan Lord showed interest upon meeting the Great Chu. Xianxia then greeted Asura and suggested leaving. "Neither you nor I are a match for this person in front of the young master. We have no chance of winning against him in a fight. So later, I'll hold him back first, and you take this opportunity to leave as quickly as possible. Wait until Asura voices his opposition." A man's voice suddenly rang out. "Stop thinking about finding a way out. Killing me, a sect cultivator, is detrimental to my sect's interests. None of you will escape today." A sudden flash of golden light. An energy barrier instantly enveloped Asura. This woman is Asura's formation master 5th sister. Not only does she have stunning looks, but her strength is also at the peak of the continent. Asura destroys the evil cult. He was blocked by the half-saint Lao Guai of the 5 evil sect at a critical moment, but 5th sister suddenly appeared and broke the formation with one hand. After being restricted by the formation, Asura and the other person. Lord Dan then smiled, but he dared not engage in a fight with the two of them. Asura spoke up, claiming that a half-saint stage could easily defeat both Earth Essence stage and Spiritual King stage. "But do you lack confidence in yourself in this regard?" Xianxia followed suit and said, "Yeah, by keeping us in place, aren't you afraid that we might escape?" Although knowing that this is a tactic to provoke, Dan Lord is very cautious. He shot out a strange purple beam from his hand for a long-range attack. Asura and the other two were restricted by the formation and couldn't move. No Edge's sword suddenly burst with a golden light in this critical moment. The golden light crossed Xianxia and collided with the purple beam. Dan Lord knew that this was the light of Chaos Jade. Only weapons polished by Chaos Jade would retain the light of Jade on them. When the owner of the weapon is in danger, it will burst out of the weapon to protect the owner. Dan Lord, however, doubted the identity of Asura. After learning Asura's name, Dan Lord fell into contemplation. People surnamed Yi are not from the Great Chu royal family. But he has the Great Chu Long Guard by his side for protection. Dan Lord instantly realized, "Kid, is your father Yi Skywind?" After he received a positive response, Dan Lord unleashed his aura and burst into a wild laughter. Years ago, Yi Skywind single-handedly destroyed the 5 evil sect, but today he can see his son again. Is this not a case of being unable to defeat the parent and then bullying the child? Dan Lord still wants to ruthlessly kill Asura in the most cruel way. But Asura is a bit impatient. If you didn't know, you might think you're all talk and no action, right? Dan Lord has nothing to say in response. But he plans to launch another energy attack. However, the Jade Amulet can only protect its owner once, watching the energy beam getting closer. Asura remained very calm. He seemed to anticipate that someone would come to the rescue. Xianxia exclaimed in alarm. In a critical moment, a delicate feather fan waved gently, instantly shattering the formation. The purple energy also vanished along with it. Dan Lord opened his mouth wide, unable to believe it. The stunning beauty, who arrived as none other than Asura's formation master 5th sister. "I am really sorry. I accidentally broke your gloomy radiance. You won't blame me, will you, fellow Taoist?" This breathtaking beauty turns out to be Asura's 5th sister. She is also the #1 spell empress in the mainland. With just a gentle wave of her feather fan, she broke Dan Lord's gloomy radiance. Dan Lord recklessly scolded the woman for not knowing her place. "Shuga Melody, at your service." Once this was said, cold sweat covered the man's face. This lady is none other than Juga Melody, known as the Spell Empress on the mainland. Dan Lord was very puzzled. He bowed and asked, "Respected Spell Empress, traditionally, my 5 evil sect and your celestial mechanism city do not interfere with each other. Please refrain from getting involved in today's matter." "If I insist on getting involved, what will you do?" Dan Lord is overly confident in his own abilities and delusional about using force. This sister lightly waved her feather fan, driving a soft red energy that enveloped Asura and the two of them. "If you want to fight, I'm ready to accompany you. The two of you can stay inside for now." In the next moment, Dan Lord's palm condensed a strange purple thunder and flame. He suddenly grabbed towards Asura, and Asura summoned no edge intending to confront him head-on. He was just about to summon 9 Revolutions Divine Long with the added sword body. The attack was completely blocked by red energy. "If you want to kill Asura, you have to get through me, 5th sister, first." Asura opened his mouth wide, unable to believe that this was actually his 5th sister. Dan Lord shouted in anger. He manipulated the giant waves and charged towards 5th sister. 5th sister raised her face slightly cold, and the myriad sword death formation bloomed instantly from behind her. Such a powerful formation. With just a gentle shake of her feather fan, she could mobilize the sharp sword chi and charge towards the giant waves. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim at the fierceness of this spell empress. Normally, setting up a killing formation would take at least an hour. This spell empress can easily cast it. Watching 5th sister stroll leisurely, Asura complimented 5th sister as really amazing. In an instant, the sword formation pierced through the giant waves, causing clouds of dust to rise from the ground where Dan Lord was located. As the smoke cleared, Dan Lord slowly walked out with his battered body. I did underestimate this spell empress indeed. He then took out a demon potion, preparing to unleash a secret art. After ingesting the demonic Dan, his originally half-saint level power rapidly surged, and his physical strength was on the verge of breaking through. 5th sister continued to nonchalantly activate the myriad sword death formation. But this time, she was resisted by Dan Lord's utilization of chi and blood. He thought he could overthrow Spell Empress and laughed madly. His figure also flickered along. He immediately appeared in front of 5th sister. But the next moment, a wonderful voice suddenly came from 5th sister's mouth. "Seal heaven and lock earth formation, activate." As the voice fell, a huge cyan light illuminated the sky, and countless iron chains swiftly pounced towards Dan Lord. In just a few breaths of time, she elevated the strength of Dan Lord by 1 level, leaving Dan Lord with an unbelieving voice. "How? How is this possible?" This woman is the strongest formation master in the entire continent. He is also the 5th sister of Asura. When Asura was almost ambushed by a powerful half-saint expert, an emperor rank formation directly bound Dan Lord. Dan Lord, who had gone berserk, unexpectedly found that his spiritual chi was being continuously absorbed. This sister intervened and reminded, "You should give up struggling. This is an emperor rank formation diagram. It will slowly drain your spiritual chi through the chains." Dan Lord sighed at the grandeur of the emperor's drawing, but dark energy began to spread in his body. This sister's gaze fixed on the chains, and the next moment, the sound of the chains breaking one after another rang out frequently. Dan Lord disdainfully asked, "Is the legendary spell empress just like this?" This sister waved her feathered fan, ready to use a point of real skill, otherwise she would really be underestimated, only to see a larger formation diagram reflecting in the air. Dan Lord was stunned for a moment. He had just boasted a little, but how come another formation appeared in the flick of a hand? A surging flood of water poured out from within the formation. Dan Lord then activated his vitality to contend with it. A red and a blue aura collided with each other. The moment they touched, the vitality was devoured. Endless floods surged towards Dan Lord. In an instant, it swallowed him up. Asura and Xianxia below exclaimed, "Truly worthy of the spell empress." Only by relying on the formation Could they leave the half-saint stage evil cultivator completely defenseless? This sister covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, still maintaining a calm demeanor. It must be unpleasant to be heavily injured by one's own big move, isn't it? Dan Lord also understands that if we continue to fight now, it is likely that the one who will end up dead in the end is not Asura, but oneself. The idea failed, and smoke billowed at his feet, attempting to use a diversion to escape in front of the spell Empress. His main body then sped away at the speed of light towards a distance to escape. But in front of Fifth Sister, this kind of trick is obviously not enough. Before Fifth Sister could make a move, Asura suddenly rushed towards the Dan Lord in the air, unleashing the divine long blood. Dan Lord exclaimed in surprise, "This is not good!" The next moment, he was tightly entwined by divine long. It's not that easy to escape now, if you want to. Asura condensed the divine long blood, executed the xianxia sword technique, and blasted it towards the Dan Lord in the air. With a splendid explosion in the air resounding, a half-saint powerhouse was tortured to death, and Fifth Sister fell from the sky. Asura then praised his older sister's strength as she landed. Fifth Sister approached with a charming manner, embracing Asura and said, "You are my little brother. Do we still need to be polite with each other?" However, when faced with the question of why Fifth Sister appeared in this place, Fifth Sister, however, revealed the purpose of this trip, saying, "Is there even a need to ask? Of course, I came all the way here specifically to find you." This man not only has 6 stunningly beautiful sisters, he also has a secretly contracted relationship with a little junior sister at home. She is waiting for him to return when Asura is in danger. Fifth Sister spell Empress comes to eliminate Dan Lord aggressively. But he learned that Fifth Sister came specifically to find him. Asura was taken aback. Fifth Sister covered her mouth and explained, "As a formation master and artifact smith, I originally wanted to ask Fourth Sister to help her refine the celestial mechanism Dan Furnace. She said the celestial mechanism Dan Furnace is with you, so I came over." Originally, Asura cultivated in the Four Sisters Wanden Valley to celebrate Asura's successful Dan refining, and directly gave away the best Dan Furnace in the world. But he has not used it yet. Fifth Sister urged from the side, planning to help Asura artifact crafting increase strength as soon as possible. Asura joked about the surrounding environment, filled with the smell of bronze corpses and the decay of evil cultivators. He wanted to find a quiet place to move to. Fifth Sister responded with a sound and stepped directly into the void, but then she forgot that Asura hadn't left yet. He still didn't have the ability to travel through the void. But xianxia on the side suddenly broke the deadlock, saying, "Young master, let's follow along." Asura blushed. Even though he didn't have the ability to walk through the void, xianxia did. He just had the idea when he was carried into the air. I only saw Asura lying contentedly in the arms of xianxia. In a certain cave, pink rays of light wafted out from within. Asura asked beside Fifth Sister why they suddenly needed to refine the celestial mechanism Dan Furnace. But Fifth Sister can turn it into a stronger weapon for Asura. A series of Emperor rank formation diagrams also reflected onto the Dan Furnace. Asura revealed an eager expression on the side. Fifth Sister reassured Asura not to worry, saying, "Wait until I have redrawn the formation script on the celestial mechanism Dan Furnace, then you will see how powerful it is." Although Asura does not understand the way of artifact crafting, he can tell from Fifth Sister's demeanor that it will probably take less than half an hour for the celestial mechanism Dan Furnace to be refined. xianxia suddenly spoke up on the side, saying, "If there's nothing for me to do here, young master, I will take my leave." Upon hearing this, Asura smiled and said, "From now on, you don't have to always address me as young master. Just call me Asura directly." xianxia blushed and spoke up to argue. "How can this be? I am the Great Chu Long Guard, and you are the princess's brother. We must not mislabel our identities." Asura also understands the responsibilities of the Long Guard. However, xianxia is willing to risk her life to protect herself. Asura has long regarded her as a friend. Upon hearing the word, friend, from Asura's mouth, a look of confusion appeared on Xianxia's pretty face. Asura's palm lightly rested on Xianxia's shoulder, expressing the thoughts in his heart. In my heart, we are not in a master-servant relationship, but an equal relationship between friends. Xianxia kept thinking about what Asura said about friends, but she forcibly suppressed the fantasy in her heart. No, young master, as a member of the Great Chulong Guard, I cannot act like this. Asura smiled at this, and did not try to dissuade her too much. He was not in a hurry now, and suggested taking it slowly in the future. He wants to directly change Yenner's beliefs, which seemed somewhat unrealistic. Yenner's flushed cheeks remained unchanged. Since becoming a Long Guard, she has always existed in the role of protecting others. However, Asura was the first to speak to her in such a friendly manner. Just at this moment, Fifth Sister's voice suddenly sounded. It's almost over. The sound of the furnace reverberated from the celestial mechanism Dan furnace, and a golden light shone throughout the entire cave. Worldly-wise and sophisticated version, Asura. He not only has to deal with the selfless dedication of 6 sisters. He also needs to control his relationships with female friends around him. He just started calling this Xianxia from the Great Chulong Guard his friend. Fifth Sister's celestial mechanism furnace, which she diligently refined, is also completed. Watching the golden light emitted by the celestial mechanism furnace, Asura couldn't help but feel emotional. If he could summon the Dan furnace directly for a fight in the future, it would definitely be very satisfying. Adorable Fifth Sister was also nearby, earnestly explaining every question that Asura asked. However, there are still many uses that you need to discover on your own. Asura's eyes gleamed with a greedy look, wanting to learn the deploy formation from Fifth Sister. Sure, but whether you can eventually learn it will depend on your understanding and aptitude. When Asura said this, he quickly stepped forward to flatter and gave massages. When it comes to understanding and aptitude, I, Asura, may be second to none, but no one dares to claim the first place. Fifth Sister lightly waved her feather fan and explained that there are requirements for the deploy formation. Your spiritual chi within your body must have the same attributes to be effective. Asura summoned thunder and flames. Although they are 2 different attributes, they can crush any target with the same attribute. On the other side, Fifth Sister's eyes shone brightly, very satisfied with these 2 attributes. Fire attribute is the main attack, while thunder attribute serves as support. She then, also, took out a secret book from her arms, wanting to directly learn how to arrange it. But it's not an easy thing to do. Like the 4th sister, Asura's face still had a touch of greenness. After Fifth Sister took out the jade tablet, she began to prepare to engrave a formation talisman. Asura, like a child who has never seen the world, earnestly observed every move of Fifth Sister. In less than a quarter of an hour, Fifth Sister handed the carved formation talisman to Asura. Here, take this. Thunder Flame Twin Ultimate Formation. The stronger your cultivation level, battle strength, and the attributes of spiritual chi in your body, the more powerful this formation will be. Asura took the formation talisman, but he didn't have time to ponder over it. Fifth Sister was planning to leave. It turns out that Fifth Sister specially came this time to refine the celestial mechanism Dan furnace in order to gain experience. He is going back to study an ancient book on formations. Sister is leaving today. Remember to come to Celestial Mechanism City to find me for fun when you have time. After saying this sentence, Fifth Sister once again disappeared into the void. Asura waved his hand to bid farewell to Fifth Sister. Now it's time for him to take Xianxia back to Long City. After a while, a sudden exclamation from the 6th sister was heard in the imperial palace of the Great Chu. What? Fifth Sister suddenly appeared when you were eliminating the evil cultivator of Nanyuan? Asura told the 6th sister the story of how Fifth Sister helped defeat Dan Lord while stuffing food in his mouth. But this does match Fifth Sister's hasty arrival and departure personality. But this time the 6th sister's arrangements also ended perfectly. The 6th sister, holding Asura, inquired about the next plan. Are you planning to return to Tai's sect to see your little junior sister? But Asura wants to make a detour to Wandan-Valley first. The man's father. He left behind the debts of his 6 elder sisters' romantic debts. And the mothers of the 6 elder sisters all have extraordinary backgrounds. Who will be next after Empress? At the inquiry of the 6th sister, Asura informed. He wants to first go to Wandan-Valley to find the 4th sister. Are you going to Wandan-Valley, Asura? Facing the inquiry of the 6th sister. Asura will explain the reason. He left in a hurry last time before there were any results from the Dan refining. This time, 5th sister happened to refine the celestial mechanism Dan furnace again. So he decided to go find the 4th sister to consolidate his Dan refining skills, not knowing that he would meet another sister's mother again. He chatted with the 6th sister about everyday matters. Tomorrow morning, he plans to set off for Wandan-Valley. Remember to come and play with the 6th sister when you have time. On the 2nd day at noon, Asura had already arrived at Wandan-Valley Outer. Who would have thought he was stopped by the guards at the door, requesting to show his official badge, just like the last time he entered the palace. Last time, he was directly brought into the palace by the 4th sister. I haven't heard anything about needing a badge. Asura revealed the truth that his own sister is Dan Emperor Joan Lyra. But as soon as they heard the names, they knew that the surnames of the two were different. They saw the guards about to use a spear to drive them away. A beam of light suddenly illuminated the entire gate, with the retrieval of the celestial mechanism Dan furnace. 2 guards were dumbfounded, as the celestial mechanism Dan furnace is the designated Dan furnace of the Dan Emperor. Asura revealed a meaningful smile and asked, "Can I go in now?" The 2 guards dared not intercept anymore, and also took the opportunity to inform Asura of the location of Dan Emperor. The 2 people looked at the back of Asura. The 2 guards, however, were thinking elegantly. They also believed that Asura had come specifically to attend the Grand Alchemy Gathering. The Grand Alchemy Gathering should be the next task. Just as Asura was feeling fortunate that he had the celestial mechanism Dan furnace. A familiar voice suddenly sounded. "Asura, why did you suddenly come?" Upon seeing the stunning face of the 4th sister, Asura quickly stepped forward, grabbing the 4th sister's jade hand and asking the 4th sister, "Do you still need to teach me how to refine the Saint Essence Dan from last time?" "Oh?" Initially, Asura had not had the opportunity to showcase the results of Dan refining. He was then taken away by 2nd sister to the 4 deity sect to steal the Saint fruit. This time his intention is very clear. He wants to seek advice from 4th sister again on the technique of Dan refining. "I didn't expect you to be quite studious." The 4th sister stepped forward and gently lifted Asura's handsome face, then continued. "But if you want to practice Dan refining now, you may have to put it on hold temporarily." Facing Asura's inquiry, the 4th sister obediently informed that she needed to go see her mother now. As soon as this was said, Asura's expression suddenly became flustered and hurriedly asked, "Is the 4th sister's mother Dan's saint?" Watching the 4th sister's contented expression, Asura's imagination is graceful. "I didn't expect that my old man's romantic debts are getting more and more impressive. He used to be the Empress, and now he's the Dan saint." However, Asura questions his old man's looks. "I really wonder what they see in that old guy." But the next moment, he was then dragged away by the 4th sister to meet their mother. Such a sudden request made Asura quickly decline. "Wait! I'm not ready to meet the parents yet." "There's nothing to prepare. You just need to come with me." Asura has mixed feelings in his heart. You should know that he is the son of the mother's rival, the 4th sister. "Are you sure it's okay to meet like this unprepared, sister? Do you believe it? Not only do I have 6 sisters standing at the top of the mainland, I also have 6 godmothers. The causes and effects of all this. It's all because of my loose old man." At the strong insistence of Dan Emperor, the 4th sister, Asura was forcibly brought into the palace to meet with the 4th sister's mother. As the time approached, Asura, feeling melancholy, asked the fourth sister if it was really appropriate to disturb Lord Dan's saint without being prepared. The fourth sister reassured, "Don't worry. My mother is very gentle, and perhaps when you go to see her this time, you might even receive a special gift." Asura said, "I don't dare to ask for any gifts." He just hopes that Lord Dan's saint will not blame him because of his philandering old man. The fourth sister's idea fell through. Holding Asura's hand, she opened the gate of the mansion. "Mother, we're here." A crisp and gentle voice sounded from inside the main hall, saying, "Come in." Asura quickly bowed and greeted. "I, Asura, have met the respected senior Dan Saint." Upon hearing Asura's name, Dan Saint was briefly stunned, but quickly realized Asura's identity. He indeed bore some resemblance to that old and immortal Skyward. Dan Saint's deep hatred towards Asura's father was evident. Asura quietly asked fourth sister, whispering softly, "Sister, didn't you say that Lord Dan Saint is very gentle?" Fourth sister was also at a loss. This was the first time she had seen their mother lose her composure. Their mother had always been gentle, but whenever anything related to their father was mentioned, she would become like this. Asura was momentarily speechless. He also understood the principle of a son repaying his father's debts. However, Dan Saint quickly regained his composure. "Asura, you don't need to be nervous, because the affairs of our previous generation will not involve you." These words bear a resemblance to Empress, the sixth sister's mother. A woman who can achieve such accomplishments is definitely not ordinary. Dan Saint suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, showing a motherly look, and directly called me Dan Saint Sr. "Isn't that a bit too formal?" Asura opened his mouth tentatively and asked, "Should I call you godmother?" This sweet term of endearment quickly captivated Dan Saint. She gently stroked Asura's head, intending to give him a small gift as a token of their meeting. Asura may say "no" with his mouth, but his body is very honest. He may not dare say other things, but he is skilled at flattering older sisters and godmothers. Dan Saint pulled out a bag of shining Dan pills, and the extraordinary quality of these Dan pills can be seen just from their color. However, the godmother may not have anything else, but she definitely has plenty of Dan pills. If there are not enough, feel free to come find me at any time. He looked at the top-notch Dan pill handed to him. Asura also couldn't hide his excitement. You should know that each of these Dan pills, when taken out, would cause a sensation on the continent. After some casual chat, Dan Saint then asked Asura if he could reveal the celestial fire in his body. Asura responded with a "yes." He immediately summoned the 9 heavens thunder flame without hesitation. Dan Saint also highly praised the celestial fire when he saw it, showing that this talent for Dan refining is not inferior to the fourth sister of the Dan Emperor. Getting approval from his godmother, Asura scratched his head, but he was also very humble in front of the Dan Emperor and Dan Saint. Dan Saint suggested that Asura participate in the Grand Alchemy Gathering. It's a pity that such talent is not made public to the masses. The fourth sister on the side also echoed in agreement. Asura was still puzzled about what the Grand Alchemy Gathering was and asked in confusion. Dan Saint explained that the so-called Grand Alchemy Gathering is where the world's best Dan alchemists gather together. They compete to determine whose Dan refining skills are the most profound. The fourth sister followed suit to continue tempting Asura. If he wins the championship, he will not only have the supreme status in the Dan refining world, but also obtain a 9-long sacred cauldron. Godmother stepped forward to ask Asura's opinion. The temptation of the 9-long sacred cauldron is indeed not small. Asura patted his chest and responded to Godmother and the fourth sister's arrangement. "I don't have any particular hobbies. I just like actively participating in these activities to improve myself." "Since you said so, if Godmother doesn't make some arrangements, it would be a disservice to your enthusiasm." Asura was taken aback by the words. "There are still more arrangements?" "My father left me with 6 sisters, and a debt of romantic debts with 6 godmothers. He actually dares to show up?" Under the coaxing of Dan Saint and Dan Emperor, Asura decided to participate in the Grand Alchemy Gathering. Two women faced Asura's enthusiasm. The godmother plans to help Asura arrange a terrifying plan. Asura, upon hearing this, looked at Dan Emperor the Fourth Sister with a mind full of confusion. Only to see the Fourth Sister stepping forward and lightly placing her hand on Asura's shoulder, sweetly informing him, "Of course, it's the devil training that you are most familiar with and fond of." Asura instantly spat out blood. He knew that the situation he least wanted to see was about to happen. There is still some time before the Grand Alchemy Gathering. During this time, let her properly teach you Dan refining. As soon as grandmother spoke, Asura's fighting spirit soared instantly. Dan refining room after 1 hour. I saw the Fourth Sister carefully studying Asura's skilled Dan refining technique, accompanied by Asura's angry shout. Just a few breaths later, a sparkling red Dan pill burst out of the cauldron. The Fourth Sister bent her delicate body and praised softly, "Not bad. Your skills are indeed very proficient. However, to achieve a rank at the Grand Alchemy Gathering with this kind of Dan refining technique, I'm afraid it may be a bit difficult." Asura also understands that there is still a considerable amount of time before the Grand Alchemy Gathering. He is quite confident in his own talent, just like the counterattack in the Great Chu martial trial back then is bound to happen again. The Fourth Sister will also be embraced by Asura Tower. Seeing your spirited appearance, Sister is relieved. Feeling the feedback from Sister's body, Asura's face is filled with a happy smile. But soon it came to an abrupt end. I saw the Fourth Sister take out some ingredients for 3-grade and 4-grade Dan recipes for him to refine. Asura sighed at the high level of these Dan recipes. The Fourth Sister reassured him to not worry about wasting materials and just focus on practicing. When Asura saw the Fourth Sister turning to leave, he felt a bit unsure. "The Fourth Sister, won't you stay and teach me Dan refining?" But the Fourth Sister showcased the unique features of devil training, directly condensing a golden barrier with her right hand to prevent Asura from escaping. The most important thing is to rely on your own comprehension. In the days to come, you should stay inside and cultivate diligently. Don't think about escaping. She looked at Asura pitifully as he struggled. The Fourth Sister even threw a flirtatious look before leaving. Sister's barrier is not that easy to break. A barrier set up by a half-saint stage expert would easily cause someone at the Earth Essence stage to die inside. Asura teased the Fourth Sister for thinking too highly of herself. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by Asura's furious shout, the 100th frenzied blood Dan was successfully refined. Asura looked at the Dan pill in his hand, gaining an extra boost of confidence. With this speed, he would soon be able to make a breakthrough. Just then, a ghostly palm suddenly interrupted Asura's thoughts. He felt the powerful and rough strength of the palm. Asura concluded that this was not the Fourth Sister, but someone who could break through the Fourth Sister's barrier and sneak in silently. This thief was not simple at all. Before the man behind could even call out Asura's name, Asura decided to take a risk. A brick picked up from nowhere was forcibly embedded into his own father's handsome face. He was scolding audaciously. "Take this brick!" Loud Duo lay on the ground, covering his face angrily and scolding. "You brat, do you want to overturn the heavens? Are you so ruthless that you would hit your own father?" Asura felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting that he almost attacked his father in a fit of rage.